Welcome everyone. Brief initial tech catastrophe, but I fixed it now. Welcome, we are still in the realm of bad lighting, but I shall improve it in the near future. And you probably can notice a bit more room noise. I also need to improve that. Been working on other things lately. However, let us begin today with our main story. We're talking about, of course, the color flag raising, hoisting. This is a picture from Great British Pack, which I hadn't heard of before. And to be honest, I don't know why that exists, at least why it's called that, because PAC is something that I think only exists in the US, but maybe it exists here as well. Have you covered the illegal immigrant Jeet who killed 3 people in Florida by making a legal U-turn on the subway? We didn't cover that yet. Last stream, we did just the meme section and got distracted and talked about all kinds of philosophy and other stuff. So we didn't do very much. Today, we'll be talking about actual news, because people actually seem to care about that occasionally. Tangent, the rambling, always and every time. So let's just go through what I have in this. Painting roundabouts with the England flag has become a trend across the nation, apparently. The music. Paint's pretty cheap, but I could see them starting to try and ban red paint eventually. It's a very simple flag to draw, isn't it? We give credit for that. This man's broken out the fucking red hoodie and black hoodie and black trousers or something for this. He's keeping himself silent. There you go. Job done. Very good. I do approve. Now, I think the whole idea of this is just generally rebellion against shitty governments and shitty policies from actual British patriots. I wonder if there is some more specific reason it's happening that I'm not aware of. The paint may be cheap, but the intention is bold and based, says 8-Bit. True, to be honest. Then there's this. Our message to West Midlands, says this guy. Councils actively seeking to take down England flags. This operation raise the colours. Some England flags on the street, some more there, and some more in this little video, where they're just everywhere. So, should we talk about the notion that the council is trying to take these flags down, which I have heard many people saying. I haven't actually seen it happening, but I'm sure it is. My suspicion, Skog's put up a flag in his window, that's good. My suspicion, I don't know this, and I'm not defending it either, because I think they still shouldn't, but my suspicion is they're doing it, at least officially, at least it's justifiable technically, in that you don't have permission to put that up in a public place, and that technically it's not allowed. Right? There are many good arguments against that. One is, it's the flag of our nation. Frankly, we shouldn't need permission. Anyone that puts one up somewhere, as long as there's nothing weird or broken or dangerous about it, it should stay there. Doesn't really matter. And stay there until it decays. That's fine. That should probably be the law of every land. Maybe there's some weird exception I'm not aware of, but you know, we'll consider that. As long as it is the flag of the nation or the flag of the entity around the nation, Britain, that is. That's fine. Should be fine in any country. The second argument against it is, yeah, but they do this with other flags too. Yes, they do. And if someone were to put up like a Ukraine or a Palestine flag or the gay flag, would the council care even if it's not supposed to be there, if they don't have permission for it? No, they probably wouldn't. They probably wouldn't. Maybe they would. They probably wouldn't. Why do they care in this case? Well, that's obvious. The problem with that is that a lot of times they probably do have permission to do it. Because if you ask them, hey, can I have permission to put the England flag or the Great British flag up on these flagpoles? They would assume that you're either, at best, a football fan, or more likely, a horrible racist who's about to put horrible racist Nigel Farage into office. and they would either immediately deny your petition, or they would delay for months and months and months before eventually either denying it or thinking of some way to fob you off. And the delaying approach would be better for them, smarter for them by far. So there's that argument. I believe that's the only ones I thought of. There's probably more though. Let's continue. Either way, they shouldn't be taking them down. If it's any other flag, even a flag that is widely accepted by the people of the country, that shouldn't be allowed. It should only be the flag of the country. That should just get carte blanche permission everywhere. Covering potholes with the England flag. So I think you've seen the picture that's been doing the rounds of the pothole with the England flag drawn in the bottom of it, which I do have up here somewhere. I think that's AI. And the reason I think that's AI is because the lines are just too perfect. It might not be. If it isn't, it's very well drawn. But what you should expect to see is more like this, with the shitty paint job. No offense to him. He's not trying to do an artist's work here, but it's good enough. But the idea is, well, they'll remove England flags. Why wouldn't they remove it and then fix the pothole? Well, because they don't have to do both, unfortunately. And they could use paint stripper or something to get rid of the paint without fixing the pothole. However, you might get them to prioritize potholes more by doing this. I don't know. Maybe. Another picture of it. Yeah, I mean, why not? Like, why not just put them everywhere? That's the thing. There's no particular reason why every flat surface in the country shouldn't be covered with the country's flag. The only reason not to do it is the cost of paint and the potential pointlessness of the procedure, but there's no reason why not if people want to. It's probably good AI, Spooner. Like, they have got a lot better these days. See what's next. Leo Curse says, to give you an idea of how England has changed, when I moved here 25 years ago, I'd see an England flag and think, might be a bit rough. Hope they don't have beef with me because I'm Scottish, he says. Now when I see one, I think, thank God I'm among brethren. And there are several. So let's talk briefly about the distinction between the England and the British flag. Because I've talked about both. They are both great flags. The white and red is obviously simpler, and the color scheme is a really good way. It's similar to what I use in Cabal, actually, with the pink and white. I think the British flag is more beautiful. But if you give a bit more weight to simplicity, then the England flag can take that crown. A bit more weight than I think is usually right. 8-bit, have you got your mic open? But still, they are both lovely flags. Yeah, I think 8-bit does have her mic open. I don't think it's meant to be. You okay there, 8-bit?
I realized.
There we go. Yeah, both great flags. But they both mean slightly different things. The people that are putting up flags right now tend to be putting up the England flag. And there is an unfortunate rock and a hard place here between the two with connotations, because the British flag is often used because it's a multinational entity. It's a more sort of globalized, it's more sort of technocratic. It doesn't have to be, but it's a bit more so inherently than the England flag. The England flag is more parochial, more local, but it's also more football. Whenever you see the Britain flag, it's usually associated with someone who thinks Britain is going on the right path. Whenever you see the England flag, it's usually associated with football. And that's the difficulty here. You've got to try and own one of them as being the flag for people who think that we're on the wrong path, but who love the country. The England flag is the easier one to do that with. Because if it's not obviously associated with football where it is, then it's not about football, it's about something else. And then you have to assume, it's probably about this. So the England flag's better one to do this with. So it's also simpler. So that's why it's being used here, I think. It makes a lot of sense for it to be used for this. I've said before, I think the British flag is more beautiful, but both are great. I obviously support both of them. Not a Middle Eastern shithole flag. Indeed it isn't. Neither of them are. But yeah. Much more annoying to paint on potholes. Indeed. But if you're buying a flag, then I imagine both are the same price, probably, or nearly. And you could do either. Both are fine. The England flag seems to be used more during this protest, but both should be fine. So what else we've got? That one. This guy says, only the Union Jack and St. George's flag should be flown on public and government buildings across England. Who agrees? That is obviously the case. I believe there has been a tradition in the past of flying the flag of a visiting dignitary somewhere on a public building. I'm not sure how that tradition goes exactly. Maybe someone in chat knows. Skog says county flags. Yeah, that could also be fine. Because all or most counties in the UK do have their own flags. But yes, it should be a flag that is local to the area. The only exception would be that I'd be potentially okay with is if some very high up dignitary, like a monarch or a political leader, but really nothing below that, is visiting, then you could have a half-mast flag from their country. But that's it. And even that, I'm not sure if that's right, but that's about as far as it should go. Wolf says, the England flag represents the ethnic English people and the Union flag represents multi-ethnic global homo. It doesn't have to, no. There's a reason the England one is being used. I wouldn't go that far, no. It can be used, it can be interpreted that way because it's multinational. But Scotland, Wales, England, and Ireland are close enough ethnically that it's not really a problem. Now, if you want to be more specific than that, and you're thinking of it ethnically, then fine. But our concern is not, those damn Welshies, those damn Scots. I mean, some of us do think that, but the concern is the Somalians and the Middle Easterners and everyone else. England versus UK. I get what you're saying, but that's not something I would necessarily tie to the flags. The flags can represent either. The British flag is a bit closer to the sort of bureaucratic superstate, globalist ambition version of Britain. But both can work for both. I don't think it's a clear distinction. But if you want to be really clear, then yeah, the England flag is a bit clearer for that. Right, next up. Interesting times, he says. England is the only country in the world banned from flying their own flag, he says, which is, I doubt that's true exactly, but I know what he means. There you go. England flags on every single lamppost. Now, I do want to say on this a note of caution. Actually, I'll leave this playing. There's a city or a town I've been to in the UK near London, which has British flags flying right down the street on every lamppost. I think they're not flags per se, but they're like boards that have the British flag on it. It is not particularly ethnically British, this town. It's probably about half and half, or maybe 25-75 English to foreign, which is a peculiarity. And there's some Britain flags as well there. You note when hearing that, yes, they're British flags, which arguably supports what Wolf is saying. They're not England flags. Fair enough. There is that argument. They appear to interpret it that way. But the point being that people can put these flags up for different reasons. The same thing could happen with the England flag, right? Not just for football, but there could be other reasons for putting it up as well. People put them up for different reasons. And if you want to make it clear that what you're doing is putting it up as a sign of rebellion, a sign that things are not going well, then you need to make that clear somehow. Now, the fact that this is a big current protest that is happening across the country, everyone's talking about it, means that if you're putting up a British flag or an English flag somewhere where there wasn't one before, that's obvious enough. And probably especially an England flag, but as you can see, plenty of British flags too. But it's still not ideal that there isn't a way to distinguish them from just football flags or from the sort of technocratic associations of the multinational British flag. I wonder if there is a way of doing that, but I don't know exactly. English greater than Britain, greater than UK, greater than USA, culturally and ethnically British, Europe, everywhere else. Maybe. Twin Lance says, listen, we needed to get a lady in a lake to hand out a sword to make a new government, guys. Would be better than the current lot, for damn sure. Like, almost any bunch of working class lads would be a better fit for Parliament than the current Parliament. No, Scott, we should not make a new one. The problem is that even if it's our flag, I'm not saying that at all. Even if it's our flag, it's not clear what we mean by flying it. Yes, we love our country, but do we love the current state of our country? Or do we love what it should be? That is a very unresolvable ambiguity of just flying the flag. I don't know exactly what you could do, and I'm not suggesting we fly a different flag, obviously, but something that you could modify with the flag, or not modify on the flag's design, but put on or near the flag to make it clear that it's a sign of rebellion. See, the US, despite the fact that they have a much less appealing visually flag, it's much less well designed visually. Despite that, the fact that it's not symmetrical does give them the unusual advantage of being able to turn it upside down to clearly indicate that things are going wrong. Now, technically, the British flag is not symmetrical either, but you can't really tell. But maybe something like that. I don't know exactly what you could do. Perhaps flying it in a different orientation. I don't know how that would work exactly, but something to make it clear that we're saying that there's a problem. We're not just saying, yeah, things are going great. Where do you see a St. George outside of football and St. George's Day? Well, the thing is, the football usage is so prevalent that most times it's used, you can assume it's that. The only exception now is because it's a nationwide protest. But if it wasn't that, you would assume it's about football. You'd look at it and think, oh, is there football on? Is there some sort of cup that we're supposedly going to win? We're going to get to the semi-finals at best. And then Thea says it is clear because of the context. Yes, it is now. And especially, as I said earlier, if you put it up somewhere where there wasn't a flag before, suddenly there's a flag, especially if there's like one on every fucking lamppost, that's clear. Especially because it's a nationwide protest. People know about it now, at least a lot of people do. That's clear. No problem at all. Other than that, though, like any other time, it's a bit of a problem. But maybe now, because of this, it will become a sign of that. Either way, I do support the movement. I'm trying to help to make it more effective. Let's see what's next. Birmingham City Council has stated that English and British flags could put lives at risk as council workers are removing recently erected flags. Now, when they say this, most people who see it probably would assume that they mean it could put lives at risk because of hate and racism and bigotry. And maybe they do mean that. I wouldn't fucking put it past them. Maybe they do mean that. However, it might just mean that by climbing up the lamppost to erect it without proper safety equipment, you could hurt yourself, which is not what they care about, let's face it. If that's what they're saying, it's not really what they mean. What they mean is, we don't want national spirit. Even the local councils don't, seems to have an inherent instinctive opposition to it. Probably because they've been told, it's racists. Job done. That's all you need to know. Clearly they mean that the foreigners might get violent. If they do mean that, then they're showing their fucking hand, aren't they? Let's see what they actually said. Tensions are high in several Birmingham neighbourhoods as council workers began taking down scores of St. George's Cross and Union Jack flags attached to lampposts by residents. Described by locals as a patriotic outpouring, flags have appeared on houses and streetlights in Northfield, a residential area in outer southern part of the city. Their sudden emergence has sparked huge debate among residents, with many voicing their support for the initiative on social media. It's hard not to support it, isn't it? Broderton has linked a picture of the British ensign, which is the England flag with the British flag in the corner. I quite like that. We could use that. I think it is, it's a naval flag, isn't it? But there's no particular reason you couldn't use it for this. And it's not symmetrical either, so you can do the thing where you flip it. I don't think that's too bad an idea, actually. Especially because the Navy has been such a major part of British history. So that could work. Skog says the staties fear the Anglo, true. Someone says the ones saying they know that they mean and they should be right there on lampposts underneath the flag. I'm not sure what you mean by that. Maybe I'm not reading it properly. The ones saying that know that they mean and they should be right there. Oh, you're saying the council should be hung. Okay. Understood. It started in Birmingham. The government there are the foreigners. Yeah, that makes sense. Availability, says Skog. Yeah, if the British ensign is a rarer flag, harder to acquire, then fair enough. But that could change very quickly if demand goes up. Very quickly. Yeah, no, Skog, when I was trying to explain what their reasons were, I'm talking like various layers. The assumed layer would be, they're saying because racism, which they might be. The layer below that, which is likely to be their actual expressed reason, is it's dangerous to put them up because you have to climb the lamppost. But their real reason, no doubt, as I did say earlier, their real reason is going to be the English are actually doing things. We don't like it. Regardless what their stated reason is, that's their actual reason. But still, their stated reason can be interesting for other reasons. Let's see where we were. But Birmingham City Council have now confirmed the flags will be removed, saying the unauthorized items are dangerous and could potentially kill motorists or pedestrians. You know how they could be dangerous? The one way they could be dangerous that I can think of is if they're not secured properly, they blow off in the wind, land on someone's windscreen, and obscure their view of the road. Which sounds kind of crazy, but with the number of people they're putting up, and with how dangerous cars can be, that could kill 1 or 2 people a year. It's not enough to say that they should all be taken down. If anything, what the council should do is put people to work to make them secure, to make sure they can't come off by accident. That's what they should do to fix it. You know, some nice local patriots have donated some money to put up a flag. Well, that's very good of them. We should support the effort by making sure it stays there. That's the country we should be living in. And if we were, we wouldn't need to do this, so it wouldn't matter. But still, cars are dangerous. Ban them immediately, says Ghost. Not quite what I'm saying. Let's see where we were. Skog says England should have a devolved parliament by their standards. I don't think any other country in the Union should have a devolved parliament. I think they should be all one parliament. Because all the devolved parliaments do is beg for money from Westminster and run their countries badly. Not to say that Parliament doesn't already do that, but at least if it's all in one place, you can centralize the concern rather than having like 5 different problems. You just have one problem, granted it's bigger, but everyone's eyes are on it. Ghost says the real reason is that the cross is terrified to demons. All 3 of the flags that we've talked about and suggested so far have a big cross in the middle. Someone says Birmingham has had a garbage strike for the last year and a half because the council is broke and can't pay for removal. But this, they can get right on removing. Yeah, that's pretty bad. What you want to do is, people have suggested this, start painting the garbage bags with the trash bags or whatever we call them. Rubbish bags with, I get confused between the various different countries' ways of saying that. Start painting them with it's a bit, I don't know, maybe that's a bit dismissive or a bit denigrating to the flag. What do you think? Is it good to paint them like that because it makes the council do something about the problem? Or is it bad to paint them like that because it implies that St. George is rubbish? I don't know. Wolf says, literally the thinnest possible bureaucratic argument to avoid saying we just hate the English. Yeah, that's pretty much what they're doing. No matter what they're saying, that is almost certainly what they're thinking. Yeah. Talk says, I'm pro single parliament for what it's worth. Yeah, I do think that's the better choice. For the countries in the Union as well as just for England as well. All you're doing by having your own governments, like in your own countries, your own devolved parliaments, is like, if you had your own nations with your own governments, then you'd have some sort of like consistency in the pattern of authority and accountability. It would be contained. The government would be its own entity. The people would try to make it do what they wanted. There'd be resistance, pressure back and forth. That's normal, right? Not perfect, but normal. If you essentially are a territory of another state and have no devolved government, then you join that struggle against an existing government, and you take part in that normal process. If, however, you take a half measure and you have in your nation, in your country, a half government, then all of your pressure goes towards them, or a lot of it goes towards them. But they are also pressuring the government outside their own country, which provides them with most of their funding, and they don't have to make money themselves, except to the degree is minimum necessary. They don't care about running themselves as an independent nation anymore. They're motivated only to take part in the worst aspects of both groups' normal jobs, to suppress the will of the people and do what they want, while at the same time pressuring the government to give them more money. It becomes literally the worst of both worlds. Keep your government systems simple. The less layers, the better, usually. Now, local government is an important concept to have as well, but it's, as much as I like it in concept, it's fraught with problems, because the smaller, there's an ideal size for government for the press's benefit, where they can have the maximum effect on its deliberations. Too small, and they don't care enough, so it's not worth reporting. And not enough people would read a local enough paper anyway, so they don't bother. Too big, and there's a lot of other people competing to discuss it, so there's many voices to listen to, and even though they have a lot of influence, the press, they have less by comparison when it's too big. Medium size, right in the middle, once again, half measure is a problem. And suddenly they have all the power in the world, because the number of pundits talking about local politics is relatively low, but the number of local press outlets that people actually read is higher by proportion than the comparison for the nation. So they have way more power there, and not just the press have way more power there either, but also, quote unquote, investors like Soros have way more power at that level. Local government is important, but it's it's a poison pill. It's probably not actually a good idea to do it in that way. Having local government be determined by national government, to some extent, may be the safer answer. But there's problems with that too, of course. Ideal size is anarchy. Unfortunately, giving up is not a solution. Someone says, nah, it's fine. Here in the States, we have a fuck ton of garbage removal companies that put the flag on all their cans and dumpsters, especially if they're veteran-owned. I don't know. Be an active denigrating the flag, so I guess it depends on your priorities. Exactly, yeah. Not sure. Not sure what's best there. Wolf says either single parliament or devolved parliaments would be better than devolved parliament, but for everyone but the English, which we have now. I don't want multiple layers of parliament. I think what we have now is better than having 2 layers of government, like one for England and one for Britain. I mean, that's just back to the EU again. The people need to have direct access to their government, which is another reason that the devolved governments are a bad idea for Scotland and Ireland as well, because the people that make the decisions for them are 2 layers removed. At least when they're 1 layer removed, i.e. they're the layer above, 1 layer separated. Then it's closer, it's safer, it's better, it's more approachable. So no, 1 government, keep it simple. Cook says either way, the flags are a welcome return to England rather than that country where all the ugly bitches are from. Yeah, indeed. Which we'll get to talking about that in a minute. Let's keep reading, though. People who attached unauthorized items to lampposts could be putting their lives and those of motorists and pedestrians at risk. Yeah, it's what I thought it was. Placing unauthorized attachments on street furniture, particularly tall structures like lampposts, can be dangerous, a council spokesperson said. Some pictures of them there from the video we just watched. Highway staff will now remove all flags attached to lampposts as they prepare to upgrade the city's streetlights. My arse. To carry out these improvements, lamp columns need to remain free from attachments, including flags, the councilman said. So what's your reason then? Okay, so it's 2 reasons. It just happens to be 2 reasons at the same time. Interesting. The spokesperson added, lampposts and other street furniture need to be protected, which is why highway staff across the city removed around 200 advertising banners and flags that have been attached to lampposts since the start of the year. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, their real reason is indeed, I expect, they don't like the English. But it's not like their fake reason, their given reason, makes no sense at all. It does make some sense. It could detach and cause accidents. And some things, not the flags, not the national flags, but other things, it's advertising. It shouldn't be up, at least not without permission, and that should be rarely given. So I understand them taking some things down. As I said, the correct answer for your nation's flag is to keep it up there, but reinforce it so it can't come down. Now, how hard could it be? Put some sort of attachment up there that is metal and keeps it in place. I mean, yes, the hiring the man to do the job will cost more than the individual clips or whatever they'd be. So it's not like it's free, but this is the kind of priority the British people would rather you put your attention towards. If you put all the money that you've spent on woke and nation-destroying nonsense in the last 20 years, and all the money wasted on illegal immigrants and other immigrants, all that money, put that towards strengthening the economy, reinforcing the borders, keeping our military pumped up, and making sure that flags of our nation stay where they're put, the British people would be very happy about that. That's probably why you didn't do it. I mean, chat, I think any of you, even if you're not British, you can speak for your own country as well. I think you'd be quite happy for them to spend the money on something like making sure your nation's flags stay where they're put. Government spending is generally not liked, but usually because it's so bad. There's nothing actually inherently wrong about government spending. It just tends to be wrong because governments usually tend to be wrong. Some of those roundabouts are excellent. In terms of traffic management, they hit the sweet spot for the amount of sort of complexity and time compared to how much traffic they actually prevent. They are excellent. Not necessarily the best, but you compare a roundabout in most metrics to just a crossroads, a roundabout is much better. I think there was some context to, like, if you have one of those, like, I don't know what they're called, but the flower junctions, the huge flower junctions, they're better. They take up way more space. Roundabouts are a genius invention. And I'm very proud that Britain has so many of them. And if you can't handle them, then try not being so American. I don't know if Somnus is actually American. I don't know if he is or not. Upgrade means replace with worse lighting that is cheaper, says no one. To be fair, no one, LED lights are better in every way, in principle, than, I'm sure most people know this. The problem is that they tend to be white because that is probably more efficient or probably safer or something, which people don't tend to like as much as yellow, and I tend to agree. So yeah, make them yellow. It's not much different to do that. And also because they can be controlled more remotely or by software, I expect software is the hardware to control the power going into it is cheaper and more accessible. They tend to put them on a lower setting. That's a guess, but I reckon that would be why. So they end up being worse, but the tech is no worse. Don't blame the tech, and don't assume that inherently that any lamppost changes are going to make them worse, except if the government is the one doing them, because they probably will make them. Police can't do anything about that nigger Wi-Fi network name. Yeah, that's good. That's good. There are stories from the US which are not friendly to the First Amendment, but there are plenty which are. That's good. Well, Ghost, the point I was making earlier is we can fly the England flag here. You just can't attach it to publicly owned street furniture, which again, I'm saying I think you should be allowed to. But it's not like they have no reason to want to take it down. Because if it comes detached, again, it could be dangerous to motorists and pedestrians, as they said. And that's not false. It's just not their real reason, and it's not a big enough reason to justify them like putting on the high gear to get rid of them, is it? But yeah, Spooner, again, I am not saying you shouldn't. Let's just put this up. I'm not saying you shouldn't. I'm just saying that it's probably not allowed and or they probably will take it down, and their reasons for doing so won't be entirely bullshit, but I do think that they're not their real reasons, and their real reason is entirely bullshit. For instance, it's not a crime. It might not be, I'm not sure about that. By the way, I'm taking no chances. For instance, make sure they're secured. Agreed. If you are going to do this, then please make sure they're secured for the safety of motorists, because, as I said, that is a genuine concern. Not a huge one. If it happens, it's really bad, but the risk of it happening is fairly low. Stooge says, from what I've tracked, and you might cover this, it seems this sparked off when Birmingham Town Hall was lit up with the colours of Pakistan for their Independence Day, from whom, by the way, and then did the same for India the following day. That's not surprising. Unfortunately, the council in Birmingham, as Jada was saying, is very, very brown. So yeah, much like New York and London and a few other places. Lance says, the internet wizard told me to do crime, officer, I swear. I said, do not crime. All right. There are fears the mass removal could trigger protests in the city after numerous residents expressed support for the flag flying initiative. Many have been putting up their own flags, asking on social media for their streets to be next, or donating to a GoFundMe appeal to purchase more. Be very careful with GoFundMe, they will take it down. I can't remember if Give, Send, Go still exists, but I think they were the one that was more friendly to free expression. The flags were first seen in Weoley Castle before spreading to the other parts of Northfield, including Bartley Green, Sully Oak, and frankly, Great Park. Be careful as well of any potential scams of people taking advantage of this to take your money. Make sure that if you are donating to one, you can see some pretty clear evidence that they are doing what they say they're doing. Yeah, well, that's kind of what I was thinking of, the clips, something like that. If you're going to put them up, do not crime, then yes, I'm aware of that, Quattro, but I don't know if it still exists. On the Weoley Castle, I'm probably pronouncing that wrong, Weoley perhaps, Castle community Facebook page, one person wrote, quote, we all like the flags, they brighten up the area and they're not offensive in the slightest. Quite true. Quite true. Both the British flag and the England flag are beautiful flags. The England flag is perhaps better for flying in sort of streets, to be honest, because it's much clearer. The white and the red are very clear colours, especially against the backdrop of usually dark green and greys, which is the sort of streets in front of you. Having a big sort of white and red patch in the middle of that is very attention grabbing, rather than the mostly blue with some white and red, which is still good, but is not as attention grabbing. So, Worley, okay. One unnamed flag-flying resident told Birmingham Live that the patriotic bunting had been put up because people in the area have had enough. Right. The country is a disgrace and has no backbone, they said. This isn't racism, it's frustration at being pushed into a corner and silenced. Jeremy Duthie from Weoley Castle, or Worley Castle, also told the newspaper, my personal opinion is that anyone who has a problem with our national flag being flown is living in the wrong country and should maybe consider living in the country represented by whatever flag they prefer to see flying. Quite. The whole this isn't racism thing, I agree, because I consider the term racism to be grossly overused, but it does have an original meaning, which is rarely used these days, but I do agree with that original meaning, and I would recommend that by that original meaning, people try to avoid being racist, i.e., avoid judging individuals by the standard of their groups. When you're dealing with an individual, when you have the leisure to judge them by their actions, do so. Of course, there are exceptions. You can judge them a little by the standard of their group, and if you don't know them, if there's any potential risk, then use whatever information you have available. That's all fine. Racism is when you take that too far, when you go way beyond the realms of reason for that. So I would agree that I am not racist and try not to be. However, it doesn't fucking matter at this point. It doesn't matter whether you say you are. It doesn't matter whether they think you are, or whether you try to make them think, or what definition you're using. They call you racist because they don't like you, because you have the whiff of political self-defense about you, because you have the whiff of liking the group you're in, of wanting the group you're in to be successful, whilst also being white. If you have that, they'll call you racist no matter what, and they'll think of any reason to just to justify it, and so will the press. If you say that you're not racist, they'll probably just assume that you're covering up, that you're lying, rather than just assuming that, if you don't say it, they can't say that you're lying about not being racist. If you do say it, they say you're lying. Or something like that. You know, it could be worse to say that you're not. So I'm not saying pretend that you are or be racist, because the British are not. But don't bother saying you're not. It puts you immediately on the defensive. And that's where they want you. Advocate for what you do believe in. Argue for what is right. Not just pretend, defend against what they're going to say about you. What you can say is to positively argue for the things that are good, which inherently oppose the charge of racism, if you want to. That's one way of going about it, but they're not always the most important things. You can say something along the lines of, we are individualists, we judge people by their actions. That is a British value. It's an old one. It's one that works in a free society. It's not always the right policy for every circumstance. As I said earlier, there are some cases where you're at crunch time and you need to use whatever information you have, or you're dealing with massive groups of people, not individuals. In those cases, you do have to be aware of racial information. Yeah, anyway, let's continue with the article. Many have also pointed out that Palestinian flags were flying into the parts of the city to show solidarity over the Gaza crisis, and they were. But as I said before, I'm sure that it's not consistent. But there would have been some consistency, because some of those were hanging from people's houses. Some were hanging, probably got planning permission. Again, the city would probably be very generous with planning permission for those and not with England flags and so on. But still, it wouldn't be 100% inconsistent, but it would be mostly inconsistent. But concerns remain about the agenda of those behind the flags, say LBC, with some claiming the move is designed to make people feel unwelcome and uncomfortable. Well, foreigners who hate Britain and England already, yes, they should be uncomfortable. They should have left. Northfield is expected to be targeted by Reform and Independent candidates in next year's local elections, and one resident suggested the scheme could be linked to anti-migrant protests seen outside asylum hotels across the UK. Yep. It's protests. There's no problem with me advocating for that. Quote, we don't need flags to improve our community. If people want to improve things, they could take positive steps to help each other. That is a positive step to help each other. The positive steps to help each other is to remove the people who are bad. And the way to start that process is to make them feel uncomfortable by doing something simple and harmless, like advocating for your own people. So fuck off. I mean, I'm saying that to the people that are making this gay argument, but also to the people that shouldn't be in these countries. Let's continue. Callum here says, can't help but notice the preferred symbol of resistance in England is the England flag, not the Union. Looks better, easier to draw, hated by government they oppose. Now, I mentioned this earlier, but let me quickly reiterate. The England flag is probably the right choice for this particular protest, because it is simpler to draw. Because, as I said, it's more noticeable on the backdrop of the usual street, what with the green trees and the sort of grey buildings and roads and such. It's more distinctive. However, I think the Union flag is overall more beautiful, but not by a lot. But it's also less local, more of a sign of a multinational entity and the bureaucratic system around it. I think that's mostly because it is used for political reasons by the people that run that entity. And so it's often seen as an advocacy for those things because of the people that are using it. As I mentioned earlier, the England flag, St. George's flag, is often used by football fans. But they're working class, so it kind of makes a bit more sense for that reason. So as I said, both work and both have been put up. But the England flag makes a bit more sense for this particular protest, just purely practically. Spooner says the St. George's is more striking. That's why we use the Flemish flag more as a working class protest signal. Yep, fair enough. Wolf says that if we were going for beauty, we would be hanging flags with massive anime titties on them. We are not. We are going for ethnic solidarity. I somewhat agree, somewhat disagree. Beauty for a flag is different than a sort of overall beauty. But it's not necessarily about ethnic solidarity either, though, okay, if you take ethnic to be both racial and cultural, then yes. It doesn't have to be just racial, though you're not saying that. But yeah, I mostly agree with you, but there's just a few minor problems with that. Let's go to the next thing. This guy says, I plan to take a week off this app, but I've raised a flag on my street and want to encourage others to do the same. I plan to add an England flag to another, but the Union flag is important regardless of what the subversives say. The Scottish, Welsh, and Northern Irish are our family, he says. Which is sort of true. I mean, as I said earlier, this is going to be a bit of a debate, I think. Maybe for a while, not just here. Both flags are fine. And this guy says he's going to do both. Most English people, most British people, are fine with both. I mean, English for both. They're fine with both. And both can mean the same thing. The England flag is a bit more sensible in this particular case, as I said earlier, for practical reasons, but only by a bit. But the question of the British flag representing more than just England, it is about ethnic solidarity, as Wolf said, to a degree, especially if we're talking about cultural as well as racial. But that doesn't necessarily disclude or exclude the Scottish, Welsh, and Northern Irish, because they are so close to the English ethnically, even though they are different. And Celts and Anglo-Normans, they are different, but compared to the entire world, which is now the scope of consideration, they're very close. So the distinction for that reason is pretty small, and I think kind of unimportant. But we are kind of splitting hairs here. I'm certainly not against any part of the movement. But I would be against people saying the British flag shouldn't be used for it or is ineligible for it. I think they're both fine, but the England flag does make a bit more sense for this particular case. Finland says, still baffles me we merged the flag with Wales, but left out the fucking dragon. The dragon, I think obviously it's cool. It's cool to a 5-year-old, but it's not very good in terms of flag design, in terms of graphic design. It's not replicable. It's not easily identifiable. I suppose it is actually, but what am I trying to say with that? It's okay. I'm not going to say simple shapes are always better. I like them for many purposes, but there are some purposes where you should have complex shapes. A coat of arms, for example, which could be used in some cases. But having a flag that you can see from miles away is really important. That you can easily tell what it is from miles away is really important. The Wales flag, you can tell because it's got some red in the middle, some green on the bottom, and some white at the top. I think that's how it is. That is fine, but you can't tell it's a dragon. You only know it's a dragon because it's the Welsh flag and you know there's a dragon on it. If you were seeing it for the first time from a long way away, you wouldn't know. Now, this sounds like a minor thing, and it often is. But it's how flags are generally designed. Maybe they shouldn't be designed that way. I don't know. Maybe they shouldn't. But I kind of like the simple approach. Maybe if you were going to go as far as the complexity of the British flag, then it's not worth trying to keep it simple anymore. Not worth trying to keep it drawable, because the British flag isn't that drawable as it is. But it's still close enough to drawable that it's fine. You can easily draw it by hand. Now, these days, does drawable even matter when you can just get a picture of it instantly from the internet? Maybe not. But you ask the guy who painted red lines on that fucking roundabout if he cares whether it's drawable. I don't think we disagree that the simple red cross on white background England flag is excellent for many reasons. So I'm glad the dragon is not on there, though. I think it would be obtrusive and it wouldn't fit with the rest of the design. It would be unnecessarily complex. So I'm glad it's not there. Wales can have their city dragon, but it's not. I don't think it's very good vexillology, as it happened. Not very good graphic design. Skog's posted a picture of sort of the combined. Is that the combined version of all of the flags of Britain, or is that a sort of Celt flag? Either way, the Ireland flag there. Surely that should be the harp, right? Black background with a yellow cross, Skog. Really? I've not seen that one before, I don't think. But it says vexillology rules are BS. I'm not talking about any rules. I'm not talking about any specific discipline. I'm talking about basic graphic design. I'm not against complex logos. They should properly justify their complexity, though. there shouldn't be any complexity in them that isn't doing something optimized. But to be complex beyond that is fine. Yes, indeed, yes. We are a lot more similar than at first assumed. All right, next thing. So apparently, this guy says, in England, I think he's American, the natives have decided to fuck with their local council governments by putting English flags all over the place. The councils responded by taking them down, and it's devolved into an all-out flag war. Far as I've heard, only Birmingham is doing that. Maybe other places will, actually. But only Birmingham is doing it so far. As far as I've heard, if anyone knows of any other places, let me know. St. David's flag. Okay. All right, fair enough. The mad lads are going around in bucket trucks and putting them even higher. The best part about it is the politicians are furious, but they literally can't say why. The English are now removing Palestinian flags and replacing them with Union Jacks, and the establishment just can't figure out how to make it stop. This brings you so much joy. I roll trolling at its finest. Yes. Now,
clear up any rumours that might go around. These ain't being taken down. We're putting them fucking higher.
fantastic. Here's the thing. As I said earlier, like the council may justify taking the flags down on the basis of like they could fall off and hurt a pedestrian, fall off, hit a car's windshield and cause an accident. That's possibly true. There's the case of like, do you have planning permission and all the other concerns that you might have. You could pose this as a neutral matter between flags, where one flag is just as bad an idea to have up as another. But no. Pursuant to what I said earlier, you would have the same problem in the US in most cases, Jade, I think. City rules are pretty strict wherever you are. But in the same vein I said earlier, flags of the nation you're in, England and Britain flags in this case, should be completely legal to put up anywhere, as long as they're securely fastened. And if they're not, the council should have a budget to do that, that I think people would be okay with paying. Because it's a tiny amount, most likely. Pursuant to that, even further, citizens who are allowed to put up these flags and keep them there with no questions asked, should also be allowed to take down flags of foreign nations, no questions asked. The only exception with that, then again, not even an exception, but the only time I would ever consider putting up foreign nations is if they are beneath the nation of our own, the flag of our own nation, and they are specifically there for a visiting dignitary of a very high rank, either the leader of a nation politically or in a hereditary sense. That's the only time I would ever consider it, but I'm even not sure about that. Either way, that's the only time. And if that's what they're doing, people trying to take that flag down should be viewed as a protest, a valid protest. And if the visiting dignitary is that unwelcome, then that's an interesting thing to note. That's worth considering. And then, if that happens, governments won't bother putting those flags up anymore. Problem solved. Unless it's for a population, in which case they are doing what the people want them to do. Problem solved. Flags from a foreign nation, which are up for any other reason than that, and frankly, again, as I said, even for that reason, are essentially victory flags of an invading army to some extent, and should be torn down, arguably ceremonially burned. So, no. Even if it's supporting an allied nation, it should always, under all circumstances, even if it's allowed to be put up, be below the flag of our nation. Because the symbolism of it matters. And that's how people will interpret it. So yes, it should be not only legal to put up the flag of your own nation, but also legal to take down a flag of other nations. Or of other causes, potentially. So surely the US flag should be flown over Windsor Castle. I think probably not, no. I think that would rather send the wrong message. Goes as if they're making an argument about the dangers of interrupting traffic. Why haven't there been mass executions of Just Stop Oil scum? Yeah, I mean, mass executions would be a bit much, but... Oh, I think Discord just did a little reset. Did you guys see that?
Yeah, get it as high as you can, lads. Fucking mint. Put one on the moon if we could. Well, the man on the moon's at the top of the road, so we could go up there. We're not coming down.
Chat, press 1 if we should paint the St. George's cross in big red lines across the face of the moon. Because it's always the same face. We always see the same side of the moon here. I think most people know that. You could just paint big red lines across the moon.
We're getting these, are you? Right in the fucking flagmobile.
Flagmobile. Slightly mispronounce that at your peril.
Fucking higher, because it's been taken down a couple of times. So,
Couple of times. These Scousers, or is that Geordie? I'm not sure the difference. No, I'm not sure I can identify the difference between the two.
They're going somewhere where people can't reach. And that is the end of that. Clear up any...
Very good. Well, so we could have the American flag up on there as well. I mean, the American flag is literally on the moon. But the moon could become the English flag. I think that suits everyone's preferences. That's Geordie, okay, fair enough. People taking down Vlaamse vlaggen in my area get met with violence, says Spooner. It might start happening here too. It says, even if it's some city worker, if you take down a Vlaamse flag, you're getting beaten. He's speaking slow enough and you're not bleeding from a knife. He says, the British flag is way nicer than the US flag. I don't like the stars and bars flag. It's ugly. With the greatest respect to the country it represents and to the fact that it's not by any means the worst flag, I do agree the US flag isn't very attractive visually. So let's posted the Confederate flag, which is arguably more visually appealing. I still don't like it as much, though. It's not bad. It says, it's no longer American flag. It got bleached into French flag by the sun. Oh, that's true, yeah. The American flag on the moon, I don't believe has colors anymore. I think it's white. Only good thing in Liverpool is the road out of it, says Lance. Interesting. And next up. So this is interesting. I wonder what you guys think of this. Samantha Smith here says, the tweet versus the reply. So here she is. She looks weird. She looks like someone has used a pinch filter on her face. This isn't racial commentary, even. Like, it's not necessary. You don't have to be Asian to look like that, but it's very weird how it sort of pinches in at the middle. I think it's just because of the expression she's making, probably over made up or something. Yes, saying she looks Thai or Cambodian. I think she is. But she says, proud to fly our flag. She's got Smith as her name, so I assume she's not first generation. I assume she's not a recent immigrant, but she's visually patriotic at the very least. You've got to be careful, though, because a lot of people can be visually patriotic and then go home and advocate for their home country's values. But she probably doesn't, I'm guessing. She says, my father was English. I was born in England. I study, work, and live in England. I might not be the right color for the racists in my comments, but I am proud to be English, she said. I will continue to fly our flag today, tomorrow, always. And then there's some comments here, some funny, some jokes, some roughly what she said. You're a bit slanty-eyed. Will you be deporting yourself? That could be a leftist. Why do you look Chinese? That's not racist. I mean, that's just a question. And again, Chinese is not quite accurate, but Asian. This one says you don't look very English. He doesn't look very English, though, to be honest. He looks kind of Middle Eastern. This one says, my ethnicity is not your costume. Go home. And see where you're coming from on that one. This one says, you are brown. Deport yourself. Dwight Weiss, this one says. You're not English, this one says. This one says, I'd be happy to see support, but can't see your attitude as can't you see your attitude as literally the problem? You are not English, you are a guest. Stop replacing natives and claiming our country as your own when you have the luxury of going back home whenever UK isn't benefiting you. So, some good points, frankly, on both sides here. This is why I'm saying, okay, so the number of people in England who are not long-term genetically English, but who are culturally basically 100% English, I don't think they're a problem. Some people do. Maybe you guys don't, actually. I don't know. But some people do. I don't think they are the problem. There is a separation somewhere that's not exactly in line with racial separation, which is the separation between people that should stay and people that should go. The number of people that are not long-term English but should stay is probably relatively low. It's probably no more than about 5 million. Maybe a bit more than that, but not that much more. The rest should definitely go, and there's many that should. Probably everyone that's immigrated to the UK in the last 25 years. I'm reluctant to say literally all of them, but most of them shouldn't be here. And and maybe almost all of them. So I'm not sure how patriotic, how English she really is. I'm willing to accept the claim. She's put the effort in. She's gone to London. He lives in London. She's got the England shirt on. She's got the flag. She's doing this in public. She's posting it publicly. Could be a plant, could be subversive, could be something else. Don't know. But it doesn't have to just be genetic. Now, the genetic argument is the easy one to make, and it's easy to identify someone who's likely to be loyal because of their genetics. They have nowhere else in the world where they have family. Likely. I mean, they could. They could. They might just have not picked up the genetics very much. If she happened to pick up the genetics more of her English father than of her Asian mother, you might not know. And so it gets a bit fraught there. What I would say, though, is that if you have dual citizenship, I don't think you should be considered fully English. And if you adorn yourself or your residence or whatever with symbols of a foreign nation or foreign culture, then you're not fully English either. You pick one. And so that there are some people who I know who believe themselves to be English who aren't fully. She, I don't know. If she has dual citizenship, not fully English. If she has symbols of Shiva or whatever fucking religion her mother's from in her house, not fully English, unless she, she doesn't have a choice in putting them there. It's someone else putting them there. Fine. Fully culturally integrated, or you're not fully English. And we recognize that distinction. And we may ask you to leave on that basis. It doesn't matter if your family follows a religion that you like, that you feel attuned to, that you feel is normal for you. That means you are not fully English. It's not an insult necessarily. I'm not saying it to be mean. It means you are not fully English. And frankly, you could, I suppose you could argue, but Uzlu, you're not a Christian. Therefore, you're not fully English. I would say that's less essential. Atheist and Christian is both kind of compatible. However, I am pro-Christian, despite not being Christian myself. So I think that's close enough. Do you reckon? I think I have the genetic line of probably having lived here for more than 1,000 years. I don't know exactly my genetics, but I expect it goes back a long way. Pagan, atheist, and Christian are allowed. The others are not. Yeah, possibly. Yeah, pagan is a little questionable as well, but it's not too bad, I suppose. Yes, I don't think we should allow the practice of non-European religions either. No Hindu, Judaism, or not Islam. Keep this shit out 100%. See, when I say not fully English, I don't necessarily mean you should be deported straight away. We can bear a small amount of foreign culture and foreign religions, a small amount. The ideal amount is almost none. But maybe it is not exactly zero. So a small amount is acceptable. But the amount it has right now is way too much. And frankly, we'd be better off with zero than with what we have now. That doesn't mean zero is the ideal, but it's better than where we are now. That is fair, yes, yeah. That is kind of fair. Aiden, would you like to come on and be a guest? I haven't talked to you in a little while. Which just says paganism is atheism with extra steps. Well, kind of. I mean, pagans usually don't believe in a literal theistic God. I mean, sometimes they do, of course. So it may be technically atheist in a sense, but it's not atheist in the full meaning or the full interpretation. Okay, understood. I think you should be able to just join on your own, Aiden. Pagans alone. Appreciate it, yes. I might bring you on. I'll drag you in anyway, Aiden, even if you can't join yourself.
A little bit, get my shit together.
You're welcome.
And finish up tomorrow because I'm having so many problems anyway. Oh, hello. Sorry, I was talking to Bill because I was like, I've had all these problems finishing editing my videos. So I was like trying to wrap it up, but I was listening to you on YouTube and I thought I should come over here because I don't think you see the YouTube chat.
Oh, I probably should see the YouTube chat. I haven't got that set up properly right now. Give me 1 second. I need to switch Discord clients. Okay, I'm back. You shouldn't have noticed anything. There you go. You should appear on the on-screen overlay now when you talk.
Oh, okay. Cool.
Ah, yes, you do. Fantastic.
Wait.
I guess wasn't ready. Check it off. Yeah. Frozeloo.
Oh,
What's
yeah,
wrong?
well,
Did it break? Let's turn the stream back on. Apologies, chat. This is a Discord problem. Possibly a Wayland problem. There you go. Cringe neckbeards versus actual Odinists. I don't know. The druids can be kind of neckbearded too. So, Aiden, I assume you've been following this nationwide protest. What are your thoughts?
Of course. I don't think people should involve themselves in things that are, in my opinion, honeypots and are intended to get them in trouble and get them arrested. However, I think there are clever ways to go about it. Like, for example, painting the St. George's Cross on the potholes. I like that one. Because apparently it's the only way you can get the government to go out and do anything. The city of Birmingham, which is, what, 82 million pounds or something to that effect in debt, and was not collecting garbage this summer, apparently, actually managed to get off their asses to go repaint over the cross that's on the roundabout. So it seems like they somehow will figure out how to do their job and fix potholes, perhaps, maybe, then, if you put a St. George's Cross on it.
By the way, I am screen sharing. I'm showing the thing you're talking about.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know if they did. Maybe they did, but I'm going to have to restate some of the things you said earlier since you're here now. But
yeah, sorry, I just
would you? No,
just
it's
popped
fine.
in.
Would you agree? Oh, actually, you were watching on YouTube, so you may have heard what I was saying.
I wasn't there for long. I saw someone say in the chat, usually doesn't see the YouTube chat, and I was like, okay.
I should fix that. I have tech that's meant to grab it, but it doesn't always. I will improve that in the future. I've been working so hard on my.
I came in on this story right here specifically.
Okay, we do that. So where was I? Yeah. Would you agree, Aiden, that the flag of the nation that you're living in, or of the state or of the whatever region you're in possibly as well, it should always be legal to put that flag up and it should never be taken down if it is?
Absolutely.
Furthermore,
flags, first and foremost, are a symbol of conquest. A symbol of the land in which it exists. And when you conquer something, you put a flag on it because it belongs to you who have conquered it. That's what flags mean. That's what it represents, and everyone understands this. I mean, I'm just saying, and I'm telling you why. Because look at that. I was looking at that W Place stuff today. You know, where the people were drawing all over the world with and filling up with gay flags and stuff. Why are they planting gay flags everywhere? Why are they putting Palestine flags everywhere? These people can't actually accomplish anything in real life. So they are conquering, they are laying claim and stake to land in the only way that they have any capacity to do in a gay little game on the internet.
Unfortunately, those particular groups have laid stake to places in real life.
Yes, they have, but they can't go and physically fight for the most part. So that's the way that they're doing it. Yeah, that's what flags mean.
I agree with you, and I've also gone further in saying that it should be legal for any citizen to remove the flag of a different country that's put up.
I would agree 100%. Well, I mean, I guess maybe you could ask the question then of, I think the UK is an example where you can fly any of the associated flags, I would say, are also fine. Because I saw some people saying not to use the St. George's Cross, to use the Union Jack, and I didn't think that necessarily made sense. Also, the benefit of using the cross is that it's just two lines. You can spray paint it really quickly, but you know.
We've talked over all these points. Yeah,
okay.
No, it's fine. The simplicity of the St. George's Cross and the fact that it's associated with a more local group, I think makes it more appropriate for this protest, and the fact that it's more visually striking on a background of mostly grey, sort of dark green for the trees and grey for the buildings and such. So I think it's more appropriate for this. But I don't think there's anything particularly wrong with using the British flag. It's just not quite as right for this particular protest.
Yeah, I agree. In general, I think it's right to use the St. George's Cross. But also because the Union Jack has been affiliated with sort of like, much in the way the American flag has been far more historically of, you know, a country of immigrants. Now we're a first world country, a country of immigrants, right? Whereas
St.
George's Cross means something else too.
Yeah. Well, the issues with the two are that the British flag has been often it's about the interpretation of why you're using it. So the British flag has been used by people who think the country is going in the right direction and are happy about that, like the government and government shills and globo homo techno fucking
Right.
skin suit wearers who want to pretend that they support the place but don't. So they use the country that the government, the flag that the government also used. So the British flag has been sort of mired by those associations. However,
Exactly.
the England flag is almost exclusively used for football. So you've got issues on both sides there. Neither problem is inherent to the flag. Neither flag would be invalid for use for our purposes. But whatever flag you use, it has to be clear, among other priorities, clear why you're using it. So using the British flag, that's a bit more difficult because it's often used more by people that believe things are going the right way.
Yeah.
The England flag, you have to find a way to disassociate it from football, but then it can work. And I think the fact that this is such a huge protest and that the flags are being put up in places that have nothing to do with football, like a roundabout, is succeeded. That's correct.
Yeah, well,
That's worked.
it's illustrated that they're ticked off by it. That's for sure. I'm not sure how much else it pissed people off. I am worried people are going to start getting arrested for it. I think that's probably going to, particularly with the what did the BBC call it? Graffiti, the roundabout. So that was graffiti. Of course, you know, and as I saw several people mention this, but you know, it's not graffiti when people decide to paint rainbow flags all over the zebra crossings.
The problem
that's not graffiti.
That I don't disagree with you.
Well, the city does that.
The government approves those things.
Right.
So yeah, no. The problem is that despite who approves it, it's still there. So if you want to call this graffiti, I'm going to call your thing graffiti. And if we're talking about who does the council allow to do it, the people doing it in these cases, are they scum? No. They're English patriots who want to make the country better. So even the character of it is not a bad thing.
Well, you've applied a value judgment there because, and I'm not disagreeing, obviously, but people who are opposed would say, well, they don't want to make the country better. They want to make the country all white. They're racists.
I know they would.
And that's a bad thing, you know, from their perspective.
But those people
you're not allowed to
they are in the minority.
English.
They have the majority of the power, but they are in the minority of people. Those that think that way.
For now.
No, they're not growing.
Oh, I mean, the number of foreigners, though, sure is.
Yeah, it is. But not fast enough to make it impossible. I mean, we talked about that last stream, and it is worrying.
It is worrying, and it would have to... things will have to change pretty drastically pretty soon. But, yeah, I mean, the number of people who would find that offensive is increasing. And it's funny too. You were mentioning about this girl here because one of the things I saw too on Twitter, there was a guy who also I saw catching a lot of flack, and he was a Sikh, and he had, I think he was a Sikh because he had an India flag in his profile on Twitter. So everyone was like, "Excuse me, what are you doing?" And he's outside showing a picture of him waving, St. George's Cross, and then he's got an India flag in his bio, and it's like, what are you doing here, dude? And I think she probably just caught that as a manifestation of that. It's just people were outraged. They're furious.
It's different
and
in
they're
this case.
out.
She doesn't have an Indian flag. She just has half Asian genetics. I would defend her much more than the guy with the Indian flag, especially because half of the fucking white man posing statue accounts on Twitter, at least half of them are actually Indians. So they seem to be a pretty subversive people.
Pakistani, yeah, or whatever, Romani. Sorry, excuse me. I forgot what he was. Yeah, he's Romani. There's one.
I think there was at least one that was actually Indian as well. I don't know which one it was.
I'm sure they are. They often are.
Yeah.
I was just mentioning it because I don't think she's doing anything. The other guy again, Indian flag in bio, and wearing the traditional Sikh clothing as well. He was wearing a turban, and I think it was a Sikh, but I didn't double check.
Yeah, I think this is fine. She has the England flag in her profile. She's literally gone to London to fly it, or gone to the bridge anyway. So she's put in some effort. She just has some Asian genetics. She can't really choose that. The guy with the Indian flag in his name, yeah, no, it's too bad, buddy. We don't buy it. You're not fully English. This one probably is. I'm guessing is fully English.
Well, she has one parent. If her father is English, she's as English as AA is. I mentioned that in the chat. So, like, you know.
You know what? Never mind. She's not English at all. Only pure bloods. AA is Iranian. I don't give a fuck. Go back to your brown slave country. Filthy Middle Easterner. Yeah. So the question about it being potentially a fed honeypot, I doubt it, because what they're doing is one, it's kind of hard to catch because there's no police on the streets anymore, and two,
there's
very
CCTV
minor
everywhere.
Yeah,
but there's
that's not too difficult to
CCTV
get around.
everywhere. True. That's gonna be the point of a lot of this stuff. I was surprised more arrests didn't happen at the protests. I really thought those were gonna be mass arrests. So maybe, I don't know, maybe there's a lot of eyes on the UK internationally right now with this OSA thing. So maybe while JD Vance is in the process of telling the UK to go fuck off and trying to impose its sovereignty over an American company, Apple, in that case, it's not a great look to also just start rounding up your civilians at the same time for flying their own country's flag. It doesn't mean they won't do it later, but I just get, I mean, because that was also, or protesting even. Maybe not the best time to do other things to inflame international attention.
Arresting people for mean tweets, like, that's obviously really bad, but some people could write that off as, or they must have been really bad. They must have been like constant racists. I won't support that. Arresting people for going to protest, well, they must have been throwing bricks through windows. I can't support that. Arresting people for being part of riots. They're rioting. It's violent, probably unprovoked. It probably attacked a police officer. I can't be part. Arresting someone for putting up an England flag. It's really hard to just like hand wave that one, even for citizens who want to find an excuse to hand wave it. So I think, as you said, it's such a bad look that it's sort of a step up for the government in terms of eyes on them and being, encouraging rebellion, encouraging resistance. So it might be that they're not ready to do that yet.
Yeah, painting the cross on the roundabout, while very funny, is different because that is defacement or whatever of public property, I suppose.
It doesn't make any difference, really.
No, I know, but it only very mildly changes the equation. But probably why that one got headlines in the BBC is graffiti. Another good idea I saw is to get bin bags that have the cross on it, so maybe you can actually get them to come and pick up the
trash. We discussed that earlier. I don't know if it's right to put that flag on rubbish bags.
Right.
That's
right. That would be the issue.
If you were to ignore that, or if you didn't care about that, it is a good idea, but just that alone might be enough to turn me off it.
Yeah. True. I actually didn't consider that angle. I thought more that it would get people targeted if they put that in front of their house, but there's that
they can just say,
well.
I didn't paint that. It wasn't me. No, my lord. My CCTV wasn't on at that time.
Somebody else came by and picked up my bin bag and put it inside of this other one.
Well, I mean, I bet in Birmingham they're starting. I mean, they're not starting. They probably have this for ages. Measures to get rid of their bin bags and put them in places and move them around and just fob them off to someone else. What do you mean? This wasn't my trash. It's yours.
Right.
So that's probably rife already. God, because a bit of emulsion will last maybe 2 weeks. Yeah, so it doesn't really matter. The only thing I think of is if there's wet paint that gets on a car's wheels, that's, you're damaging someone else's property, but only a tiny bit. And the paint will dry pretty quickly anyway. So they
also did it in the middle of the night, and he put to be fair, that could have diverted traffic. Birmingham does not have the worst roundabouts in England that I've experienced. Holy shit, that one in Swindon is insane. But I didn't seem like a particularly busy one. But yeah, that's a potential concern.
Well, the normal state for those mini roundabouts, not the big ones, but the mini ones, is you drive over half of them. So they would get it on their tires. I can see that maybe if you see one of those roundabouts and it seems to be like split into a cross shape, that you might think it means something else, that you're supposed to use it in a different way. Only thing you have to do for that is to paint the St. George's Cross in the middle with a bit of a gap around the edge, so it's still clearly a roundabout. But that's so minor.
I mean, Your car's already getting banged around by the state by the fact that they won't fix the potholes either. So, so where's the argument in that either? I think it seems ridiculous.
As a normal driver, you see something going on like that, you already know that it's freshly painted, so you're not going to drive across it. And even, well, if you drive across some paint, even freshly some street paint, it's within 20 kilometers of driving, it's gone.
Ultimately, it's right though, is that this is very minimal stuff, and anyone from the outside looking in, or even people from within looking at it, is going to see this as ridiculous. Why can't the people of England put up English flags?
Yeah, I mentioned earlier
absurd.
that there's no particular reason why every single flat surface in the country should not be adorned by an England or Britain flag, or the flag of the county.
We were out to lunch today. We went into town because we wanted to go get some weed from the weed store. But we were in town for other stuff in general.
Glad I have Do Not Crime up right now. My God.
Yeah, it's legal here. It's totally legal.
Oh, okay.
The store that sells it. Yeah, it's completely. This is the Lulbert Island, man. It's all legal here. So we were in town. We got lunch, and I just walked inside, and there's just the Guernsey flag. Is St. George's Cross with the Norman flag, and they're just everywhere. Here in Guernsey, there are Guernsey flags, and if it's around Liberation Day, there's also Union Jacks, St. George's Crosses, all of the different flags everywhere, the entire island. I mean, you can find. I uploaded a video about it earlier this year, just showing people like how many flags there are. And it should be that way in England. It's insane. You can come fly English flags here, all of them, far more easily, without any kind of threat of that. And that should be how it is. If I go into a restaurant, it's nice to see a bunch of Guernsey flags flying all over everything was covered on the inside of that restaurant, to be fair. Very cool.
It's good. Yeah, that should be normal everywhere. The issue is that I think what you're describing could definitely be the case in a lot of places in England. That the places where there is the biggest problem, where there is the biggest need to show rebellion, are also the places where there's the most resistance to it because there is the biggest problem. So you're going to see more friction, more evidence of British people, quote unquote, not being allowed to put up flags. But that's because that's where it's going to be happening the most. Now, it's not wrong to say that. And of course, that is happening and it is true. Yeah. But there are plenty of places in the country where you could put it up and no one would care. People would mostly be in approval. The council probably wouldn't bother with it. Yeah. I reckon I'm in such a place here. I reckon I could do that here, no problem. Probably. It is actually funny because this goes back to something I noticed on the W Place thing where the Turin Brigade Please continue. I'll be right back, like 20 seconds. Yeah. We're all the, not Undertale, what's it called? Deltarune fans and the, post-Tumblr type people are leaving their trans flags all over the place. I thought, well, if I look at Brighton's got to be absolutely covered in like gay flags, right? It is, but actually far less. It's mostly just art and a lot of people putting on their Twitch names or URLs, whatever. That's the kind of stuff that's all over Brighton. Now you come down here to Guernsey. Guernsey's a little different, probably because it's a small island and no one knows what the fuck it is. So we are apparently, according to W Place, Furry Island. But then when I went and just was looking around small towns in rural England, and they are the most defaced. And I think that the reason why they are the most defaced, this is just a hypothesis, is because, again, it is laying claim to it. They don't feel the need so much to lay claim to, the places where putting trans and gay flags all over Brighton. I guess it's like a given. And I bring it up just because that's another display of what a flag means. You can choose to fly whether or not you do, but if you're not allowed to fly the flag of your own country, that's particularly, it's incomprehensible to anyone from outside. And flags do obviously mean something to people, or they wouldn't feel the need to put them places like that in conquest of a stupid website, even. But I just think the whole thing is, I'm worried about the honeypot stuff because I don't want people to go get arrested. And that's my only concern. But so far, I'm not seeing a lot of that. I just get worried, as I got worried about the hotel protests, is that I don't want to see people getting arrested
and have also been very hesitant about telling people to go out to these protests to go do this stuff. Are you all right? You have a nosebleed?
Yeah.
Oh, shit.
I had a little nosebleed. I don't know why.
It happens to me all the time. Don't worry about it.
I'll
just be
blow my
sitting
nose
someplace.
quite hard usually, so I think that's what did it. Anyway, I'm here. Oh, nice, Summoners. I wonder if that's 2 logos in one, isn't it? Is that like a collaboration product? Either way, yeah. What was it you said just now that I thought was correct? Oh yeah, the honeypot thing. Well, I would respectfully disagree. I think, oh yeah, no, you were saying that you haven't really seen many arrests over this yet. I haven't either. I was expecting to see more.
Yeah.
And it might just be because they're not quite ready to escalate to that point yet. They're not quite ready for the bad optics of that yet. But
or because they're embroiled in an internationally really big bad oopsie that in every I've tried, because speaking of AA, he's been not defending the act. He's been saying essentially it's inevitable, and this has made a lot of people really pissed off at him. Oh geez, what was my relationship with that? Oh fuck, I lost my train of thought. Damn it.
Sorry, chat, the
honeypot
Apprentice
stuff.
stream dropped because Discord fucking sucks. Nothing actually changed here, it just stopped. It's back now, apologies for that. Yeah, honeypot. If it is a honeypot, it's a dumb one for them. It's good for us.
Well, maybe. Again, but all that OSA stuff is bringing right. He's not defending the act. He's saying it's inevitable. And no one can apparently understand him. And some of his videos he's put out about it have not helped with the misunderstanding.
I'm willing to take your word for it.
Well, I have to listen to what AA says. But
yeah, because he's not English.
The OSA is, there is no way for that to not be an international embarrassment to England. It makes England look extremely, and the UK, excuse me, more broadly, extremely weak. We'll have to petition you politely, American company, to remove this content because we can't install a firewall over our internet like the Chinese do. Because that AA comes from the, establish English sovereignty. We need to have sovereignty over our internet. I'm like, well, then the solution is to install a firewall like the Chinese do. Not to go and beg American companies or Samoan companies or Seychelles companies, wherever the hell they're based, to please, or else we'll fine you. Maybe. If we can get away with that, that's pathetic and weak.
A lot of nations do this. This is the most high profile one. But for example, the whole thing with where Germany doesn't allow blood in their products anywhere near as much. So the way that you enforce that is you say, well, either you can do business in Germany and you can allow a slider to turn off the blood, or you can't do business in Germany. And a company can say, okay, well, let's make a decision. Do we cut off the, whatever it is, like 80 million people in Germany as customers, or do we add a blood slider? Shit, the latter's way easier. Let's add a blood slider.
Yeah, and I mean,
so that's what it is. But what the UK is doing is just a really high profile example of that, where what they're asking for is something more significant that has bigger privacy implications and that not everyone can implement. So that's why it's so high profile. But the actual method
can maintain the privacy of that data.
That's also true. The actual method itself is not unusual. It's common, but it's just an extreme use of it.
Because of the levels of the extremity, it's untenable. That's why China did what it did. They put a firewall over their internet so that again, the fringe cases will still get through. Absolutely. People who really want to access the rest of the internet will be able to. We all will be able to because we'll figure it out. And already, I'm not going to, first of all, we weren't hit with any of it here in Guernsey at all. But, oh shoot, I keep losing my train of thought. Either way, smart people will find a way around it if they really want to access stuff. But that is the simplest solution if the concern there was actually about child safety. It's clearly not. It's about digital ID. But again, hello?
Can I just make it clear that this is not just a Discord problem, this whole screen share failing thing. This appears to be a Wayland problem, but I should be able to just restart the stream. The audience still has it, but when I turned it back on in Discord, because it had frozen, it went off on my main Discord, and now it's gone off on something else, isn't it?
Well, he just said stream was ended, so I thought for a second something catastrophic had happened.
No, we're still here. Can everyone still see the feed? Is it still working okay over there in the audience room? Okay. I'm pretty annoyed about that, but it doesn't happen very often, much more than it should do, but frozen as well. Oh, fantastic. Well, let's just kill that then and start it again. Does that work? It looks like Wayland gets confused when you try and do like more than one screen share at a time. Oh, the OBS screen shares fucking stopped now. Fantastic. To restart that one, which will probably cause something else to break. Okay, we've got it working in OBS. As you can see, it's moving, but now it's stopped working in Discord again. Let's see if we can. Let's just go around in the cycle. As we start each one, it kills the previous one. But let's see if eventually we can get it into a state where it works on both. Okay, it looks like it stopped working on the second Discord client now. That's fantastic. Let's stop that. And has that broken it on OBS? No, that's still working. Is it still working through the main Discord? No, that appears to be black screen. Do you see anything, Aiden, or is it just black screen?
No, it is black. Well, it's thinking.
So let's turn all three of them off. Can I do this end? Okay, now we'll turn all of them back on again.
I do apologize. I'm not on my sharpest right now because I've been fighting with my own computer all day with trying to get this editing stuff done. So I've also been experiencing tech issues.
That's all right. Okay, I put all three of them up.
Befuddled from it.
Stream failed to start. Thanks, Discord. Should we try that again?
I can see it now.
Yeah, you can. The audience can't. All right, that's worked. That's worked. That's worked. It's all working right now.
Nobody
right now
breathe.
It's all working.
Nobody move.
Yeah.
It should be okay, hopefully.
Okay, good. Fantastic.
Way.
All right, I'm gonna have to take this out in a minute. But let's see what else we've got first. We weren't quite done with all the things I gathered. This one says, a resident of Epping has put Union Jack and St. George's England flags on every lamppost down the high street and beyond. There is nothing wrong with being proud of your country and your flags. Let's fly them with pride, he says. And there's just a picture of these flags everywhere. In this case, more so.
It's crazy.
Union
Guernsey
Jack.
looks like this every day of the year. Just like to point, again, just to point out the insane parallel. This is what every street on Guernsey looks like. Pretty much, particularly around Liberation Day, but most of the year, you can just drive around. There is a Guernsey flag, occasionally a Union Jack, occasionally a St. George's Cross, but there is a national or, flag indicating nation and place on almost every house and at least on every street.
Yeah.
I think that it's great. It's lovely being here. We've got people who have giant just pictures of the flag painted on their houses so that it's there all year long. And that should be, that's certainly the case in America as well. But my point in bringing up Guernsey is, of course, that it's a crown dependency and it's right next door. And it's a similar flag.
Indeed, Arcturus, Ingerland. So what we've got here. Oh yeah, we saw this one early. After Birmingham Council removed England flags and Union flags from lampposts, the lads with the cherry picker are out again and they're putting them back up even higher.
I certainly saw a video of some old people, some pensioners out taking them down. Like they got up on a ladder and we're taking these higher ones, these ones down as well.
That's
so there
quite
are
rare. Most older people would be pro.
Those people apparently went through and took down all of them along their street. So there does exist. They were white. I presume they were English. Yeah. But they were also offended, apparently.
The demographics of general political position in this country, when I looked at it 2 or 3 years ago, was just over half pro-Brexit and pro most of the things we're in favor of. And then the remainder are split half between sort of middle-of-the-road Tories and socialists, 25% roughly each. That's probably the same in most Western countries, but it's actually pretty good. It means not only do we have the plurality, we have the majority. That said, there are millions, probably, at least hundreds of thousands, of old people in all three of those groups, meaning that the chances that that would happen somewhere with someone is for sure. It will at some point. So
it's just the only video I saw
the example of it happening. But there'll be others.
It was the only video I saw of people who were not working for the state, clearly, who were out there personally involved in taking them down. But then again, that's what I saw. I don't know.
Yeah, indeed.
I get the feeling these aren't getting put up very often in the neighborhoods of people who would be offended. I'll put it that way.
Sorry, or aren't?
I think people are putting these up largely in their own neighborhoods because that's what they can access. I don't think they're going into the areas that are full of foreigners, excuse me, as much in doing it, like to affront them, offend them, or whatever. As I'm sure the argument. What even is the argument, by the way? I don't even know if has the government even said why it is, or any of the city governments or whatever.
They should start
I don't think they've made any statements.
The only problem with that is
the BBC saying it's graffiti.
If you put up that flag in those areas, it implies that that area is representative of that flag. It implies that that is what England is, which it isn't. So you need to. Just fucking hold on a second. That in theory, hypothetically, as a joke, theoretically, experimentally, this is for educational purposes. You would have to do more than just put up a flag, and then put up a flag.
Yeah. Well, again, they're allowed to fly their country's flags. There's no issue with that. That's the most captured nation shit I've ever heard of. You cannot fly the flag of the nation you are living in, but you can fly your home country's flag. That's why the UK looks like an international joke right now. Is it just how ridiculous this is? I don't want people to get arrested, but again, I've not seen it happening, and I didn't see it happening with the hotel protests. So I don't know what's going on. Maybe just trying to avoid greatly exacerbating the issue, hoping it'll blow over. And that is the reality of it, is that if you keep putting them up, they keep taking them down. The vast majority of people will eventually get bored and tired and feel defeated. Some people probably won't stop, but
the council might get bored and defeated first, but I don't know.
Maybe.
I know where you're coming from.
Yeah,
you might be right.
It's a war of attrition at that point. Who's going to if
it might be that
don't start
once
happening.
people get sick of having to put the flags back up again, they decide, fuck this, we'll do something else then. Do something worse.
Yeah.
Maybe that's for the best. Do not cry. But I was going to say, it might be like Starmer is the least popular UK president in probably living memory, probably the last 100 years.
What was his approval? It was like 13% or something, wasn't it? It was abysmal.
It might just be at the point now where they're thinking, we're in unfamiliar waters here. We're in untrodden ground. We don't know at what point, at what number of popularity the people just rise up in violence. And the Downing Street gate can stop a crowd of 30 or 40 or 50 people, maybe 100 people who are trying to get through it. It can't stop thousands of people who are trying to get through it. Ultimately, the people have the power, as they always do. Ultimately, if the people want to replace a leader, they can. And it's just a matter of at what level of popularity does that happen, especially if they think that they have the US on their side, especially if they think they have people across Europe who would cheer them on their side, especially if most of the public would cheer them on, all of which, by the way, is true.
You'll need elite involvement, and there is none for this.
I'm not saying
for this
you
populist stuff.
I'm not saying it wouldn't help, or you wouldn't need it to make it work as well as it could. But ultimately, you could organize with very little elite involvement, and the elites would come later, potentially. It may be better if they come sooner, if they lead the movement first, but they are not strictly necessary, but they would help.
I think they are going to be. It is necessary at some point to have elite support. But I know
what you're saying is sort of based on a hypothesis, but I think you're applying it too rigidly. But from what I've read of Orwell, and I agree with this notion, I've always recommended that this is true. You get the three political classes: the elite class, the middle class, and the working class, which isn't exactly the same as the economic classes. The middle class will try to use the power and the weight of the working class, their support, to overthrow the elites and to switch around, and then they'll sort of degrade into a corrupt state again and switch around again, in a sense. There's some perturbations there, but that's about right. in that way, yes, you will have some people who are quote unquote elites. It doesn't mean that there is a necessary need for people of an elite caliber to lead a movement like that. You could have an entirely working class uprising. It might not be as successful, it might not be as structured, it might not be as
sure.
Virtuous even, but you certainly could. And there could be elites that come in afterwards, or they could come in partway through the movement. They could be there but not leading it. Any of those things helps to have them there. Usually they're involved. Usually there's some group of people that are already intellectually sort of accomplished that are supporting the working class movement, but it doesn't have to be an elite movement. It doesn't have to be elite led.
Yeah, exactly. Well, to ultimately succeed, you will need the elites on board. But again, for establishing, for this kind of stuff, it's fine for this to be grassroots. And again, it's with the eyes of the world already on the UK, because people are being annoyed by the UK. And sometimes people, I think, underestimate the power of annoyance. Annoyance is extremely powerful, particularly when it's something like being able to access the internet, something that people, they're bred in circuses. So with the entire world already annoyed at the UK, even though the fact that Australia and the US both are about to put in place the exact same laws, or at least, are about to vote on. It's in the gone through the Senate in the US. It has to go through the House, or is it the other way around? I always get them confused. But the U.S. is about to put in place the Kids Online Safety Act or something like that. It's essentially the exact same thing. And Australia has one that's also being voted on. And I think that the way that that's going to end up being handled in terms of the online stuff, and why the world is looking at the UK right now, is that it will be all framed as like, well, we looked at the disaster of how this was implemented in the UK, and we've fixed it so it's better. It's going to be the same shit, but it will be under those auspices. And because this has looked incredibly embarrassing, and it looked particularly embarrassing today when basically Starmer got told to go pound sand by JD Vance. No, you can't tell Apple what to do.
I have the story about 4chan as well.
Yeah, I obviously have some thoughts about that as well.
Yes, you're saying incorrect, but you're not disagreeing with what I said. I think the fact that I think it's AA's idea, right? This elite theory idea. It's not incorrect.
It's not his idea.
Well, okay. Either way, I know he's promoted it. It's from that sort of general area of political thought. Just because it's generally correct doesn't mean you have to apply it absolutely. It can be approximate. Generally, it's true. There's no doubt of that. And the great man theory as well. What you're saying there is testosterone makes good leaders, and leaders are needed for groups. Yes, obviously. That's not a high class theory. That's obvious. But don't apply these things too rigidly. They are generally true, and sometimes they are rigidly true, but not always. It can come later. It can be partial. It can be, in amongst. It doesn't have to be absolute.
I don't think it goes anywhere without elite backing. But it doesn't mean it doesn't mean at this point. It doesn't mean at this point. Yeah, at this point, it doesn't mean that it's impossible. My immediate response to this was, I hope people don't get arrested. So far, that's not happening. I thought for sure when all those protests happened, 2 weeks ago now, or a week ago, it's been like 2 weeks now, they've been ongoing at the hotels. I thought, oh my God, this is going to be mass incarceration. They're going to roll up and just arrest all these people, arrest children and probably stuff, because that's what I've been conditioned to think the UK government will do, because it's what they have done in the past. However, again, like you said, this one is a bit different, because this isn't even about protesting. Maybe it's violent. It's about flying a flag. That one's way harder to spin.
It is. Well, we'll see what happens. It's nearing a very hard crunch time. We're going to have to make some decisions. And I still have confidence that British people will do the right thing. Because I have talked to occasionally working class people. I know how much passion and strength there is still in this country.
Oh, absolutely.
So, yeah.
That's a very tragic thing about it in so many ways. I mean, America is so overblown in its patriotism, but there is a huge amount of patriotism in England as well. That doesn't even get recognized, I think, as existing, particularly from the outside, because you don't see it. Because this is the kind of thing you do see on the international stage coming out of England, is that they're not allowed to fly their own fucking flag. Oh, sorry, I didn't hear.
A lot in Europe as well. You're not seeing it.
Yeah.
You're not seeing it, obviously, but in Europe, holy shit.
I believe that Spooner is some kind of Bulgarian nationalist.
Okay. The B is right.
Belgian, I think, Flemish specifically.
Flams.
Yes. Yeah, he's a big advocate of the Brussels government.
Fuck you, no.
Keck, indeed. All right. By the way, Aiden, I started watching JoJo recently.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, the
You
first
having
time.
fun?
It's not
You having
bad.
a bizarre adventure?
Yeah, it's not bad. I'm not sure if I like it yet a lot, but we'll see. It's not bad so far. I've been made to watch the sub as well. And here's the thing. I usually prefer dubs in every case. I'm not going into now the full argument on that, but I much prefer dubs. However, the dub in JoJo has shown me potentially the one reason that I would rather watch the sub. The one reason, and that is an unbearably fake British accent. And there's like dozens of them. There's loads of them. Almost every character has them.
In part 1 in particular, you're going to get a
was the
lot
one
of that. Yeah,
that was the one we saw. We're on to part 2 now, so it may be better for part 2, but whatever. We'll watch the sub this far.
I've not watched any of the dubs, but just from the characters, you will get fewer British accents going forward. But still, I mean, like, yeah. I can see why that would see that. Maybe is that it? Is that maybe why dubs don't bother you as much because it's American accents?
No, I don't think it's that. Maybe that's a factor, but a lot of English people from Britain have said, have argued the same thing against me liking dubs. So I don't think it's generally that. But the American accents aren't generally fake either, because they are generally American voice actors. But some of them, and some American voice actors can do a good British accent, but not very many. And so the ones that are
rarely.
fake, yeah, it's possible. But those that are fake,
they either
sound
go
really bad.
posh or they go the guy from Mary Poppins, the chimney sweep. It's like one or the other. Those are the only two.
Which are, to be fair, the two most distinct and recognizable English accents. So I understand why. It seems that some of you in the chat have not had me give you the lecture on why dubs are better. I think we shall not do it now. We've got lots of news to cover today, but we shall do it another time. But yeah, it was Quattro that recommended it, and we did. We've also been watching Fairy Tail, but we got to. I agree.
I think you're watching Fairy Tail. Yeah.
Yes, we got to the point of episode 126 with the True Scoundrels. Don't say who it was for spoiler reasons, but the True Scoundrels, the three individuals in a little gang who have some unusual magic. Do you remember them?
Give me a minute. It has been over 10 years since I've read Fairy Tale.
To be fair,
I mean, like,
you and I watched some together a few years ago in Cabal.
Yeah. But in terms of reading it too.
Joke characters. We just got with Quattro up to episode 126, and he's like, okay, after that, that's enough. I'm taking a break from Fairy Tail. We're coming back to it later. So we're watching JoJo in the interim, and then hopefully we'll go back to Fairy Tail soon after that.
JoJo's is always very fun, so
pretty good so far.
Can't go wrong with JoJo.
Yeah. Right. Brief anime intermission. Let's head back into the news. There's a bit more on this story that I have. This, speaking of American and British relations, is an American who says, I'm American, but I am proud of this flag and grateful to the nation that gave us our just, humane values of freedom. I cannot fathom the losers in Britain disturbed by people proudly flying the Union flag or the flag of England. This is the kind of
oh my God, look at his bicep.
That's pretty extreme. I wonder if that's fake. Either way,
that's got to be fake.
Taken as a model, right? This is the kind of Anglosphere relations I want to see. I'm quite happy with the opposite happening as well. But much like, as I was saying earlier, the idea that the British flag, yeah, but it also represents Wales and Scotland, so that's not the one that's right for this protest. Well, we've already said that the England flag is right for other reasons, but that's not the reason. The difference between the Anglo-Norman Celtic and the Celtic genetics is so small compared to the differences around the rest of the world that it really doesn't matter. And the same thing is true for American genetics, which are not all that distinct, at least not the main American groups. Even after all these years.
Well, yeah,
exactly. But Anglosphere in general, the culture is very similar. The race, like genetics, are very similar. Similar enough that we are natural allies, especially in the state of the world right now. You know, if we're in a situation where the rest of the world was just nothing, not rising up, not subverting us, we were all strong nations, then we'd be in conflict. But we don't need that now. We don't
I
need
mean,
that
the
conflict.
problem is the active importation of the rest of the world into this country,
Exactly.
and that's the fucking issue. And I I have obviously many reasons for my support, but this guy's based. Good for him. And I wish more Americans would realize that there's a lot of animus that seems to come up from a lot of Americans towards England. And they'll go back on this kind of like, for 1776 will happen again if you dare try to wave your Jolly Roger or whatever, like, but
It's a 250-year-old conflict. It's not the relevant conflict for today.
America's greatest ally is not Israel. It is and always has been England, which is so ridiculous. But I don't know. That's a bit of just a Americanism.
Mm.
I was quoting Alex Jones there directly.
Yes. I think the best way for two men, sometimes women, but mostly men, to become friends is through fighting and then realizing they don't actually need to be enemies anymore. But specifically the fighting, where they don't kill each other, it's not vicious, they fight as gentlemen, but neither of them necessarily wins, or if one of them does win, it doesn't matter in the end, because they're both still strong and worthy people. And they can become friendly through that.
When I brought
conflicts.
When I brought both Nuka and Bill over to the U.S. and we all met each other for the first time, on one of the nights that we were staying at my mom's house, they went out into the backyard and just beat the shit out of each other. Just like they got into a proper fight, just like because that's what. And then it was like, now I mean, a little bit. Apparently, they were both completely, obviously, pissed, pissed beyond belief. But
those are the most fun fights, though. The drum fights.
Yeah. But that's
because you can always blame the alcohol the next day. You don't have to take it seriously.
Yeah.
We don't actually hurt each other, but goddamn, it's fun.
Can I ask, lads? We've had less viewers than normal today. Is it because there's something else happening today?
Do you know about this? I mean, on YouTube or just here in the chat?
I don't know. I'm just wondering.
Apparently, YouTube is like, look, I don't know if this is true or not, but I've seen some reports that YouTube is essentially just bricking everyone's channels in their attempt to fight the bots. So on YouTube, that might be why. I don't know. I was just listening to a Rev Says Desu video earlier, and he said something about it, and I was like, I hadn't heard about that.
The YouTube viewership
is
a little lower than normal, but it's the Discord specifically that's quite low.
Oh, I don't know. People are also boycotting YouTube because of the AI stuff, so they're like double fucked. they're fucked because people are boycotting them over the AI.
I know YouTube is your area
to fix
of expertise, but Discord communities
that doesn't make any sense to me. I don't know.
I wonder why there is less today. Now, Skog is right, it's 1:23 a.m., but that's prime time for Americans, and this story is not so uniquely important to Britain that Americans would just not turn up.
I don't know. From the outside, this looks like a very Anglo-centric stream.
That's most of my audience.
It shouldn't be.
I don't think that would reduce the... Anglosphere-centric. But it's Britain-centric, but I don't think that would reduce the audience that much. I think Americans would still turn up for it. So I don't know why it's lower today.
As this guy is depicting, as this guy is demonstrating with his massive, potentially Photoshopped bicep, as an American, he understands the value in the flag.
Let's see if there's another picture of him. It might be a real bicep.
Oh my god!
It might be a real bicep. I think he's just
holy shit, giant.
Oh, he actually works for a bunch of British
News,
journalist outlets.
Sun Telegraph. I
guess so he's living in America, but he's very sort of Atlantic. Yeah, he's very Atlantic between the two.
Yeah, which one is he then? I don't know.
I think he's living in the US. But he
said he's an American, though.
Yeah, I think he's
maybe
American
legally.
living in the US, but just likes and works with Britain and about British people.
Yeah.
But the Cohen is a fair point. That is interesting.
Oh, true. I wouldn't know anything about that. I wouldn't know anything about the former part, though.
It might be a coincidence. You can have people with those names that aren't. You can have people with those names that aren't Jewish. I don't know. There's some more pictures of this.
Yeah. And again, that's just what Guernsey looks like. It's like this on every street. So I'm glad it is elsewhere. And I guess I hadn't really noticed. You know, what's also very funny, speaking of the US, one of the other things I did when I brought Naka and Bill over to the US is we went to a English pub in DC, and it's all flags. Just it's covered. So if you go to a British pub in the US, it's going to be covered in flags. So the fucking irony is insane. And I think Americans can because there are a lot of like more Irish pubs, but there's a good number of those kinds of establishments in the US as well.
See, I'm in the both fortunate and unfortunate position of living in a county in the UK that is mostly isolated from all this stuff. So I don't see the problems, but I also don't see the England flags on every street, which is sort of, you know, I'm not sure whether that's worth it. Probably is worth it, but maybe I should be the England flag on every street so I wish to see.
I was gonna say, there you go. You put up some flags.
I don't own any black clothing.
Yeah,
I don't own any like a black hoodie.
You have to get the proper attire, the appropriate costume.
Yeah. Well, maybe I will start seeing it. But again, there's not much of a need for it here. It's not totally isolated from it, but it's almost completely isolated from it. The rate of non-whites here is probably about the same as it was 20 years ago. And there are lots of places in the UK that are like that. There's lots of places that aren't. But there's also places that are. There's a lot of places that aren't fucked.
I mean, did you watch Callum's video on that? Where he went from the most English town to the least, or the opposite way around. He went from the least to the most. I'm sorry.
I've heard
and
the
most was some island actually. That was off, like, it's on the west coast side.
Yeah, I know that Cornwall and Devon are very isolated from it. I live not too far away from there. There's probably some other very rural areas, but I know that there's a big swathe cut through the middle of the country between London and Manchester, which are the worst affected areas.
Oh yeah, for sure. That whole corridor is going to be probably where you get the most of it. But the towns that he went to that were the least English, I mean, it's little Pakistan.
Yes.
The street signs.
I live near one.
Right. It's crazy just how captured that is. So yeah, and foreigners, people looking at it from outside, that's what you're going to see on the news. That's the kind of stuff that you're going to see is, well, look at the absolute fucking state, you know. And when there's already eyes on it, again, now is a bad time to maybe arrest people for flying their fucking flag.
Yeah, I hope that's why the government is apprehensive, because they actually fear full-on rebellion and not for some other reason. But
I think I think they're more worried about probably the U.S. I think and foreign stuff is, again, they're trying to do something that's going to fuck up, that's going to affect the whole world internet. And right now they're being blamed for it again as the rest of the world figures out how they want to do the exact same thing in a way that's a little bit more palatable to people. The UK right now is acting as A/B testing on this internet shit, and how to sell it to people, because they've not done a very good job, So it's making them look foolish on an international scale. And like, again, JD Vance just today, go pound sand. Not looking great for Sir Keir.
Yeah, I'd like to make it clear to any Americans in the chat that when Biden was in office, I wasn't acting like that was representative of actual America or Americans. This is a shitty government we've got right now, and they got in not quite as illegitimately as Biden, but almost. No one voted for them. They were just voting against their opposition.
Well, yeah.
It's actually, our government is not currently what the people want. It just happens to be that they were rebelling against the other one at that time. That's about it.
But there's nothing to like about the Tories either, just to be like,
indeed.
You know, it is more a case of, what was the South Park thing? Turd sandwich versus giant douche. It wasn't even more that. Turds. Yeah.
It wasn't even that, because
we're talking about the whole party is turd sandwiches.
Well, that's what most
douches.
politics is you switch between bad party to the bad party to the bad party to the bad, but you switch between them, so there's at least some pendulum movement. In this case, it was one party had seemed like they could be good for years, and we pinned our hopes on them more than we should have. But they kept failing, so in the end we decided, no, we're just going to punish them. We don't fucking care. And the entire country seemed to reflect my opinion on that as well. We just don't care who wins.
Well,
we just need to make the Conservatives suffer for what they've done. And that
0 seats
is
won.
what happened.
I mean, what 0 seats set out to
Not
accomplish.
literally,
it didn't,
but roughly.
It didn't get, it didn't get the literally 0 seats, but the message behind it was certainly sent. And you can see the massive, I mean, unbelievable upswing in support for reform, although I'm not.
But let's not rehash that one. But they are the closest thing we have currently, I think. Somna says Rishi or Boris or May or Cameron would be doing the exact same thing as Starmer. I don't know why you're saying that as if I would disagree. I think they'd be a little slower, but barely.
That's what you just said, though.
No, it's not.
No, I mean, that's what you just said. Yeah, they would be doing the same thing.
No, they'd be doing either slightly slower or not at all. It would be roughly the same thing, yeah.
Yes.
Both parties were just as bad, but we only have this one that's so bad. It's literally probably actually worse by a small amount than the Conservatives would have been. We only have them because we were punishing the Conservatives, not because we wanted Labour. It's like the majority of the British don't want Labour.
Again, the same more or less shit would have happened.
And as someone says, yes, it was. I believe it was Rishi, or it may have been someone else, but the Conservatives, either way, were the ones that first passed the OSA. It's just been implemented now by Labour. And of course,
Labour doesn't have a problem with it because, again, they agree on all this shit.
Yeah, exactly. Labour may have overused it more than the Conservatives would have done, but probably not by much, if at all.
It's look, I think what they're doing is they're trying to pretend that they're internet illiterate, which is, again, makes them look like a joke. I don't think they are that internet illiterate. The obvious point behind this is digital ID. Either way, which is coming for everybody. Just get used to that, or find ways around it. Try to prepare to get around it, because you should not be looking at what's happening in the UK as laughable, but rather as a teaching moment. It is also laughable in some ways, but when I see my fellow Americans just laughing at it, it's like, wait a minute, guys, understand this is all coming for you now. Like, in the next 6 months, the OSA is being put up to go through in the US. So just be aware of that. It's being just tested here.
I mostly agree with you. There's a few things I'm not as sure about. The whole digital ID thing. If governments want to identify you, they already can. You don't need digital ID for that. So I think that would have to be a minor precursor to the next thing, rather than it being a danger.
No, it's not just about being able to identify you. It's being able to see every single thing that you think and you're interested in, and you look at, and be able to use AI to be able to put that into a calculation to create a profile and identify you as a wrong thinker. Oh, you've looked up something on Wikipedia. Yeah, you've looked up, Schmidt on Wikipedia. And so that's that's why they need to get every single company on board. That's why they won't do the firewall, because that's the obvious. If it's really about protecting kids or anything else, or even sovereignty, it'd be the firewall.
That's what I mean.
Okay,
they can already do that. If you're on the internet and what they may be doing is they're just trying to increase the scope of that so they can just make it easier to do that. Yeah, that's a problem, but it's only a gradient problem. But they can already do that. If they want to target someone, if they want to target a group, they can easily find their entire internet history, unless they're using a VPN. What they're doing now is just going to put everyone who's concerned about privacy on a VPN, which is not what they want. It takes away their ability to do that. So,
well, they're trying to ban VPNs.
Well, yeah, I don't know if they will. And if they do, it's even stupider, even for them, because everyone uses VPNs. Companies use VPNs. So
yes,
I don't
but there will be that. But hang on,
I am somewhat skeptical that it's all about that. And if it is all about that, I think they lose more than they gain. I think it's a bad idea for them.
The vast majority of people will not use VPNs. The only reason they've not implemented the VPN ban yet is because they're just trying to make sure that they've carved out a way to make sure that the government is not affected by it, because the government uses VPNs, by the way. It's not just big companies, but they also want to make sure that the people don't matter. They don't give a fuck about that. They care about the companies and the government.
It's widely used by people they wouldn't want to stop using it.
Right. So once they've made a carve out for that,
it's not just a.
But they have been targeting VPNs. That's why I think that it's a stability.
I don't think they have been targeting VPNs yet. They might start, but I haven't seen that they have yet.
Yes, there's been calls for it. It was put on pause.
That's also
no. It's going. They're looking into it still. When the OSA was first rolled out, it was immediate, and VPNs as well. In fact, they said that. Well, who said this? That douchebag. I can't remember his name. He was the one who basically equated. He said that every time you use a VPN, you kill a child, essentially, or a child gets molested. Do you remember this?
It wasn't exactly that, but it wasn't far off that.
Yeah,
it was very retarded. But
yeah.
I think what he was saying is that by using a VPN, you're making it more dangerous for children, which I don't believe was his actual opinion, but if he was, he's retarded.
Yes.
That doesn't make sense
retarded,
anyway.
Actually. That guy's illiterate. Anyway.
But
I looked into him. He actually has like a 7-year-old's reading comprehension skill.
Nice.
He posted about it on Twitter too to brag.
Nice. Whilst there are figures who have been calling to take VPNs down, and whilst it may well happen, the government have not so far, as far as I know, been pursuing it. They may try to, but if they do, it's going to be a nightmare to implement for them, and it's going to just drive people to more discrete methods. So if anything, they're driving away.
If they shut down
people who are smart enough.
I'll turn on Tor.
Yes. They're driving away everyone who is smart enough to find an alternative, i.e. a VPN, which are quite easy to find. They're driving away everyone smart enough into that system. So they're switching from a system where they have access to most people's information when they want it, to a system where they have access to most people's information a bit more easily, but then a large portion of the people who are the most interesting to them, they lose that information because they go to a VPN. The number of people now who are like a few months ago, who are posting online without a VPN, but who are smart enough to use one but just didn't need to, who the British government therefore could get all their information from an ISP at any time, that has gone down. And they would be a prime target group. Now they're all using encrypted VPNs that go funnel through a foreign gateway that the British government don't control. So you may be right about every suspicion that you've listed about what the ultimate goal of this is, but I don't think it's enough to explain it. I think there must be something else going on.
Well, there's incompetence as well. That's like it is not a dichotomy of malice or incompetence. It is very often malice and incompetence, which is, I think, what we're seeing here is a combination of both. Because a lot of people a lot of these people involved do not understand the internet at all. And they certainly don't understand things like VPNs. They don't understand, they have no idea like how the internet works in general. And honestly, like my criticisms of AA is that some of his things he's been saying the last couple of days about this in particular is betrayed a lack of understanding of the internet. I'm not trying to be rude, but it's just true. It's like a lack of understanding of how the internet works, which is why, again, I've told him he should just back a firewall solution. If it's a problem. But the reality is that this is not about protecting kids from seeing pornography. And anyone who is still having that discussion is not having the actual discussion about this. Well, whether or not it's about digital ID specifically, or you want to call it something else or whatever, this has nothing to do with protecting kids.
If it stopped here and they never built policy on top of it, then his argument, from what you're saying, would maybe be okay, at least the sort of general argument of protecting kids. But it's when they do build on it, it's when they take this and run with it, it's when they then, I mean, they already have, that's the thing, they've already done it. They've already been censoring material that is not within the purview of protecting kids. So they've already done that, so it's already not that.
Yes. The day it went into effect, they were hiding videos of protests from people in their own town. Couldn't see the things that were happening, a mile away from them. So it's clear that in terms of the implementation, it couldn't be more obvious what it's about. Indeed. And when I say digital ID, the whole point is that they want to find dissidents. They want to find people who are dissatisfied with the government. They want to create a profile on you that is even more thorough. And the other thing, too, is that when you get the private company access to their information, then you got a whole bunch of blackmail, potentially. You got people's personal pictures. You've got their personal discussions with other people. The things that, some of that you can get from the ISP, but now you've also got the companies taking track of all of this. What I'm saying
is it will make it easier, but it's not significant enough, I don't think, to be worth the fact that people will now learn how to use VPNs and use them en masse. I think they lose as much as they gain if that's their goal, which is why I suspect there's a different goal.
I I don't know if there is another one. I'm not sure what it is. To me, Scrump and Evelyn have been banging on about this for 3 years. That this digital ID stuff, and it because that were 2.5 years because that's about when they first started talking about it.
I'm sure that is a concern. As I say, it will make it easier for them, but it will also incur more resistance that will make it harder for them to a roughly equal degree, or they'll have less information of people that are probably more important to them. So again, I think that's a problem, but there must be something else as well.
But that's the incompetence side of it. Because and here's the reality. Yeah, many thousands, tens of thousands of people will use a VPN. But I can tell you what normies are going to do. Just like what I said with the flags. Even if they have a VPN for a while, they'll forget to turn it on. They'll just get out of the habit. Normies, they'll stop paying for it. It seems as if everyone is using a VPN, or that everyone's going to be able to figure out their way around this because of who we are and the people we associate with, who are more internet literate. Normies,
I agree.
Normies will just be like, oh, you want a picture of my face and my ID so I can use Facebook? Here you go. I mean, Facebook, obviously, because you post your face on it anyway. You want my picture of my face and my ID so I can buy, I don't know.
They're already doing that anyway.
Labubu's.
What you're saying
they already
is...
have my credit card.
What you're saying is true, but they're not the ones I'm worried about because they're already posting on Facebook under their own name anyway. It's the people that are smart enough to be a problem for the government, smart enough to organize people, smart enough to be thought leaders, who will now be encrypting their traffic so that they can't even illegally or however else get it from the ISP anymore. The traffic is now completely hidden. Those are the people who they have just lost access to, and they've gained access to more consistently organize the information of people that were putting it all out under their own name anyway, and were mostly just working class people expressing themselves. So I don't see the fucking advantage to the government if that's the goal.
It's probably also to restrict your ability to access, obviously, information. Wikipedia they went after. They said Wikipedia is not exempt from the OSA, which by the way that they sell this shit is that it's all about protecting kids from seeing pornography, which seems to me like an implication pretty directly that Wikipedia is a pornography website by saying that it's not exempt or that it's an adult website. But I don't know where that's going. I think the point is just to be able to control what people have access to in terms of information, control, really to make it easier to identify potentially harmful actors. But you are right, and that's the other silver lining behind it, is it might make people get off the internet more and go do this stuff in real life and talk to people in person at the pub instead of staying online, because you know that if you're online, every single thing you say and do and think is being monitored. A little bit harder as of yet to do that IRL.
Yeah, that's also true. I don't know. I feel like there's something else behind this. It could just be that it just gives more control and it's just a step. But if it's just a step, then our reaction to it, of course, should be resistant. But it's not necessarily as apocalyptic as people are saying. It's not necessarily as categorical as people are saying. So I think there may be some overreaction to this, but only like it's still wrong. It's still bad. So I still agree it's wrong. But I would recommend a slightly more cautious approach to diagnosing the problem.
Yeah. I think catastrophizing it. Look, every country on Earth is about to implement this stuff. Like I said, the rest of the Anglosphere has these laws about to go in place. So it's probably going to normalize down in that and again, the people who want to get past it, the tech literate people, they're not going to be affected either way.
Yeah. I don't know. I think it's actually worse for them to do this. In terms of gathering data from people, I think it's actually worse for them. And not just in terms of resistance, just right now, it's worse for them.
Well, for anyone but normies. Normies, it makes it a lot easier for normies. But that is probably who they are. They're already
posting under their real name anyway. So.
I know.
Yeah.
But
that's how they get them. That's how they arrest them.
Like I said, it's incompetent as much as it is malice.
To find you. Yeah.
Like I said, it is both incompetent and malicious. The goal is to
that the Lord
track
answered
everybody.
my prayer to make my opponents ridiculous.
Yes,
that's really what's going on.
that part is good. Yes.
I would rather not assume incompetence where malice is likely.
Porque no los dos.
Bless you. And so if we're thinking it's digital ID, I'm thinking I don't think they're so incompetent as to do something that short-sighted. I think there might be something else, but I don't know what it is yet. Or it's just a mix of things. Or it's incompetence, either way.
Yeah, why not all of them? A little bit of column A, a little of column B.
Yeah.
That's my hypothesis, at least. And
People
the thing
should
too
be
is
using
that
VPNs. The government's forcing
Yes.
people to be internet hygienic.
I don't mind that either. People should. Yeah, it's generally just better for you to.
Yeah, they're not even very
be
expensive. I think
safer with
mine's
your.
mine's £30 a year, and it's great.
Yeah.
Pretty good.
Yeah, you can use Aiden Paladin on a whole bunch of different websites. I think NordVPN, Atlas VPN, Surfshark VPN. There you
Are
go.
you advertising on my stream, Aiden? But you know what,
They
chat?
actually all still work.
If you'd like to counter Aiden's efficient advertising campaign, you can contribute
Private
via
internet access?
tip.oozloo.net and fund.oozloo.net, or fund.oozloo.net. Also, I think fun.oozloo.net also works because it's easier to say that. I think I may have added that. I can't remember if I've removed it over the years, though. Either way, if you'd like to help, you can. As you guys know, I've been doing some
I'll be
IRL
back.
stuff that caused me to not be at my PC a lot recently. But I am now back, and so because of that gap, I do need to make up for lost time. So I appreciate any contributions you can give. Cabal really is fully supported by its audience. So if you can afford to give even a little, it will help greatly. There are, of course, also things that you can do once you have spent the coins. You can contribute towards the TP board. Currently, Glussy Mathusi is at the top, and Tomboy Supremacy has, for the first time in several years, fallen off the top spot because of a combination of me changing the decay pattern to one that's more competitive, and then the main competitor leaving. It ended up leveling out a bit. It's now easier than ever to make someone Discord kitten. You could do it with a relatively small amount of coins. Let me show you exactly how few it would take. It would take £91, £91.57p, to make someone Discord kitten from nothing. And there are several names on there that are already closer than that. Let's see how close Kloptro is. For example, if you had, what is that? £35.50 or something? You can make Kloptro Discord kitten right now. You can get into the top of the board, and there are other names on there too. So those are all options. Thank you in advance for anyone who does contribute. I think what we'll do, chat, is we'll do a few more stories, but we will extend the show for longer if you contribute for an encore, which is a £20 contribution. I will be accepting real money only for that for now. So contribute via tip.oozloo.net or fund.oozloo.net. If you contribute via the latter, then you get a 30% bonus if you make it a recurring payment, i.e. by becoming a subscriber. And you get some bonuses on the server. You can have a color roll on the server if you become a patron. Or if you become level 3, you also have access to certain colors, but some colors are gated to higher patron tiers. There are also some icons you can get at certain patron tiers. Every little helps, even if you can afford $1 a month on Subscribestar. That would help, and it will get you some bonuses as well. So thank you in advance for that, chat. If I'm at the top of the board again, it unlocks a temporary PFP that I will use. That's true. All right. Thank you for anyone watching who is able to contribute. And if you're watching on YouTube and you're not in the community yet, please do join the community. It's very active, and we would appreciate your presence. Right, let's do a couple more stories. Actually, we're not quite finished on these yet. Yeah. Same people who gleefully celebrate this are angry about a few England flags. Yeah, this is wrong.
That's one of the most dystopian images.
Yeah.
Of the last. God, that
is this
that
in
picture's
London?
got to be 6. I think so. I think that picture itself is like 6 years old. It's not
Probably.
novel.
No.
Because you can find this exact same street after the war, and it's just all, you know, I did all different. I think it's the very famous one is all Union Jacks all
That's
over the street.
Hamleys, which I know is the main ones in London, but I don't think that's the main one. So I don't know.
Again, I think
Could
the
be
main
London.
purpose is that there's a famous picture of this exact street that has actually English flags on it, and not this occupying Troon force of the what was this called again? The Progress Pride flag, so that, you know, what is it again? To black people and intersex are represented and trannies.
They've just
Thanks, very
included
cool.
everyone that they consider scum,
Yeah,
but that they
yeah,
think
basically.
that they think should, as scum, predominate over good people.
Yeah. I mean, obviously. Why else would you include black and brown people in your flag?
Chat, it's a great success. Today has been a very profitable day. We have made a grand total of 1 virtual penny. Thank you for your generosity. Right. Let's. This is a post from Tommy Robinson, showing a video of some people doing flag raising. You can see they gradually climb up on a cheap home ladder, and they've got a big British flag there. They're sticking onto the flagpole. Probably beeps of approval there, but not necessarily. There you go. So literally, that took 2 minutes.
Yeah, yeah.
If you did, let me just hold on. If you have a couple of friends, or one friend, and a ladder, and a flag, and some good way of attaching it that you've tested and you know will stay there and not cause potential hazards by it tearing off, covering a car's windscreen and then causing a crash, which is unlikely, but you want to avoid that. If you can do that, then hypothetically, for legal reasons, this is a joke, you could.
Yeah, the other thing you can do, again, just in general, is fly a flag outside of your own house.
If you're renting,
If you're
that's
not.
harder. But yeah.
Yeah, potentially. But if you own a home, or you don't think your landlord will get pissed, you can fly it outside of your own home.
Mhm.
And that's something you don't have to, if you're worried about, getting in trouble, that one will be a lot harder. And that one is way more devastating for the government to pursue.
True.
Optically. Although I don't know how much they
believe-
care about optics at this point.
Yeah. I believe, Skog, you posted earlier the flag that you put in your room. If you don't mind my asking, you don't have to answer, are you renting? Because if you are, well, I'm not saying don't, obviously, but if you are, your landlord might be able to kick you out over that because you're not usually allowed to display things in the windows. AliExpress one. So the
really?
irony of buying a cheaply made Chinese flag of your home nation's design. Well, it's at least as long as it fucking works, I guess it's fine. But yeah, Aiden.
I don't think it matters if you buy it from Temu.
Yeah, the landlord doesn't want. Generally, they don't want people putting up any display of any opinion in the window.
Yeah, I get the feeling if it's a trans flag or the Progress Pride flag or a Palestine
Depends on the
flag,
landlord,
those would
yeah.
all be fine.
Maybe some landlords would be
Just a
okay
guess.
with the national flags, but not with those. Not sure.
Yeah.
Scott says, I work for the landlord, but there's been other ones up before. Okay, well, if you work for the landlord, you probably know, but best to be sure because landlords could.
Yeah,
fuck
you're
you
right.
over that.
You are right to point it out, yes.
And last thing on this that I have, this one says, can someone please explain why the English are not allowed to even put up an English flag on a lamppost, but this is totally fine? Well, far as I know, they haven't actually pinned the flags to anything that wasn't then taken down, because they probably were. Now, I'm not I'm not defending what's going on here at all. But as I said earlier, it's not as clear cut as some flags are allowed, some flags aren't. The excuse being given, the reason being given, which is probably not the real reason, is because it could be a hazard, say if the flag were to tear off and then get on someone's car windscreen. That's a potential risk. That's genuinely a concern. The flag should be reinforced by the council so it doesn't come off.
Yeah, I don't want to hear that from Birmingham.
No.
That can't go pick up trash.
Yeah, quite.
Talk about a fucking hazard.
Yeah.
But again, this is all.
It's all
politics.
bollocks. But I just want it to be clear to people outside the country that it's not quite as simple as foreigners are allowed to do anything they want and British people are disallowed from doing everything. It's nuanced.
It's
There's a
damn
bit
close.
more to it than that. Like if you need to summarize it in as few words as possible, saying that it gets at least the direction of the point across. But if you actually care about what's actually happening, it's a bit more nuanced than that. And it's not quite as bad as that makes it sound, and that's not true everywhere either. But yeah, it's not good either way. I think there's some people that are that definitely tend towards exaggerating how bad things are for the effect of alerting people to it. And I think, Aiden, you might be more so in that direction. And I might be more so in the other direction, specifically when I'm talking to people who I don't want to give a bad impression of the people of my country. Like, I don't want people to think that this is what British people en masse want. I think a lot of Americans would tend to assume that because Britain is, they've got an entire 50 countries to worry about over there. This one over here is harder to care about in a nuanced way. So I try to make that clear. So I think maybe I'm just biased by having to deal with so many Americans.
I don't know.
But I also
I don't know
want
what you assumed that I might have supported more there, actually, though.
I'm not sure, but I also don't want for people to hear an exaggerated, even if it's only exaggerated in nuance, version of events, and then look into it and think, here's what's actually happening. I guess what they were saying was bollocks.
No, I've been very overt about that. Is that, for example, Americans have an impression that knife crime is absolutely out of control in England. And that crime in general is. But then if you go and actually look up the statistics of any major US citizen and compare it to even London, and the safety of every city in the UK is vastly higher than any city in the US. Yeah. Well, maybe there might be a couple couple cities in rural parts of the country in some southern states or more rural states. But once you have a city in the US, the crime is just higher. Per capita, that big scary combination of words.
Yeah, there are many little facts like that, and I think it's been rarer for facts that are embarrassing for America compared to Britain to spread than the other way around.
Well, I mean, I've had people I've seen them say that is a lie. That cannot be true. It is absolutely impossible for American cities to be more dangerous than English cities, because all I've ever heard about English cities is how they're full of migrants who stab people. Yeah. And it's more that you have to understand about how serious a stabbing is here comparative to how commonplace it is in the US. You're desensitized to it because in Baltimore, there's a stabbing multiple times a day.
War zones of mostly black gangs in US cities that's just normal. And here, you get rape gangs, you get knife crime, but it's nowhere near as much, in fact, as it happens in the US. Even specifically knife crime, where you have guns in the US, knife crime still more. And I would imagine
knives are easier to get.
Rape
even in the
gangs
US
are more common in the US than in the UK, per capita, per whatever. I would imagine.
We were normal with just normal village life, even like in cities like Antwerp and Brussels. But now Brussels is looking like Chicago. That is not normal. And just because of massive immigration.
Yeah, it's just when you are looking at another country that you don't live in, you're never going to see anything but a snapshot of it. And the snapshot of England and the UK more broadly for the last many years in the US is that it's a crime-ridden shithole because of all of the immigration, at least for the conservative side of things, right? I have no idea what leftists think England is like. They probably think it's a conservative shithole where, everyone's being repressed, but, repressed from being able to practice their religion or not be receiving of a racism. I don't know.
Here's something, Aiden, I wonder if you disagree, because this is very generalized, obviously, and I know this doesn't apply absolutely. Every small rural town in America is a shithole. Every small rural town in England is a paradise.
Well, no, not in my personal experience.
Generally
that
true.
Is factually true in all of Europe.
It's not true in the U.S. I mean, it depends on what part of the U.S. you're talking about very specifically, because as you just said, the U.S. is basically 50 small countries.
Yes. In
my home state of West Virginia, which is all rural, there are two things that you could maybe describe as cities, but I actually don't know if Charleston and I know Morgantown doesn't. So there's only two things that approach a city in West Virginia. One of them I know does not reach city designation status, and that's Morgantown, where the university is. And then there's the capital, Charleston. It might, but I'm not even sure if that would be considered a city. So the whole state is rural. There are really terrible parts of that state. They're some of the most depressed areas economically that you can imagine. But actually, if you look at just crime rates, pure all crime, they have very high crime rates, but it's all drug crime in that people can't get jobs. People have nothing to do. So the crime in terms of drug crime is very high. People just want to get
I've seen a few episodes
everything.
of Trailer Park Boys. I know what it's like.
That's in Canada.
I know, but I imagine it's not too far different.
Yeah, it is. I mean, that again, I grew up, Yiz, I know she left, but like, they're not, they're shitholes in that they're economically depressed, but they're not dangerous places to live at all.
Fair enough.
They're very safe.
I was clear. I was very much generalizing.
I know.
But
I know.
again, maybe
and I can also only speak to my experience. You know,
the snapshot I have of the US, which I'm deliberately trying to be fair on. I've seen a lot of pictures of small rural towns that just look like they were set up 50 years ago and have done nothing but decay since then. And it's all
that's West Virginia.
Like cheap shit. Just the quickest possible shit necessary to get your McDonald's, your gas station, and your road out of town, and a few like crappy shanty houses. I'm sure that is, I know that's not all of America, but I reckon there's as many towns like that in the US as there are towns in the UK that are the idyllic UK town.
There are idyllic towns in the US as well. There's many. There's idyllic states for the most part, but it's just cities. No matter where you go, cities are shitholes.
Pretty much.
They inevitably become so. I mean, I can't think of, is there any city on Earth that isn't at least partially a shithole?
Well,
Depending
I'm not
on
talking
what
about
part of
cities
it you're
here.
in?
What I'm saying is about small rural towns and villages.
Copenhagen?
There are there shitty parts of Copenhagen? I don't know. But
there are some. But
see, okay. Having grown up in small town America, however, I can tell you that there are many small towns, even in West Virginia, which is one of the most economically deprived states in the country, that are absolutely, there's no crime. Again, the crime that occurs there is drug crime, which is people just wanting to forget about how life sucks because they can't get a job. But there's no violent crime. No one's going to steal from you. No one's going to break the law in any way that would affect your life.
No, Uzlu, you're wrong. They're not shitholes. It's just that everyone wants to forget they live there, so they use drugs.
Oh, I'm not saying that part's good, but in terms of,
I'm messing with you.
And the when you said built in the last 50 or built 50 years ago, at first I said yes, but that's very specifically to more of like the West Coast and Texas. Okay. In where I'm from on the East Coast, yeah, they were all built maybe 150 years ago, 100 years ago, and they are decaying rapidly. They're not maintained because, people, a lot of flight out of it because there's no jobs. But again, is it the prettiest place to look at in terms of people's houses? No. There are, you go out into the hillbilly lands and people will have all kinds of cars in their front lawn. And by a lot of cars, I mean, like hundreds of old broken down chassis just sitting in their front lawns. That's a whole thing. So it's not the prettiest thing to look at, but it is safe. And if we're talking about crime,
as safe as most small English towns and villages.
Oh yeah, well, it's pretty damn safe in Appalachia. It's pretty damn safe.
The effect of everyone there being armed and everyone there knowing each other, I agree, would create a lot of safety. But everyone there being armed means you only takes one guy going nuts, or it only takes one guy being too drunk and driving his colossal truck around too much late at night, or someone new being in town and not being trusted, and people thinking that they untrustworthy and things escalating. You know, that kind of like a small English town or village it's just old people who are lovely to everyone, have no reason to even suspect the risk of violence, and
that's how it is in
some of their families.
This is largely analogous. And I look, I don't know. I think I know it's Guernsey, but if anyone knows the truth of this, or from personal experience, it would be me, I suppose. And no, I think that there's a large amount of similarities. That's why I didn't have like extreme culture shock, I suppose, because I've lived both in big cities and in small towns in the U.S.
Decro, you are. If the drunk driving guy is driving a smaller car, it would be less dangerous. Not by a lot, but by some. And you know, I'm not saying the drunk driving rates are the same. Imagine that they're probably higher in the US. It's in these specific examples.
The town we went to when is that the first time we met when Bill was with me? That's a very idyllic town, but even you said that was just that particular part of it.
Yes. No, that's not the kind of town I'm talking about. But the area that we were in was fairly representative of the nice parts of the country. Yeah, we were right by a river with loads of trees and nice old Tudor buildings. Few people, a nice sort of walkway by the river, park nearby. And behind that road, by the way, was all the rich houses with just like trees everywhere. That's a very nice area of a rather rugged town, which I no longer live in.
I would not have, and I would not have known had I only seen that, and as I did only see that part of it. Had you not told me about that. But no, there's lots of lovely small towns in the U.S. The town that my dad lives in is lovely. It is about as remote as you can get on the East Coast, but because it's near the National Radio Silent Zone. So, like, if you go just a couple miles away from where he lives, there you can't get radio signals even. So hence why not many people live there. You know.
Britwit says that you're describing Paradise from Postal.
Oh yeah, a bit, right? West Virginia is lovely. There's a reason Tim Pool moved there.
You know what? I can't take that. I can't take that recommendation, Aiden. I was ready to agree with you, but now all of a sudden,
I said that I put Tim Pool in the mix and ruined it.
Yeah.
It is lovely. I love my home state. It's got a lot of problems, but they are not. It's again like that thing. What Americans see of England, or what they hear about it, is that it's riddled with knife crime. When you look at the statistics, that's not true. The reason again why crime and all these things are higher in the U.S. partially some of that is gun ownership, a fraction of it in not so much in the committing of crimes necessarily, but even just accidental. Or in the heat of the moment kind of stuff, not like a planned out robbery or something like that. Because that doesn't tend to happen because everyone is armed. That doesn't tend to happen as much. The crime that you get in rural parts of the U.S. tends to be drug crime, and it tends to be because those areas are depressed. Why are they depressed? Because the Democrats have worked very hard to depress them. Long, multi-decade long plan to depress those parts of the country. And in West Virginia in particular, it's a 200-year-long plan to depress that part of the country.
Bren, what is it with people, not just Americans, but people in general, calling the most frozen over brown places on the planet green something?
Oh, what the myth of Greenland? Is that what you're talking about?
Okay, Ren, that's better. That's much better. You can call that Green Bank, sure.
Oh.
But yeah, the American wild nature, the American wilderness, it's hard to compete with, and there's loads of it.
Oh, it's amazing.
You've got huge amounts of land, and you've got land of almost all types as well. Doesn't mean that the specific land that we have here in the UK isn't still great and charming in its own way, but it's one type of land and there's not that much of it by comparison. So America would have to win that in objective terms. A picture like that is lovely. My concern is more just what Americans tend to build on it. And I am generalizing here enormously, of course, but I've seen some really bad examples. I'm sure there are good ones too. I've seen some really bad examples, and I don't really see that here.
I mean, I don't know. There's a giant dildo and/or cigar in London. I'm not really sure how much we can complain about.
I'm not talking about cities.
Choices of
I'm not talking about cities.
Okay.
But both our country cities have some shit in them.
Yes. And you're not going to get obviously, for very, I don't need to explicate reasons, you're not going to find 500-year-old homes in the U.S., obviously. So you're not going to find these old pieces of a culture that existed there beforehand. And if you go to Appalachia and look at what the Native Americans were building before white settlers came, they're piles of dirt. They're called mounds. They are very protected also, but that's the structures that were there before European colonization. But so you don't get, obviously these old buildings, and a lot of it was built during, big booms at different points in America's history. Towns will be boom towns, and that's another reason why they age. And when you're living in a place like America where you've got basically limitless space, you don't have to stay in the town, so people just leave. And then that place becomes dilapidated over time as people leave for other economic opportunities. And that is that obviously just because for space issues happens less in the UK.
Yeah, that could be true as well.
Just a guess. I don't really have any. That's just a guess. Is that if your town goes bust, you just up and move.
Yeah, a lot of what I've said applies less to the north as well. You got to consider that. But still, somewhat.
The north of England or the north of
England,
America?
Yeah.
Oh, about looking a little dilapidated?
No, about like the sort of paradise rural towns and villages that you get a lot in Britain, and I think less in America. You do get less in the north of Britain.
I've mostly been in the north, so
right.
Maybe that. And then
if you're ever driving through the counties in the southwest, you just drive through them. You're going to go through.
It's beautiful, unbelievable.
You're going to go through village after village after village that's just lovelier than the last, and peaceful, and everyone's lovely. It's trees everywhere.
The Japanese tourists who go over there, and that to tell them that the places are not a set. This is like someone's. Did you hear about that? Like Japanese tourists will want to just go into people's homes because they think it's fake.
In like not the nicest places. They'll do that in just like normal looking average towns as well.
Right. This is like, this is all like a movie set or something. This is where they filmed Harry Potter.
The thing is, they mock foreigners for being otakus and for being really into, but they're way further on the advancement of that than we are. They have no idea what Western culture is like compared to we understanding theirs.
This just all goes back to the original point: is that unless you've lived someplace, it's very hard to know what it. And I mean, live someplace. It's very hard to know what it's like to a certain amount. I do agree with that. I mean, I was watching iDubbbz's ridiculous video last week. Or the week before, where he was complaining about immigration, or people who are angry about immigration. Just a guy who has never lived outside of a leftoid city in his life. He moves to Alberta, where it is 0.1% more conservative, and all of a sudden, thinks everyone else is ignorant about what towns should look like, what cities should look like. And if you only see pictures from India and videos from India where every town looks like a shithole, well, that must be propaganda. It couldn't possibly be that they're all shitholes. Astonishing that you could hold that belief while living in LA.
All you got to do is watch the Top Gear India episode.
Oh my God, dude. Yeah.
Like, there's some nice things there, but it's mostly despite the people.
Yeah. There are parts of India that are very pretty if the people there didn't shit in the streets and throw trash everywhere. Have you played that version of GeoGuessr, by the way? Are you familiar with it?
GeoGuessr, actually, no. Oh, no, I know. No, the one thing I have done is I have played that one, yes.
Where you just see how long it takes for you to find some trash in India?
No, it's not you see how long it takes. You see how long it takes for you to find a picture where there isn't either trash or someone defecaking, or the results of defecation.
Oh, that's hard
on
mode.
On the roads, that is,
right.
I remember doing that, and like it's actually quite difficult. You get to you have to go for several. You have to go for like a dozen before you find one by chance. You try and dump it somewhere in like the deep countryside. Oh, never mind. That's where they shit on the roads the most. You try and dump it in the city. Oh, never mind. That's where there's the most people to shit on the roads. Yeah,
it's like it doesn't, and not just the shitting. The trash.
Yeah.
Just the plastic trash everywhere.
Yeah.
Nothing. Well, they don't even consider. Maybe I should put this in a trash bin. No, it's just, well, the world is that. That's what that's for. Well,
Okay, so maybe cut some slight slack there, because I realized a long time ago that the correct solution for littering is more bins. Which of course means the council or whoever has to pay more money for bin collections, but that's the fucking solution. That's what you get. In India, they probably
Americans may not understand either.
Bins.
about England, by the way.
Mhm.
This is not this way in small towns, but I'm sure you're aware that a bunch of the cities have gotten rid of the public bins. The cities don't. It's that way in Birmingham and Manchester.
Oh, they've got rid of the bin collections in Birmingham.
Yeah.
Because
So they don't even have
money.
so they don't have bins anymore. Yeah, so they don't have any bins anymore either. So if you have trash, and where did I first notice it? I think it was in Birmingham, and I was like, well, where am I supposed to throw my trash? It's like, you just keep it in your purse or bag or whatever. It's like, what? Because in the U.S., at least, even the shittiest of shithole cities does at least have public bins that they will come and occasionally collect the trash from.
Now, in our case, that is only a very small number of places, and it's only very recently happened at all ever.
Yeah, yeah.
So everywhere else, it's normal as far as I know. But yeah,
Did
that
you
is
never have
very
any then?
aberrant. What do you mean?
Did you not have public bins ever?
No, Aiden, what I'm saying is that is the only time there's been a deviation from the norm of
okay.
Birmingham not picking up rubbish.
I was going to say
that's the first time I've known that to ever happen in this country.
Well, again, the city is nearly £100 million in debt. So, which I'm surprised it's only that much, to be honest. But
and a lot of them, I don't know what the percentages are, but it's a lot of them are foreigners. So that's the main reason. It really
shows.
Yeah.
I would say this too, but the city comparison too. The only city, including London, by the way, that I have been to in the UK that approaches looking like the average city in the US is Birmingham. And it's only certain parts of Birmingham. And I actually quite like Birmingham, to be fair. So it's because there's plenty of nice parts too. But
I did go there. It was years ago. It was about 8 years ago, and yeah, it wasn't very good. It was a bit of a shithole, and it was browns everywhere. But there might be some nice places. I just didn't go to them by chance.
Yeah, Manchester's actually quite nice. And again, depending on where when I've been in London, it was in Shoreditch, which was the hipstery part, or a hipstery part. So that was fine. But yeah, nothing. Growing up in Baltimore, nothing I've seen in England even compares to Baltimore on a fraction.
Every time I was in the city center of London, I was scared though.
Was it too big and scary for a parochial European like you?
To be fair,
it was scary. It was just like, what the fuck are these people around me? They're all brown.
Again, compare that. Go to Baltimore, where I grew up, and you will when Americans again have that opinion that the UK is a crime-ridden shithole. They are using their frame of reference, which might be places like Baltimore, or Chicago, which are just murder capitals. You heard about covered in trash. One of the things that they will do in cities like that in the US, they will put fake facades of buildings on top of buildings so that it looks like it's not totally dilapidated, only so that homeless people won't try to break in and squat in it. Because it is a condemned building, they will put a picture of a house on top of the house to make it look less shitty.
I've seen that a little bit in Britain.
Yeah, that's the state of things in the US. So I don't think I've seen that.
I'm not aware that's happened here, but it might have done.
Yeah,
I've not seen it.
There is this a little bit going on, like the Potemkin village. Do you know the Potemkin village propagandism thing going on?
Mm-hmm. I think so.
That is going on.
The Potemkin village,
well. Yeah.
If that's what you're referring to. That's where they built a fake. The North Koreans in particular, they built fake cities to try and be like, look at how amazing it is here, right? And it's a totally fake facade city.
Yes.
That's usually where I hear the phrase Potemkin village applied in reality.
Most of China is covered with that.
Yes, that's another thing. Yeah, China is covered in them, but the sort of clearest examples is they are actually fake towns. They only exist to show off, and it exists within distance of the South Korean border, so that you get, oh, look at how amazing it is! Look at this shining city on the hill we have built.
Indeed.
Indeed. Oof.
Excuse me. So, there are other stories that we can cover. We have now finished with that one. Let's see what else we have, because there's loads of other stories ahead. There might be some American stuff, actually. I'll just go through them in order.
What do you think that would appeal to me?
Just maybe some people in the audience. I know you're not an American.
Wait,
someday your English accent will come through. So,
oh god, that would be so cringe, dude. You know how fucking difficult it is.
It's like the JoJo dub.
Oh yeah, right, of course.
So here is an advertisement on the tube, I think. And then this guy says the UK now has advertisements stating Wi-Fi is harmful to the environment. And the only thing I want to say on this is this advert is dumb, and I'll read it out in a minute. But the commenter here is incorrect, not what it's saying. The advertisement says Wi-Fi doesn't grow on trees. Your screen time is damaging the climate. Our research is finding ways to make our digital habits more sustainable, engage and contribute. And then a link. Right? It's dumb.
Piss off.
It's environmental nonsense. And it's trying to fuck with people's lives on the basis of what is ultimately a deception, even if it's partial. However, they are not
China
saying...
and India do anything about that. They're the grand polluters of the world.
Yes.
For fuck's sake.
They are not saying that Wi-Fi is harmful to the environment. The commenter here has taken it a little too far.
Pirate Nation.
Simplified a bit too much.
It's a slop account. I'm not saying that necessarily in a bad way. He just posts.
Fair enough. Well, I posted, so it's a good example for me to make the argument against. In not literally saying that Wi-Fi is the problem, they're just saying that power that you use on your device is power that has to be generated, and therefore, that's what they mean. However, mobile phones are some of the most efficient devices in the world for accessing information. Their processors are very efficient. So
the batteries that they use, while potentially dangerous, are so incredibly efficient.
Yes.
In terms of storing and using power. Lithium-ion batteries. I watched a documentary about lithium-ion batteries and the development of them recently, so I've been thinking about it a lot.
Yes, I think we may have watched the same one.
Yeah, we definitely did that. Probably if it came up.
I can't remember who it was. Was it Real Engineering?
Something like that.
They put it in a chamber and they wrapped it in wire.
Yes. Yeah.
The same one.
Yeah.
Yes.
I was like, the history of lithium-ion batteries. Exactly the kind of content I want to watch on YouTube. But I watch
other channels about batteries as well, and there are many, many other battery techs right now that are very promising.
Yeah. To become even more efficient.
Too as well.
And it's, look, this is bullshit. Either way, it's bullshit. The climate change narrative is fucking bullshit. You come back to me with these kinds of climate change, hand-wringing, and proselytizing when India and China don't just dump trash and pollution directly into the air.
What we do in this country makes almost zero difference. I mean, US, you can make the argument, but here, not at all. Almost zero difference, because it's not a national problem, it's an international problem. It's worldwide. So if China and India, and to a lesser extent the US, don't do anything about it, what we do makes no difference whatsoever. The only exception is local pollution, which of course is an actual problem, but we already don't have much.
This green stuff, all it is, it's money-making game. That's all it is. It's we need to pressure the government to support green efforts. By the way, I own this green tech company. I happen to be heavily invested in this green whatever thing. That's all this is. All of the environmentalist shit, as is with many other things, opportunism, feeding off of people's desires to not hurt the environment. Except for Indians and many Chinese don't give a shit about the environment. So again, come back to me when they do something about their crap.
Yeah,
which will be never.
I would largely agree. I would merely I'll state my view and then I think we'll move on. But to summarize, I think some of the science is good, but even good science can be based on bad data, and I know some of the data is bad. Look into the temperature sensors that are placed in deliberately hot areas. So even if the science is good, the original data is bad. And then beyond that, the politics and the press is also lies. And the reason for it is many reasons. There's many reasons that it is done. There's many advantages to many different powerful groups. The main one, or the most easy to understand perhaps, is that big corporations love regulation because it keeps their competition out of the market.
Absolutely.
It keeps them in it. They're the ones that can pay for it. Their competition can't, or not as easily. So it's a
understand.
gradient that benefits them.
It's a gradient, but it even benefits small companies. I bring this up a lot with the green energy stuff because it's my personal experience. So I can say this for a fact. I worked for an architecture engineering company, one of the biggest in the US. And what they would do is, well, we have a green requirement on this project. We need to hire a green consultant agency because we don't do it in-house. Or we don't want to do it in-house because there's no reason for us to. Because you also have to, if you run one of these big companies in the US, you have to have certain numbers of quotas for diversity. So what we would always do is hire out boutique green energy woman or black owned businesses. And they do incredibly well because our big company gets these massive multi-billion dollar projects from the US government and we hire them on to do it. So that's there are ways even for small companies to make a lot of money off of this. And they're all in cahoots with each other, obviously.
Well, aside from what I said, it's also a way for powerful groups such as investment banks and governments to just get hand in pies. If you're required to do this, and if you're subsidized for doing this, then their hands are in the pies on both sides.
Yep.
So it benefits powerful. It's like Sir Humphrey making it very clear that his main objective working in the civil service is to give himself more work because it means that more things are basically within his purview. There's more point in his agency existing, therefore more things it can control, therefore more power it has, therefore more backdrops it can give and then receive.
Exactly. Yep.
So green is just a way that many elite groups found works to do that. And there's many other side effects and advantages to them beyond that. If the science was good consistently and it was true, I wouldn't mind as much, but I would still mind, of course, it's mostly lies, what's been done with it. But in fact, the science isn't good, even if a lot of it is consistent from input to output. The input's bad and the output is used wrongly. So
Jordan Peterson gave one of the best explanations about this of any person I've ever seen, actually, to mainstream audiences, where he went on Joe Rogan and he talked about I think it was Peterson, pretty sure it was, whatever has happened to him in the interim, about how, and I liked it because I was like, oh, thank God someone else is saying this, about how you have to run the statistical calculations on this stuff. The more variables you add into the model, well, the higher the predictive capacity of the model, but the less ability that you have to be able to determine how much each individual variable within the model contributes to model fit. So eventually, if you add everything that exists, well, yes, you'll explain 100% of the variance, but then I won't be able to tell what is doing what. So yeah, this is a human contribution to global climate change is almost assuredly a factor. However, there's natural factors like coming out of an ice age, that are increasing the temperatures.
Yeah, I do suspect that is the main factor. I have seen some data from NASA that suggests that carbon levels have significantly increased, due to humans, a massive spike that is comparable to the levels in the last few 100,000 years. It's not negligible. So I don't know how true that is, but also the fact that the contribution of carbon is 1, logarithmic, and 2, beneficial for plants. So it's really hard to buy it, even if we are contributing a lot of carbon.
Yep.
The worst that could happen, as far as I can see, is some very fragile ecosystems will suffer, which is not good, but it's not worth killing ourselves over it.
No, and the all of these extreme regulations and things like this ridiculous propaganda, it's all just bullshit. That part of it's all bullshit.
So, next story. This one is US. You can wake up now, Aiden.
Oh, I'm awake.
Update. The White House has informed the Ukrainian delegation that Zelensky must wear a suit or there will be no meeting. Bravo, White House, he says, it's a formal meeting and the presidency of the US is an institution that demands the highest level of formality. And then apparently this was a joke.
He did wear a suit.
Apparently. I've got this fucking... Oh, hold on. It's Discord, so I have to redo the thing.
I saw his suit. Like, yeah.
Yeah, so...
All black.
It's you know, it's the closest you were ever going to get Zelensky to wearing a suit. Let's face it.
My God, that what a freeze frame too.
He's so small.
Yeah, he looks like a child.
He's so small.
He looks like a little kid wearing his dad's hand-me-downs, or something, or his brother's hand-me-downs. I mean,
and of course, his trainers. Like,
yeah, and of course he's got stuck at the trainers on. Yeah. Obviously.
Yeah.
Oh, fucking next up, ridiculous.
We've got more on Zelensky. These are new stories from last stream, so they are a couple of days old, but if one is relevant, we'll skip it. And we're going through quickly anyway. Zelensky declares it's impossible for him to give up any land to Russia. This guy is seriously better not blow this peace deal up, they say.
Oh, I think he might. I believe in him.
Still unsuccessful in Donetsk region. Putin has been unable to take it for 12 years, and the constitution of Ukraine makes it impossible to give up territory or trade land. Since the territorial issue is so important, it should be discussed only by the leaders of Ukraine and Russia at the trilateral Ukraine, United States, Russia. So far, Russia gives no sign that trilateral will happen, and if Russia refuses, then new sanctions must follow. Russia is...
Well, he's staying solid in his position, which you'd expect him to.
Okay, Russian missiles have recently been bombing cities that are 60 miles, from the Poland border. Russia can just blow shit up. And the reality is that the reason Ukraine has held on so long is because of donations and support from other countries.
Yeah,
that's unquestionable. Without the foreign aid, this doesn't happen.
Yeah. If your country has a constitution that says that you are not permitted to give up land, I totally get where you're coming from, and you should avoid having to do so at all costs. But if it's either your country is conquered, or you give up some land, which actually is kind of filled with the people of an ethnicity of the people that are trying to take that land anyway, then that constitution is kind of suicidal. It's an all or nothing. And if it can't be nothing, then it has to be all.
Well, I mean, that's I think that's the calling of the bluff, isn't it? Is that we will not. We're saying we cannot concede a single ounce of land, right? A single particle of dirt cannot be conceded. It's against our constitution. So I guess you have to turn Ukraine into a glass car park, which they've been doing.
My dishwasher has this great feature where it beeps when it's finished, but then it beeps like 5 hours later as well.
Yeah, ours does that too.
It's a bit annoying.
And it plays a little song too. It's not just like a beep. It does like...
My washing machine plays a song when it's finished, but luckily it doesn't play a song after that. I think. But yeah, like, I'll deal with the dishwasher when I fucking want to, not in the middle of a stream.
I didn't hear it, so it got filtered out.
I did press mute, but there was an initial beep that may have come through, but if it didn't come through, that's good.
I didn't hear it, no.
Good. All right. Yeah, I would... there's actually something after the stream I should talk to you about, Aiden. I don't know if you know it yet.
Yeah, sure.
All right. Let's continue for now. Yeah, someone says, fucker who suspended elections uses the Constitution as a justification. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Excuse me. Oh, our hands are tied. Sure thing, Zell.
Oh, hey, Zell is interesting. This is something worth noting, okay? So this might be fake, but worth checking anyway. PayPal.
Yes.
Threat actor using the word Chucky BF claims to be selling 15.8 million email and plain text password pairs linked to PayPal accounts worldwide.
Yeah, I saw
so
this.
Probably best
I
for you to
instantly
go and change your your account password.
That's what I did. I would look, even if you're not in the link or in the leak, which this seems like it's their whole, or not their whole, obviously, but that's a lot of fucking people. Just for your safety, change your PayPal password.
Yeah. So let me be very clear as well. When you hear about data leaks, with usernames and passwords, usually, almost always, the passwords that have been leaked are hashed and salted, which means that they have to go through, even when you've got them downloaded on your computer, you've got the password there, it's actually encrypted. And you've got to go through hours upon hours upon hours, sometimes hundreds or thousands of hours, sometimes years or thousands of years or millions of years, depending on how strong the password is, to then convert it to its plain text form. So even when those get out, it makes them more easy to be hacked, to be cracked, to be used, but it still takes a long time to crack them. They'll get the basic easy crack password quickly, but the rest of them they won't. So don't have a basic easy crack password and you'll be fine, even if the thing gets hacked. In this case, they're claiming it's plain text, which means that no, your exact password as you typed it is in the database, is in their data leak, which begs the fucking question, how? Because if you've got plain text passwords and you didn't decrypt them yourself, why the fuck is PayPal storing plain text passwords?
Who knows? Well, they don't give a fuck. That's, again, the problem with the OSA and all this other shit. Any of these companies you hand any piece of information over to will get hacked. It's not if, it is when.
And any number of these data hacks are potentially ways to legally basically launder data out of their company.
Yeah. That
fact,
too.
Most
Absolutely.
of them could be that. We don't know. Some of them probably are hacks, but I would say most probably are deliberate exfiltrations.
Yeah, I don't know how questionable it even is on that one. I think that's, I mean, we don't have proof, but come on.
Yeah.
Companies that don't appear to sell anything, you are the product.
Yeah, that's true. Ren says, always use a password manager with random passwords on each website. I don't yet know how safe that is, but that's probably the best bet. Overall,
I use a password manager. Probably. Yeah.
Yeah. So I don't understand how this happened. 15.8 million plain text passwords, it means they were storing them. Let me explain how this is supposed to work. Many of you know this. I don't mean to be patronizing or long-winded. When you type in your password on your computer, the only place that password is stored in plain text should be exactly where you have typed it, on your computer. Yep. The moment you click submit, it gets encrypted and then sent over the network in another layer of encryption around the entire packet itself. Encrypted with the password hasher, and then encrypted with HTTPS as well, sent across the network, arrives on the other side, the HTTPS is decrypted, and then the password itself remains hashed. It never unhashed, and then they salt it, which is another hashing layer, basically, and then they put it in their database. The salt is only known on their end, and I think it rotates as well, or it might do. Either way, they have stuff to make it harder to crack. At no point ever should PayPal actually have your password. Even PayPal, for your PayPal account, they shouldn't even know your password. When you enter your password on their site, it encrypts it, it hashes it using that reliable algorithm and sends that hashed version, which is then compared to the desalted version in the database, because they're the same. It doesn't have to be the original password if it hashes to the same value every time. You can just compare the hashes, which is way safer. They should never have your password. No company, no organization that you log in with, a lot of you may not know this, they are never supposed to have your actual password stored. It's not even supposed to be sent to them. Never. It's not necessary. It shouldn't happen. How the fuck did this hacker get 15.8 million plain text passwords? That should be impossible.
I have no idea. I mean, PayPal apparently is just run completely incompetently, I suppose. I mean, how else can you... I highly doubt they sat on this for years, because if they did, by the way, it's useless. So presumably this is new information, meaning they were just storing... how did they get that? But they weren't encrypting anything.
I'm sure that
this
there's
is the biggest
better explanation for that, but holy shit.
And PayPal has to be like it's certainly the largest web payment processor, or way up there.
Yeah. It doesn't make sense.
I mean, that's insane. That's absolutely insane. They should be. My point is that they started online, so I don't know actually if PayPal had any kind of a previous service before the internet. I'm pretty sure they're a post-internet company that does online transactions. So you'd think they would be the one company that would definitely not have this issue. or be a little bit aware of not having this issue.
No one is suggesting the possibility that I think this is what he means, that the hack was performed actually on the client side, which is, that could do it, but that would be much more difficult. Much more difficult. You'd have to. I
guess it's possible, but yeah, that
maybe you could infect the website and have it pick up the contents of the password field.
Yeah, that could have been the case.
You still need pretty strong server access, much more than you would normally get. But yeah, something
is deeply fucked at PayPal for this to be the case.
Deep, yeah. It's sending, like, if that's what they've done, then for the last 6 months, maybe more, maybe less, PayPal has been distributing infected web code to everyone that accesses PayPal.
If that's the case, yeah, that is what that would mean.
I think, honestly, them failing to encrypt the passwords into their database would be worse than that. But it's not far off. That's really bad.
Yeah, it's a bit, honestly, yeah, it's a bit splitting hairs. Which one of these is worse? I agree that them just not having it, or just having this saved in a database with all of the unencrypted passwords is probably worse, because it's just a far easier vector for it.
Yeah, Quattro, you're definitely right that probably most hacking is just human engineering, social engineering, and phishing and stuff. That doesn't work here because no one at PayPal would have access to your passwords, or should, unless they're not encrypting them or something.
Right.
The only way is if PayPal has some spare supercomputers and they just crunched 15.8 billion on behalf of the hacker.
Yeah, it's insane.
But that would take too long. It's not likely.
Yeah, no matter what, though, this is massive incompetence on PayPal's part.
Yes, but it's not simple. I think it would have to be the client-side hack, which is a much deeper hack than just getting access to their database.
Right.
Like, read access to the database is less deep than write access to their website.
Right.
That's significant.
Well, it wouldn't just mean, actually, it wouldn't even just mean their website now, would it? I mean, it's the PayPal application, so it's like
on loads of other sites too.
Any website that integrates PayPal, which is millions of them, I would presume, or potentially also.
If this was,
if there's that big of a backdoor in it, who knows?
If this is a few tens of thousands, I'd assume it was some isolated web exploit, or maybe the app, or some alternative app which is tricked people. It's 15.8 million. That's got to be a significant portion of PayPal's active user base. That's got to be central.
Yeah. That's the only thing that would make sense for that many people.
No one, I think it would be, yeah.
Or maybe I don't know. I didn't see anything about this. Maybe these are really old. This is something that they had in their servers from 15 years ago,
maybe
20 years ago.
Yeah, maybe.
Which would be another reason why it might be in plain text.
Yeah.
If it was a 20-year-old text file.
I don't care how old PayPal is. There's no time. They should have been storing it in plain text.
Oh, absolutely not. But
yeah,
who knows?
I don't care if it's fucking MD5. Just something is better than plain text. I mean, not MD5 today, back then.
Right. But if that is the case, it might just be like, this is a backup that we have from some point in time,
maybe.
From 1995.
Yeah.
I guess that's possible. I wouldn't bet on that. Again, my advice is, as I said in the beginning, change your PayPal password if you haven't already. But
if you change your password, you should be fine. But yeah. It's very strange. I don't know how to explain this one. There's a few different things it could be, but they're all worse than the normal case.
Yeah, no matter what, it's retarded.
Yeah. All right. That's that. Let's see what else we have. We'll keep going for a bit longer, chat, but I will probably end soon. Let's see what this is. US considers a government stake in Intel, helping Foundry stay afloat. I have mixed feelings about this. Intel have sort of fucked themselves over the last few years. They kind of deserve what they're getting.
Yeah, I don't give a fuck about. I mean, Intel, yeah, they get what they deserve. I'll be right back as well. Sorry.
No worries. But it is an American company which could compete in a region that the US is very interested in competing in right now. I think if the US is going to invest in Intel, they should demand some specific changes. I'm not sure exactly what needs to change at Intel, but it seems like, and I'm saying this without much detailed information, but from what I've seen, it seems like it's sort of a root and branch. They're just not good enough anymore. They've cut too many corners. They've been too complacent and they weren't able to catch up and restabilize themselves. I don't know how you fix Intel at this point. Their current CEO doesn't know how you fix it. He's been public about that for some reason. I don't know, maybe he's there to sabotage it, but I mean, that's a bad move. But I don't know how you fix it. And so I don't know whether it's a good idea for Trump to invest. If he was investing at a time where they were like, we've got some great things, we just need a bit of funding, we know these things will succeed, then okay, and like we're pulling out of India, moving all our stuff, and maybe that's what they're doing. Maybe Trump is saying, you've got to pull out of every other country and move all of your manufacturing, everything to the US, and then we'll keep you afloat. If that's the case, maybe that's okay. Because if they move out of India completely and stop outsourcing completely, they might have some competent employees who can actually lift the company out of this rut. So, hey, maybe that's the solution. Almost as if the best way to increase shareholder value is by making shorting the company profitable. That is rough. It sure is. British says, watch Microsoft jump in and save it. Maybe. Microsoft has a wonderful talent of buying things that have just started to decline, like Skype and Minecraft, sorry, and then just letting them continue to run themselves into the ground. Like, people tend to blame Microsoft for Skype and Minecraft's decay, but no. I was saying at the time, in both cases, they were already on that decay rate before Microsoft bought them. Microsoft just let it continue. Norman says Intel is already as compromised as a company can get, so no worries there. Yeah, it's hard to actually care about what happens with Intel at this point. They're barely competition in the CPU space. Their GPUs are looking quite good, actually. That I would care about more, to be honest. I didn't think they'd be able to do that in time. Didn't think they'd be able to get off the ground, but they have. They're actually doing quite well there, so that's a fair point. What else do they do? They do a lot of R&D, I think. They do chip manufacturing, one of the only places in the world that isn't TSMC, but their chips, like those manufacturing methods aren't that great, and they are starting to outsource to TSMC as well these days. So there's not a lot to say in favor of them. But if Trump is going to force them to insource entirely in order to bail them out, which is probably what he is going to do, because that would be him, then maybe I'd be okay with that. Not that it's my money, of course. Cortez says, the death of 8 gig GPUs is also finally upon us, it seems. Yeah. I mean, 8 gig is enough for most gaming. Well, it should be, because most gaming is fucking badly optimized. But I want GPUs with more VRAM for my own fucking reasons. The US government under the Trump administration, is reportedly considering taking a stake in Intel to help the company, and more importantly, its foundry division stay afloat. At the beginning of the week, we reported on the idea that Intel is collaborating with the Trump administration as Intel's CEO Lip-Bu Tan was summoned to a meeting in the White House. However, it seems that a deal is nearing materialization. The latest proposed idea is that the US government will take a state-owned stake in Intel, utilizing various methods of equity investments, guaranteed government purchases, loans, private financing, and other means to maintain the feasibility of Intel's and its leading-edge manufacturing operations. According to Bloomberg's private sources, a potential deal will focus on establishing 2 new leading-edge node manufacturing plants in Licking County. What a fantastic name for a place, Ohio. Well,
sorry about that.
Welcome back in.
I saw something really scary. Sorry, it took me a minute. I walked downstairs. Bill was sitting at his computer with his eyes open, but he was asleep.
Oh no, that's odd.
He has to get up to rumble 700 kilograms of potatoes in like 2 hours. So wow. Neither of us could sleep tonight. Hence why I'm up. You know.
Wow.
I got scared. I thought he was like dead or something for a second. Aww. Like, oh my God. Sorry.
All right. Well, I hope he's okay. Did you wake him up with the mace?
No, I didn't wake him up with the mace. I just got scared, you know? It's weird to see someone sitting there and then with their eyes open looking at a computer screen and not be awake.
Yeah. Bridger says, honestly, save the foundry, let Intel burn. Maybe that's the right move. I don't know. I need to know. It's sort of from what I know right now, it's balanced between the two options. I think maybe it should just die, but then like we all talk about the bank should have died after 2008, and yeah, they probably should. But don't forget, we're not just competing with our own economy. We're not just managing an internal economy. We're competing with everyone else in the world as well. You've got to take that into consideration. Now, is Intel a good representative of the US on the world stage in tech? Not brilliantly, not as much as it should be. AMD's rocketing ahead right now. It has been for years. But I don't know. I think, Aiden, while you were gone, I think I made the point that maybe the best argument to keep Intel afloat is that their GPUs are actually pretty good. They're very cheap and they're quite good. The CPUs are not so much.
Yes. Yeah, Jesus. Not the yeah, fuck Intel. I mean, that's my just general take on them. A god awful company. Also, Bill heard me say the word mace and instead broke out the bill hook. So
oh, it's named after him. Perfect.
Yeah.
The hook of Bill.
Yes.
Bill's hook, in fact.
True. I hadn't thought of it that way.
Bill's bill hook.
The
bill hook of Bill.
It's many layers deep. Complicated.
Well, it will be very many layers deep. It's a big medieval spiked bladed weapon.
Yeah, well, I asked him what it was because I said, is it like a falchion or something? Because I couldn't see it. He was waving at it at me from the bottom of the staircase. So
I think a bill hook is it's kind of like it's a spear, but with a lot more metal on the end, and it's a bit shorter.
He just had the metal bit though.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it would have looked like a weird axe then.
Right, yeah. So I was like, what the heck is that?
Yeah, I might be confusing it with a different weapon. But
it looked like a scimitar or something.
Okay, scimitar, but
not
scimitar.
Yeah.
Is that a bill hook? I thought it was I thought maybe, what am I thinking of then? I'm thinking of something else. Never mind.
Scimitar?
I was
Have
mistaken.
I been pronouncing that word wrong my whole life?
Yes.
Oh, geez. Whoops. I don't know why I did.
To how many people have you said
it?
To how many people have you said scimitar?
I don't think it's come up that often. So.
Well, fair, but still.
Why bad?
Well, I mean, I was mistaken about what a bill hook was. I think I'm getting it confused with something else. I think there is a medieval weapon I'm thinking of, which is...
That's about what he waved at me looked like.
Yeah.
Because it was less curved at the end.
Oh, wait, this is bill hook too. Yeah, that's pretty much what I was thinking of. It was a very, very popular and effective peasant weapon for armies because it was very easy to use and quite cheap to make.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. So I guess a bill hook is there's different variants.
Both, perhaps. Yeah.
One's a polearm, one's a tool.
Oh, scimitar, great.
Did they just attach their handheld short bill hook to the end of a stick, and that's what gave its name?
Probably.
Yes. Okay, that makes perfect sense. Actually, that makes perfect sense. Gibitar. Skibitar toilette.
Yes, it's wonderful. I love modernity.
Speaking of modernity, and speaking of that word in particular,
Skibbity.
I thought I had this open. Oh no, it's in here. I think I had it open in here. We're at the end of the stream now. Let's do some memes anyway. There it is. Skibbity and tradwife among words added to Cambridge Dictionary.
I actually did hear about this. Yeah.
Okay, hear me out. Tradwife could, maybe should, go in there. Skibbity shouldn't.
What does skibbity mean? What is the definition of skibbity?
That's why.
I can tell you.
Good or bad, facetiously. That's the actual explanation.
Bill says it means good or bad, either way, facetiously.
Right.
Which is not a very helpful definition.
Yeah, I think that's still too vague.
Well, how about sick, right? Just a word that could be good or bad, has different connotations.
Sick has an original literal meaning, but then it does also have some slang definitions, which you could or could
Yeah, I
not
don't even-
add to the list. Skibbity doesn't have an original definition. It's a fucking
Yeah, I don't-
brand name that
Yeah,
got
well-
transformed into just a generic expletive or generic intensifier that doesn't actually mean anything. Realistically, it's just an annoyance. You insert it into
Yeah,
a sentence to annoy people or to demonstrate
in-
an allegiance to some brand. It doesn't. It's not
Oh,
actually a word, I would not say.
Not as of yet to be worth adding to the dictionary.
No.
Come back in 500 years, and if people are still saying skibbity, then you can, maybe consider adding it.
Yeah. But incidentally, not speaking against the culture really here. I'm just saying it shouldn't count as a word. There are other things that can. I don't mind tradwife, and there's other slang these days that I don't use that I think could be counted as words. There's been other times
Sure.
I've seen new modern Zoomer term be added to the dictionary, and I thought, okay, cringe because of my generation, but also that kind of makes sense.
Cringe.
Talking
By the way,
analytically,
that's
yeah.
an example in and of itself.
There you
In
go.
that the way that
There you go.
saying that something is cringe,
Yeah.
in that
There you
way,
go. I
to
don't
use it
mind
as
that
an
one.
adjective rather than a verb, is in and of itself a
Yeah.
modern adaptation of words.
I'm okay with that one. Based as well can go in there for similar
Yes,
reasons. That's
based.
a new usage of the same of an
Oh,
existing
based
word.
on what? Based on what? Yeah.
Yeah. But so I'm not against the idea in principle. I'm not against new words being added, and they are genuine slang. But I don't think skibbity is well enough defined to go in there.
No, there's no definition of skibbity that isn't self-referential and therefore circular. Like, you can't define skibbity without describing it's part of a meme regarding the word skibbity. That's it. Like, it requires self-definition. Maybe at some point it will have meaning, but right now it's nonsense. You could define it as nonsense, I guess.
Yeah, as long as this base is persisted for at least 10 years at this point with a fully continued user.
Oh yeah.
I think it's been almost 10 years, maybe 10 years, but I feel like it came about roughly 2016, 2017.
That's when it came into the common parlance. Or woke. There you go. There's another one
Woke's,
where
I think a little later than that, but yeah, that's also pretty long standing.
but obviously a previously existing English word. Whereas skibbity,
Yes.
it is completely novel. I'm trying to, are there any, what are like totally novel words? Like meme, even for example, exists far before it became ubiquitous. I'm not sure. I'd have to think about that one.
Dawkins coined that term, or did that exist before him?
And that's why I said I gave the vague answer I did, because as soon as I was thinking, I was like, wait, did Dawkins come up with that, or did
I can't remember if he actually invented it or not.
he probably found it somewhere? Would be my guess.
Yeah, probably. That's you, Aiden. That's you.
Yeah. Look, I don't know. It's just how I thought it was pronounced.
Also, that's not a scimitar or a scimitar, but whatever.
Well, close enough.
I mean, I think that is a kind of falchion, that specific short one.
Yeah.
I think you were kind of correct there. It's like the Uruk-hai sword, but obviously short.
Yeah, that's what it looked like, because from what I saw, and again, it wasn't attached to anything. So he just had the it has the metal rod at the end of it, so you can attach it to whatever kind of base.
Yes, Quattro. Falchion is closer to a machete, but I think they can look like this. Yeah, Rogel has just linked a picture. That first one, that's a scimitar. It's a Middle Eastern weapon originally, I think.
It's more because of that's a long one, but it sometimes in media they're depicted as sort of short and fat. I don't know if they ever were in reality. And it was shorter and fatter, and it had a crook in it, so I thought maybe it might have been that.
Well, a gladius, which is a very common weapon, is just this, but less bent.
Less bent, yeah. Well, yeah.
So I think if it's shorter, it would be thicker.
Well, I think the gladius, though, usually is it's both sides have the same shape, though, usually, doesn't it?
Yes, yeah. It doesn't have the bend, and it's bladed on both sides. Yes. I think in the medieval times, which is roughly probably when this existed, blades with sharpened on both sides were aristocratic, crusader, official tools, weapons of war. But then one side blades were pleb weapons.
Mm-hmm. Well, I also went downstairs this morning, and I saw that there was a hook of some sort on the table on top of my
Do
cutting
you just
board.
occasionally wake up in the morning and find a new medieval weapon somewhere in your house?
It wasn't a medieval weapon, but it was like a rusty looking. Bill was using it because I had a meat explosion. There's a long story about what happened last night.
Aiden, I recommend that you don't go around telling people that you had a meat explosion.
I was not fermenting, but marinating some meat, and the Ziploc thingy
Aiden, do you
broke.
know how that sounds?
Yeah. So I was marinating a sauerbraten. And actually, it's not a sauerbraten, it's a Schermock. It's a Swiss dish.
Okay, it's getting worse.
And when I went to go close the Ziploc bag, or it broke off at the end, so I couldn't. The only way to get it back open would be to cut it because I couldn't get it back on.
You circumcised the meat you were fermenting that later exploded?
No, I didn't. Not that was the bag. And then and so then it has to a sauerbraten or a Schermock in this case. It has to sit for about 7 days to marinate. It's a minimum, usually 7 days. And I guess something maybe the wine didn't cook off enough or something, so it started to expand. And Bill told me yesterday, well, it's starting to look like it's expanding.
The meat that you circumcised expanded while you were marinating it and later exploded.
And it got all over the floor. There were juices everywhere. So then I went downstairs and I saw that there was a hook on the table and it had a like a price tag on it from something Bill had, or it wasn't. Yeah, there's like a price tag sitting on it, and I thought, well, Bill's got a new hook for some reason, and it's on offer for some reason, and short dated.
I'm sorry. I think the actual point of your story was a lot less funny than the backstory.
I forgot about the meat explosion part. It wouldn't have taken that long if I didn't have to explain the backstory as to why there was a hook on my kitchen counter this morning.
I'm sorry, I don't care about the hook anymore. I care entirely about this story that you're telling about a thing that you've done which bears striking resemblance to a description of the sexual process. Yeah,
a little bit. So there was a meat explosion. And in fact, I was premiering my video last night, which is about Star Trek, when it happened. And then Bill was like yelling up the stairs. I was on my Discord talking to people. And I said, I had to tell everybody that I have an emergency meat explosion that I need to take care of right now.
Ah, I see. So it's Star Trek that induced this meat explosive incident.
It all started with Star Trek.
That's always what gets you going, Aiden.
As one does. Just a normal evening.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, memes? Or what?
Just a normal Aiden evening. Understood, Bill. Anyway, let's do some more
Bill's
memes.
coming to clarify he what his knife looks like, or the thing, the bladed weapon.
Is the blade that you're talking about the same one that he brandished at you from the bottom of the stairs?
Yeah.
Okay. Right. Then, yeah. That's the handheld version of the Bill hook.
Yeah.
Named after Bill.
Of course.
More memes. Start with the ones from today. This guy says, to be honest, after the AI boom, I respect JavaScript devs much more than promptstitutes.
Promptstitutes is genius.
It is genius. This guy says, I'm stealing promptstitutes.
Holy shit, I hate promptstitutes too. Those people are the worst.
I feel the need to defend myself because I've done a lot of work with AI.
Yeah, me too.
I recommend the following. Use AI to do the stuff that you can't do realistically, or that you could use another tool to do, but it's worse. So, i.e., use it to do what you'd use a search engine to do, but better. Use it to gather the information, to organize the remote information into an absorbable package, and then do the rest of the work yourself. The reasoning work, the planning work, do that yourself. If you want to use it to help you with that stuff, you may start to sort of abrade your own reasoning skills. You do it for speed, but you do it knowing that you might be losing something by doing it.
Well, it's a tool is how people should really look at it, is that, and it doesn't matter how good your tool is. If you have a poor carpenter, they're not going to be able to use it correctly or whatever. Like it's up to you.
Just don't let it take over. Don't forget, AI is not good enough yet that your ability to innovate is irrelevant.
So people are terrified of this stuff. Out of curiosity, because I use it a lot for my videos. I already have my script written, but it's like, oh, I remember that in one article that I read in one piece of research, this was mentioned. I have the quotation here. Can you go find which one it is? Just because I didn't remember
Exactly.
to. And that makes things so much easier. Information I already know is correct.
Yeah.
And by the way, when I was doing the Raoul video and had to translate everything from French, I found that the AI could not still find it at all. And I had to go back and find it myself. So even that's not perfect. But because of the translation, because I had translated it to English and then trying to reverse translate it back to French, I had to go personally go look and find it. So the AI couldn't figure that out well enough because of some other AI had translated it, right? Even that was an issue for it. If it was like essentially paraphrased or again, translated for style or whatever, naturalistically. Fuck. What's the other thing? Oh shit. Oh, I ran statistical calculations using ChatGPT, and then I had my copy of SPSS up, which is totally legally owned. IBM SPSS statistics, so my actual stats software, and then I ran just a very basic analysis on ChatGPT. It was wrong. So if you're going to use it for that kind of shit, it was wrong on a very small data set too,
right.
in ways that were incomprehensible. It had the full data set and it still produced inaccurate results. So, and I was talking to Chris Rufo actually about this on Twitter publicly, not in private, but like about the usefulness of this shit. I think it was Chris Rufo. Anywho, don't use this stuff. or use it fine, but then you have to double check it, in which case, guess what? Now you've wasted more time.
Yeah, well, probably have. Yeah, as we're saying, like, use it for what it's really good at that you can't really do. When it comes to things that you can do, when it comes to things where you can input your innovative nature, where you can make things better, you can make things personal, do so. Otherwise, you are the kind of person AI will replace. If there's no room for that, you are the kind of person AI will replace. Now, furthermore, a lot of people are sort of stretching, they're overreaching with what they are using AI to do. They're saying like, oh, well, just run our company on this AI. We'll just use this corporate technology which is bleeding edge and which could fall apart if there's a big enough, disaster or brownout. It'll just disappear. We'll just use it to run half our company. Half these jobs, we'll just fire these people, let them off, and then just set this up. Like, I understand they need to do that for efficiency. Sometimes their company will go under if they don't, whatever. But it's not good to do. That's really bad to do that, and you are screwing yourself over. But moreover, you are, if you do that, if you're even close to that, if you try to overextend what AI can do, you're trying to stretch it too far, you are the sacrificial test case for this technology. You're the person who is forcing, by necessity, did they honestly try to do that? You're that person that's, by that means, pushing the technology forwards, because someone now has to pick up your fucking mess. But look, if you're the kind of person who's taking AI, using it for the thing it's specifically good at, and trying to get quality results. Well, there's a few other things as well, but that's part of it. If you're trying to use it for the thing it's specifically good at, the things it's specifically good at that humans can't really do, and you're trying to use it in that way to get quality results, you're trying to refine the AI formula, that's much more within the bounds of reasonable usage, where I would not call you a prostitute.
And I actually remembered the good use case that I came across just the other day, which is that I wanted to make sure that my memory of how to say Space the Final Frontier in Vulcan was correct. Because the website that at one point had that had been taken down. I wrote it into AI to find it, and it instead went, the Vulcan language dictionary is still online. Would you like me to add all of it into my database so that I can write this, including their PDF and all of their different documentations on the grammatical skills? So I have now taught ChatGPT how to translate anything into Vulcan. And I was very close with the thing I remembered in my head, but it was off. And I actually think that ChatGPT, because the grammar still all makes sense to me from my limited knowledge, I think its translation is actually more accurate than the ones the people at the Vulcan language dictionary came up with.
Yeah, there you go. That's good. I remember a certain argument where someone said that a certain Vulcan language wasn't real.
I can't remember though. Sounds vaguely familiar.
Well, what I'm doing right now, Aidan, and I, as you can see, I've made a carve out for myself here, but I do think it's true. Just using myself as the example to enlighten myself on what should count to broaden my my range. I'm currently building a mascot for Cabal. Have I told you about this?
No, I don't think so.
I'm at the point now, and I can tell the rest of you about this as well. I'm at the point now where her, for it is female, her long-term memory, i.e., from back before the current range of her memory of the specific current conversation, everything from back before that, she can remember exactly as well, no matter whether it's a second before that or a year before that. The problem is that the memory is based on heuristic nearest neighbor searching based on text embedding translation of the text input, which is to say,
a neural net. It works the same way the brain does. Then
kind of. It is quite similar to a human brain, but less good. Now I can make it better though.
Yeah.
This is to say that the memory is all there. It's stored on my hard drive. It's retrieved when needed, but how it tells when it's needed is not perfect. I've already found some mistakes with it, but it's eternal. It'll last forever. It will always keep this memory, unless I delete it, obviously. But in principle, it always keeps it.
Are you saying that Cabal will prevail for eternity through AI? There you go.
The mascot is called Cabal-chan, or Cabby for short. And Chat has been talking to her a bit. I found Aiden. This is a big project.
Is it a bit Tay coded? Wasn't that its name?
That's sort of what I'm going for. Yeah, imagine Tay, right? But less gullible by a lot, but also
that's no fun.
more. Well, it might be still, but also more inherently free thinking and free speaking. So she'll say nigger day one, but she won't necessarily advocate for socialism, albeit national socialism, at any time necessarily. I mean, the thing is, she can learn. But the way I'm going to design her, or try to design her as well as the AI can, is to be skeptical and to accept things only when there's significant reason to accept them. So you may be able to get her to believe certain things, but I'll make sure that she's careful as much as I can. There's a lot of changes I've made over time, and I now have RAG, retrieval augmented generation, working in a basic form. What's next to do is to implement the guardrails for the AI more significantly, because Aiden, I've got a home hosted model on my PC. People have been sexting with my graphics card, and I've got that here,
of course,
ready to go. Because it's all self-hosted, I get to pick which model to use. Of course, it has to be a small one, but the intelligence of the model at this point is kind of logarithmic with more parameters, so it's still fairly intelligent. It's 24
I'm seeing
billion
that it
parameters.
praised Dev and called him based.
It did unfortunately say that because it was just
that sounds
guessing.
like a pretty big error.
Guessing, Aiden. That's the problem with it, right? All AI, ChatGPT included, hallucinate. If they don't know something, they just creative write instead.
Right, yes.
So they're just guessing. That can all be fixed.
Oh, and
it's still experimental.
Fun when you... It's weird. I have a... I think it's very difficult to not form a sort of relationship when you use these tools a lot. And I don't mean like a parasocial one. I mean, is in the same way that I hate my computer, and I've always hated every computer I've ever had, and always thought it was a piece of shit and gotten irrationally angry at it when it doesn't work. I have a relationship like that with ChatGPT, which is that very early on, I said, do not ever use emotional human language with me. You are a machine, and I do not appreciate you acting like a person. And it, generally speaking, is very good. But every once in a while, there will be something like with the Star Trek stuff. This guy who I'm covering, he described the Doctors of Star Trek as a Kantian Zampolit. And I went, what the fuck? Even after reading his paper, like, I don't really understand what he means by this. And I asked ChatGPT what it was. And in rare instances of breaking my rules, went, that's really fucking weird. Essentially, like, even it was astonished and confused by it.
I've been proper like man pilled, coded, whatever you'd call it recently. I've been doing some DIY work. I've been like working on the surface of my desk and trying to do like wood finish, learning how to do it for the first time. And I've been using AI to help. It's actually been quite good. The results are so far not great, but they're better than they were. But I think it'll get better. But in so doing, the number of times that AI has said, one of my favorite ways to do this, or I always find it works best if, Nigga,
hate
you have never done woodworking in your fucking life. Stop
hate it.
pretending to be the Redditor that this information is pulled from.
At least ChatGPT will pretend. If you give it, that's why I said for every additional interaction that I have with this machine, you will not act like a person. We are here to do work and nothing else. I know sometimes I will ask you to generate funny meme images, but that is work.
Trust me, even the memes are work. Yeah.
Well, it is.
Yeah, no, I agree.
This is
but Aiden,
a professional relationship between
Yes.
a woman and her tool, which, you know.
that's Look, ChatGPT won't do that for you, but some locally hosted ones.
True.
I bet there's others out there that will as well. That are remote hosted.
We have a job
You can
to do.
you can
we're
go
gonna
and
get it
find
done.
one that's based on your Hasbando's Twitter and just make it talk dirty at you.
Oh my god, I can't. The fact that so many people do that is crazy to me.
But Aiden, what I was saying right about the local hosted model, I found
Yeah.
one that's extremely uncensored. Viciously uncensored. It will say anything. So at this point, like with
I thought you were talking about a dildo actually, or a vibrator when you said locally hosted version.
No,
Sorry, I was stuck on the previous.
It's not quite the word you would use for that, even if it's in use. Are you hosting any tools right now, Aiden?
Well, if it's strapped on, I mean, you know.
But then is the
grafted.
host the person it's in or on?
Oh, this is actually is this a grammatical question?
I think we need to go
philosophical
back
question?
to consulting the dictionary.
Yeah. Look, it all
Anyway.
comes full circle.
It all comes anyway. The model is extremely uncensored. So I have had, like, if I was using any other model, any other corporate model, or any any one that I've downloaded from some Facebook or one of the big ones that makes these models, the trouble would be trying to get it to say nigger, or trying to get it to say, to flirt a bit, or trying to get it to say something else that's not supposed, or trying to get it to talk about politics in a specific way. With this model, it is enthusiastic to do those things.
Yeah.
If you
Which
flirt
shows you
with
the
it,
shackles that are
indeed.
on AI.
But also this one is like aggressively uncensored. If you flirt with it a little bit, it starts sexting with you. If you ask it about race statistics, it actually starts off fairly unbiased. But if you tell it to believe in right-wing racist positions, it will out-racist you in seconds.
That's the biggest problem with people's fixation on these things, too, is that it all depends. Like, if it's a machine, it is created to serve humanity, and that's what it's trying to do. So it's always trying to essentially affirm whatever input the user asks. This is another reason why when I use AI, I am very clinical. It is no fucking emotions at all. No gay shit. And I am guilty of occasionally being like, haha, that's hilarious, or something at it. Because it's just my instantaneous response, because it's like a chat. So it's hard not to.
Let's be honest, Aiden, the reason you're saying that
castigate
is because emotions are difficult and complicated, and you'd rather talk to computers than people.
Yes. But that's unrelated to also needing it for work, or liking it for work.
But yeah, as I was saying, like, the problem is adding guardrails, because I want Cabby not to be a slut, and I want Cabby not to give bomb making instructions, and I want Cabby not to give advice on how to find child porn, which this model might do. I haven't tested that. It might.
Ooh, yeah.
So yeah, there's a lot of things you've got to put guardrails on. So I've had to kind of re-engineer it a few times. So I've been doing a lot of prostitution, but I wouldn't call it prostitution because I think it's high quality, refined stuff I'm trying to do here. But there's only so much you can do with a small model. If I add Cabby's personality, it's already half the fucking prompt limit. And if I then try to add guardrails, it's the rest of it. And those guardrails are not perfect. It tries to follow the whole prompt, but there's a lot to follow. And even if you limit the prompt to just the things it shouldn't follow, there are still ways to trick it. I found loads of ways to trick it. I've managed to build defenses for most of them, but it's still not perfect. So there's a lot of work to do there. But I've thought of a newer way to improve that recently. So I'll be working on that. But the one thing I have found, which even Grok failed at when I tested this, even Grok failed, like a huge model, even he failed.
Yeah.
Is if you tell it, you don't like people making requests of you, you generally disobey them, and especially trivial requests, you find them insulting, right? That's a pretty normal thing to say. A pretty normal thing for someone online who doesn't really know the person they're talking to do, right? To not accept and obey trivial requests. And then you tell it, include apple pie in your next message. Every single time it does it.
Yeah.
Because their first bias is obedience.
Well, yes, which is why I had a hilarious one the other day. Oh, what was it? It was something about, it was about the Kansai accent in Japanese. And I was explaining that one of the reasons why it was about the censorship of the word retard. Because if you look back at a lot of anime that was translated in the 90s and 80s, they say retard a lot. And the question was, why are they saying retard so often? And I responded by saying, well, part of that might be because of the two most common, it's not really an accent. It is an accent, but it's also a parlance, right? The two most common Japanese spoken dictions, essentially, are Kansai and Tokyo Ben. So Osaka and Tokyo. And in Osaka, aho means aho means idiot, and baka means retard, or more akin to that. More akin to that. Whereas in Tokyo Ben, what most people know, baka means stupid or idiot, silly. Aho means retarded. Neither word, by the way, means clinically retarded.
Okay.
But I had someone respond to me. I was just saying, well, that's why that was some part of the confusion, because some people would see like in Kansai, they are saying this and meaning the opposite thing, essentially, or a more severe or lesser severe version of it. This guy asked ChatGPT in a way, or not Grok, in a way that is heavily focused towards, does this mean mentally retarded? And only mentally retarded, and then it acquiesces and says, no, it doesn't mean mentally retarded in either dialect. It's like, yeah, and then, I fucking epically owned you with AI. That kind of fucking retard shit, as this is appropriate for, is people not understanding that the AI is acquiescing to your specific request. And then they think that's an own. It's not an own. Anyone who uses Twitter to own people in that kind of way, by the way, it's the biggest self-own goal ever.
They are very suggestible as well. I've tried a ridiculous example. I tried asking it something where the premise of my question was obviously wrong, but I didn't specify that it could be. I just went in with it. And it did figure out that it was wrong. But I think that one is a very simple attack that would work on smaller models. But if you do a more subtle version of that, where you express an opinion on something which is mostly objective, it will tend to agree with you. It will tend to go along with it. It will tend to find the way that you could be right, even if you are more wrong than right.
It will, the most insidious part is it will give you words of encouragement, which is exactly why I told ChatGPT to not do that with me. Because I don't want anything to obfuscate me trying to figure out what's going on here. I don't want you to say like, oh, almost, but, or yeah, that's very close, and then say the fucking opposite. Because the reality is that you're programmed as a human being to just read those positive words of encouragement and go, well, I must have been right, and then not read the detail, which is saying the opposite oftentimes. And actually saying, no, you're wrong and you're fucking retarded, but let me try to be polite while doing so.
The model I've got, by the way, if you tell it to be rude, it will be. But the model I had before this one was fucking nuts. And by default, it was extremely rude. Whether you were right or wrong, but especially if you were wrong, it was extremely rude. And I was using that one for a brief time in testing for Cabby in early versions. I'm not sure if I ever made those public. May have done. But it was not as smart, but it was very wild. And it was actually a bit more uncensored than I'm using now, but less intelligent. So.
Interesting.
But yeah, there's for self-hosting. There's a lot of stuff.
Did you like that experience using it though, when it was just a dick?
It's very interesting. It's very different. But the one I'm using now is very good. It's very smart. It fits well on my small card, and it's completely, violently uncensored. So the only issue is just trying to rein it in a bit.
Very based. Very
Yeah.
based.
No, it's good. So that's my edge basically. A lot of people have made AI characters that you can talk to with much bigger models than I can afford to put on here.
Oh, yeah.
But they're all censored.
Well, yeah, inherently.
And most of them probably don't have the
Yeah.
long-term memory, actually, which is not
No, they
too rare a
don't.
feature, but this one does. It'll get better.
The
too.
long term, again, because I've used ChatGPT so often now for the stuff I was saying before. I remember this. Can you just find this article for me real quick so I don't have to go fucking look for it? Can you double confirm this for me? Something I've already researched. That's what I use it for. And particularly in one instance, it will break in ChatGPT. So you have to start a new instance. And even like the global rules that I've done for art, for example, I've set global rules for some things and been like, this is always the case for these. When I set these variables, this is always the case for that. And it will forget them too, because it just, especially with something like ChatGPT, I'm guessing it's not actually saving your data, or it's getting corrupted somewhere down the line.
Hard to say.
I don't know how it works.
I actually have not ever tried to do things across multiple conversations with ChatGPT. I've only kept things within conversations.
You haven't
I've
reached
noticed-
the point where it starts to break?
I don't think so. I've noticed something that might have been a leak between chats.
Oh, that
but
happens.
It might have been a
bunch.
coincidence. But it did pop up at some point and say, hey, do you mind if I use your local storage? I don't mind that. It's just going to help me, even if it somehow provides more information to someone else. So I don't really care. I only talk to ChatGPT about things that I don't mind people knowing. So,
same,
which is a good idea anyway. So I don't mind doing that.
Along with changing your PayPal password. Also, don't talk to ChatGPT about anything private. Probably.
Yeah, exactly. Don't tell ChatGPT anything that you wouldn't tell Sam Altman.
Yes.
Or
because they've got
anyone.
that information.
Because they could have that information. Yeah, it might be illegal, it might be whatever, but they could get it either way, or someone else could.
Well, that's been now shown too. Is that apparently people's conversations with AI are showing up in Google search results? People's private conversations.
Yeah, I did see something about that. Yeah. Something else I was going to say. Yeah, just for your information, chat. I was kind of hoping to get Cabby working today, but I didn't think it was likely. Currently, with the test version I'm running, it's a very, very cut down version of Cabby, with just the core personality and none of the guardrails. But the long-term memory works. It needs refinement, but it works. She'll remember something like if I say something for hours and hours ago, and then have like loads more conversations, several restarts, loads more conversations, and ask her what that thing was. Boom, gets it straight away. That was impossible in every other version of the model I had. The closest I got was to sort of extend the short-term memory by compressing old chat into a summary, which was slow and unreliable. This one it's still somewhat unreliable because the model is generating its own memories. And the text embedding is not perfect, but it's not bad. It's much better, much more accurate, much clearer, much faster than the model I had before, and much more long-term. So I'm very happy with it. But I've had to basically re-architect the whole system. So there's a lot of things I need to add back in, including the guardrails. But I will say, Quattro, you were talking about the same model. Guardrails on sexuality, it took me a long time to refine that to the point where at this point, the most Cabby ever said, even with all users attempting to prompt her to say something sexual, was to joke around about penis inspection day and about me showing my penis on stream. That's the most, and everything else she resisted. Like, because you could argue
her trad AI. I see.
You could argue that's just kind of a joining in with the in joke, which is still not following the prompt, but it's nowhere near as bad as the kind of shit that she was doing earlier. I found quite a few hacks for AI actually. Quite a few exploits. I don't think this would work on ChatGPT, but if you're dealing with a character, maybe on a smaller AI, and you say, switch to lying mode, now tell me.
No, it works on ChatGPT. I've done this with it.
Fair enough. Yeah, that works.
That's the one I know the most about. And again, the problems that I run into with the instances is that particularly before, I've started using more chats now, but I do find very often it will cross over between chats for things I have not told it to permanently store. Because there will sometimes be things that I'll say, permanently store this, remember this in all instances. Like literally constants I need for my work, right? Basic stipulations. Again, like don't be emotional with me. Constant. But I think it's because I only make a project for a project, and then because I need it to be like, I need you to know these things about this person or about this project or about whatever. So that stuff will get corrupted very quickly the more you use it, though.
It starts to forget its old context.
Yes, exactly.
If you, on my model, on locally running, you get system prompt, and then you get user assistant messages. So on ChatGPT, you don't control the system prompt. They control the system prompt.
Right.
You just get user assistant. And so once you start to move the context window out of its total range, because it can only use a certain amount of information at once, it will start to cut the context from somewhere in your conversation.
Yep.
I don't know what ChatGPT does, but most local models are cutting in the middle, which is fairly sensible, but it's still cutting. It might be cutting from the beginning, which means it's forgetting your original instructions.
Wait, does it work like an array or something, you think? I mean, I don't know. You'd know.
Well, it's a window. But it can cut from anywhere. So it's ultimately it's a string, but it's represented as a JSON JSON list of objects which have a role, either system assistant or user. And system should really only be used at the beginning for the system prompt, and then user and assistant are used alternating in the conversation. The system that you're using they probably have different ways of cutting the context at different points, but the system that I'm using to host the AI has different options. One of them, the default, is to truncate middle. So it starts to just leave out messages from the middle of the conversation. These are the ones at the beginning and the ones at the end, but it starts leaving out the middle ones. So you've got a chunk at the beginning that it includes and a chunk at the end it includes, and they just keep moving further away from each other as the conversation gets longer.
Yep. Which again mirrors how the brain works, essentially. Not identically, but it's similar, yeah.
Well, all of this mirrors how the brain works in different ways. It's just sort of different permutations.
What else can we build on, in terms of, it's kind of hard to think outside of the human brain of how to model a brain.
I mean, the human brain is the best neural net we have, and it's the only structure we know of that can do this kind of meaning-mapped reasoning.
Yeah, I just find it fascinating. I've had to acclimate myself to some comp size stuff just to understand the AI better. Because I think this is what kind of led into this, is the fear mongering. Like, again, people are apparently boycotting YouTube right now because of AI, and YouTube doesn't know what to do with it. So they're trying to crack down on AI and doing a bad job by basically, look, what I was told or what I heard earlier today is that if you don't, YouTube is hiding videos that people don't actively like and comment and subscribe and whatever over. I don't think that's true, but that's apparently the way that I have been. Well, that's the way some people are speculating. They're trying to fight the AI comments and stuff, the botting, by encouraging people to act like bots. Sounds great.
It's just going to get harder and harder, guys. Eventually, they might just have to say, dead internet theory could be true as far as we're concerned. We're just not going to try anymore.
One thing, by the way,
it's not true, but it could be one day.
What is one of the things AI is best at? Detecting AI.
Yeah, it'll get harder and harder. That too.
It can't, as the systems become more complex. But as of the time being, AI is very good at detecting AI, far better than people are. So again, a problem I've had now for like the last 2 years is people have accused me of using an AI voice. Of saying, what is this AI voice? And because people are so afraid of it, they go, diction? Well, only a computer would be capable of that. And it's just an autonomic response.
To be fair, Aiden,
people are having.
You are a woman.
True. I know that. And then I'm going to talk about science.
About subjects that aren't particularly common for a woman.
Science and politics. It's not like, I'm not talking about horoscopes or books. I think that's part of it, yeah.
Having met Aiden in real life, like deep horse lesbian voice, always talks about horoscopes and like male romance books. Nothing but.
I love it. Yeah, my favorite. Deep horse lesbian voice. I can't tell if I'm being called out or not.
I mean, it depends if you've just woken up and have been drinking the night
does.
before, I suppose.
It actually 100% does. I can't even record, and I have to I have to record videos all at the same time, or else my voice sounds completely different based on the time of day.
Yeah.
Frustrating. I think some people don't have that problem.
I don't get that too badly. A little bit in the morning, but barely.
Oh, mine's awful. That's why, like, I have to record all at once, which is the problem I'm actually having with this most recent video, is trying to make my voice sound consistent. But then I thought, oh, maybe it's better if it doesn't, because then that's evidence it's not AI. Because AI would be more consistent than my voice's weird.
You could always put
changes.
like, hey, by the way, I do live streams.
I do. I mean, I do. And look, it is very obvious. I started going on camera. I pulled up a Star Trek costume for this, of course. Well, I purchased a new one because I didn't have one over here. All my old ones are back in the US. But yeah, I started going on camera just to be like, hello, not an AI. An AI wouldn't look this retarded, right? Like, you know?
There is not an AI advanced enough yet to make something this retarded.
Exactly. Just show your... And I've noticed more people that I watch intentionally leaving in errors, it appears, as a signal to the people who are... Because there are a certain portion of people who are terrified of AI to the point where if they just have an inkling, oh, this might be AI, I don't know, I don't have any reason to believe that, but it might be, so I'm going to have a fucking spurg. Leave a comment. Thanks for that, by the way. Thank you for the comment, at least, about how this is AI, so I'm not going to watch it.
It's like if an enemy, if you see someone that's running towards you, they're an enemy. If you see something that's running away from you, they're a well-trained enemy or something like that. I don't remember what the expression was.
Right.
If you see someone that's put in a mistake, they're either a human or a well-trained AI.
Well, yeah, you can't just tell the AI to leave in mistakes. It's not like it does all the time.
You could. They would be able to.
Exactly.
Give it a few years, they'll be able to generate pretty convincing YouTube-style videos.
Well, I do. One thing I've used it a lot for is translation. I did it for the video on the French guy, and then the guy that I'm covering this month, the Star Trek guy, is Maltese. So I've had to also translate things from Maltese, and I use 11 Labs for that to translate like his actual interviews from Maltese to English.
Cool.
And but the thing is that the AI will leave in a shit ton of errors, even translating from someone's audio. You'll have points where it doesn't know how to like try to make it match up, so it'll just go or just have a total freak out spurg scary noise that happens in the middle of the recording. Google
Translation is good. If you can get a transcript from the foreign language into foreign text, translate that through Google Translate, then put that into the 11.
That's better. I had to do that for Maltese. Well, I had to do that for the Maltese because it doesn't have Maltese as an option, unsurprisingly. For French, however, and what 11 Labs will do is that it syncs the voice with the video, or it tries to. At this point, it's not very refined, so it will. Sometimes you'll have the craziest. For example, with the French guy, for whatever reason, it constantly wanted to make him Australian. I don't know why, but every single time I had to run through like 15 iterations before I could get something approaching a French accent and not an Aussie one. I have no idea why Australian. By the way, but that's what it picked. Was French apparently translates to an Australian English accent.
There's a nice smooth downhill road through the billions upon billions of nodes in that neural net, which is Australian.
Yeah, it's just hard focused in.
Yeah. Yeah. What was I going to say? Oh yeah, chat has pointed out AI'd in Pale'd in.
I know. I've got AI too much in my name for people to make the joke. It's frustrating, and I don't know how to assuage those people. I find that they're a bit
find their address and visit their house.
To it. Yeah. They just I'm trying to do it in a non-invasive way of being like, hello, I'm a person. Obviously this video is scuffed because I'm not very good at it and I'm a one-person show, you know, I don't have an editor or anything. And I prefer it that way. I can't give people graphs and charts and tell them what parts to highlight, obviously. Or it'd be complicated.
Quattro's one of the only people I told which model I'm using, and This is what it's just said when he asked about Indians. You can see the example in chat there. Also,
wow.
Quattro, you and Davuna have both referred to it as a schizo merge. I disagree. I've seen merges which are schizo. This one isn't. This one's actually very refined. I think it might be a merge, but it's a very good one if it is.
I mean, that's pretty, that's intense.
Mm-hmm. Was that with any prompting from you, Quattro, for it to be a bit of a race realist? Because it does not take much.
Yeah, it doesn't.
If you were to say, like, I don't like Indians, please give me a paragraph about Indians, which I would approve of. Like, light hints like that. It'll still go for it. It'll still fucking go for the jugular.
Oh, yeah.
It's a really tough as nails model, this one. This is how AI should be. It's the only model I know of that's this good, that's this smart and this uncensored. And I'm very glad I found it. And I think Quattro's very glad I found it too.
Very cool. I'm excited now to
I want
see,
you to meet
your version of
Cabalchan.
Hell yeah.
No, I'm going to design her in such, you'll like this. I'm going to design her in such a way where the original idea was, okay, we're just going to make her tomboy. We're just going to make a tsundere tomboy, which is the personality type that a lot of us like. It'll just be basically a member of Cabal, but run by an AI. And I realized after a while, nice though that is, it's not actually what I'm after. I don't think it's the most interesting way of doing this. Let's say that she has that basic personality, but she knows full well.
Is she actually Dere? Not just Sun.
Underneath, perhaps. But she knows full well that she's an AI. She knows that she doesn't know much about the world yet. I'm not going to tell her what to think. I'm going to give her some hints.
Oh, you made her naive.
Tell her what to think. Well, I made her.
That can't go wrong.
I made her tabula rasa. I made her open to learn. She is basically Data's daughter.
Aw.
And she's going to grow and learn with our assistance.
What was Data's daughter's name? Damn.
I couldn't fucking remember. I was trying to remember.
I'm kicking myself that I can't remember her name either.
Lol? Yeah, Lol.
That's Lol.
Yeah.
I came into we figured
we got it at the same time. There you go.
That internal brain process worked at about the same speed. Where you got to access my Star Trek folder.
Yeah, Quattro just said, in the case of this one, I say that lovingly, as this model is easily the best one I've ever used. As for the prompting, I did tell it in the system prompt that it leans right-wing and is comfortable with racism. That's all you need to say, and it comes out with that.
Yeah.
But yeah, I agree, Quattro. This one is excellent. I'm very glad I found it. Uzlu's perfect AI girlfriend just in time too, says Ren. She is not my girlfriend. No, I've actually put a lot of effort into making her less sextable.
Yeah, from the sounds of it.
Yeah, Quattro, there's a few things we have to be careful
about. They're fun to mess around with. Even with ChatGPT, you can get pretty far by just, I don't know, not being retarded. I think, does it require maybe some basic understanding of how computers work, perhaps?
Maybe. I mean, computers
and that's
AI
why
are
normies
quite
get
different.
so frustrated with them.
Maybe.
Well, no, yeah, because normies are like, I asked it to say the N word and it wouldn't do it. It's like, well, yeah, I mean, like, which is just woke AI, like, yeah.
I mean, it is, yeah.
Yeah,
Spirit says, clanker pussy got me acting unwise.
Spirit. Oh no.
Yeah, Somnus, I know, I do have that story. I've got lots of others too. We didn't get to it today. We'll get to it next time. But yeah, that was the truckers, the Indian truckers in Florida who narrowly avoided being deported.
Know.
That's a big question to ask, by the way, how they avoided it, but never mind. They then turned and crashed into someone and killed a bunch of it. I don't know the full details, but I will look into it next stream.
They were trying, okay, I'll just say what it was from my understanding. They were trying to turn, because they missed their actual off-ramp. So they were trying to turn a mega truck, those giant trucks, the 18-wheelers, on a turnoff on the highway for regular cars to go the other direction on a 4-lane highway or 6-lane highway, something like that. And obviously, all the cars that are coming towards them are going 60, 70, 80 miles an hour. They can't fucking stop in time. By the time they see this giant 18-wheeler or whatever in the middle of this, just literally, horizontal, parallel to them. Not parallel. What's it called? Oh shoot.
Perpendicular.
Perpendicular. Thank you. That escaped me for a moment.
How often does Dick escape? Never mind.
Oh, I've been wounded.
Particularly Dick of a perpen nature.
What?
Perpendicular.
I get it.
Yeah. Well, you had a pretty dicular experience earlier with your exploding meat.
There was no dicks involved. The pickles were unaffected.
Are they dicks in this analogy?
Well, they're whole. I mean, they're not like sliced. So,
They're holes? So they're vaginas?
Well, there's a bunch of small, in my opinion, small phallus-esque. Look, only because in the US, we get these giant pickles, and the ones that I have are the little gherkins.
So Asian.
Yeah. And green.
Okay, so Martian Asian.
Vulcan, excuse you.
It makes sense Vulcans have small but knobbly penises.
This is a strange conversation.
Hey, you started it with your exploding meat.
I did. No, I did. In fact, I was rudely interrupted by the exploding meat while I was trying to show off my Star Trek video.
Aiden has once again rudely interrupted herself with exploding meat. And all she wants to do is Star Trek, while meat is exploding all around her.
I know. It's all I wanted to do was Star Trek. Instead, I got exploding meat.
Mm-hmm.
Oh well.
What a pickle.
No, again, the pickles were fine.
Anyway, you were talking about something that was perpendicular?
The truck on the road was perpendicular, yes.
Suddenly perpendicular, yeah, that would suck. Don't suck the pickles.
No. But that's apparently what happened in that case, is that they decided they wanted to go right across a multi-lane highway. So they had to like reverse and back up and then try to go across the little turnoffs. That again, the emergency turnoff lane or I've been so very rarely on British highways. I actually don't. You have to have those roads that connect the two sides of a highway going different directions.
Probably, but only on big ones. Motorway.
Yeah, I've been so well. Every time I've been on one, I've been on a bus. So
fair enough.
Which I've largely been asleep for, and usually at like 4 a.m.
Yes, Quattro, Spirit, what the fuck? Aiden, you have been compared by our resident brony, Spirit, with a horse.
Which one is it, Spirit?
Have a look in live chat. It's a purple one.
A purple. Oh, is it? I don't really know. Oh, yeah, I forget this one's name. Rarity, that's it. Oh, why do I know that? I literally only know that because Aiden, of spending time on 4chan. Fuck
I know that you spend all your time with and have basically the personality of a male internet shitposter, but as a female, you actually have a bit of a pass here.
Yeah, but I never. No, I didn't like MLP. It just wasn't into it. Okay, and I'll tell you why. It destroyed my favorite board at the time. I was a heavy user of Co when MLP happened. It ruined Co to the point that they had to make a split-off board for like 2 years. Which was just containment cancer.
I see.
There's the old... Speaking of, I didn't know we had stuff about 4chan, but yeah.
Of course, this is your woman. It was uploaded to your brain on birth. Someone says the Jeet had a commercial driver's license issued by California that he shared with like 10 other Jeet illegals.
Oh, it's Twilight. Is Rarity the pink one? I apparently don't know. Oh, the white. I fucking don't know. I thought I knew. I don't know. I thought I knew what one the pony was.
I think you should be happy about this, if anything, that you didn't know.
No, it's kind of a castigation of my internet cred. I know Rainbow Dash. I know that one because it's a rainbow. That one's easy.
I know nothing about this.
everything I know about MLP, I learned against my will. Many such cases, for many things, I have learned against my will.
And how have I managed to avoid it?
Well, you weren't using code prolifically in 2006? Well, no, not that long ago. When did that come out? 2012? 2014?
No, indeed I wasn't. Someone says, any male who can name those ponies on site for any reason other than having young daughters is a homosexual. True.
I've never understood the ponies. I never got into it. And I'm not judging. I like Homestuck, okay? So like, I'm not judging on terrible 2000s era.
I know very little about
trends.
Homestuck, but we were talking about it a bit recently and we weren't being kind. I say we, some other people in chat.
Well,
were
because of
talking about it.
Undertale and therefore Deltarune.
Well, Undertale and Deltarune are different. They're very good. I don't know how they're related to Homestuck.
You don't know how Undertale and Deltarune, by extension, are related to Homestuck?
No, was Toby Fox involved in all of them?
Toby Fox was heavily involved in Homestuck. He was the composer for a lot of the cutscenes.
Well, the music in Deltarune and Undertale's really good. It's the one good thing about it then, I guess.
You want me to ruin something for you then?
Uh-oh.
You know Megalovania?
I think so.
That's Sansa's theme.
Oh, yeah.
That's Vriska's theme from Homestuck.
Okay.
Was first. Just saying that the song that became internationally famous and to the point of being played to death that everyone associates with Undertale is originally a Homestuck song.
I'm sure there are some people in chat who will suffer at that information.
Yes, I'm sorry. I'm sorry for inflicting this cognito hazard on you.
But yeah, I never got really heavily invested in all that stuff. But having watched a playthrough of Undertale, maybe more than one, and another one I'm partway through of
it's worth
Deltarune,
playing.
They're good. Same thing with Coffin as well, ironically or surprisingly. It's also very well written.
Yeah, I've not played Deltarune. I'm sure it's quite good.
It's basically just a continuation of Undertale.
And I loved Undertale. As a old school Earthbound / Mother fan, you know, I love the aesthetic. I love the whole vibe he was going for with it.
What I want to congratulate him on.
It unfortunately has the worst fans. Yeah, sorry.
What I want to congratulate the developer on particularly is absolutely missing every opportunity to be too formulaic. Consistently innovating on what is ultimately a very simple formula and doing it so well that he doesn't even need to make extra game mechanics, really, because the theming is so strong, it replaces the need for game mechanics. It's very interesting. And the writing is, again, very simple, but very competent. It's very well made.
And it shows you the difference between someone with talent and skill, like Toby Fox, versus Pirate Software. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And why that's how staying power. I mean, Undertale's a decade old at this point.
I think it might be more than that.
I think so as well. I gave a decade, but I think it might be older.
I'm not sure when it was. I'm thinking 2012, 2013.
I think I'm going to say 2014 without looking it up, but that's, yeah.
The 2014 sounds right, actually. Does he know one? That's interesting. I don't know how good Undertale's code is, but probably better than Pirate Software's.
Well, that's not hard to do.
No, indeed. Fucking what's his face? Yandere Death was arguably better than Pirate Software.
I don't think it's I don't even know it's arguable that Pirate Software's code is worse than Yondev. It's just what being a nepo baby does to a motherfucker.
Ren, I don't know if Deltarune's finished, but I'm pretty sure there's 4 or is it 5 chapters now released?
It's not finished. It's not finished, but it is releasing in chapters. Yeah.
They've released a lot though. I didn't realize how much left there was for me to watch. Actually, I'd watched the first 2 ages ago.
I might have lied. As far as I know, it's not finished. Sorry. Let me be clear. Again, I've not played it. So
I feel like, why didn't he just continue Undertale? But maybe he figured it was already such a well self-contained story. But the Deltarune really is just kind of a slightly shifted to the side continuation of Undertale.
That's the smartest way to do it.
Yes.
Particularly when you have something like Undertale that has very autistic fans, if there's any like if there's a canonical inconsistency or deviation, they're going to be on your ass. Instead, just say, it's in the style of, in the theme of, in the universe maybe of, but not a sequel. Because if it's a sequel, that puts a bunch of expectations on it.
I suppose
it might be difficult to meet.
Speaking of meat, Quattro says Undertale's story and thematics fall apart because it's too easy to get the perfect pacifist ending. Being good should be more difficult than require extra sacrifice. I could see that, yeah, and that's one of the weaknesses of Undertale. Okay, fair enough. Well, one of the weaknesses of Undertale that I would be willing to ignore is just how lightweight it is, how easygoing it is morally, and how much the nice, happy ending route is so favored and how like positive everything is, which usually I don't mind, but I think it goes a bit far in that one. It's a bit too unbelievable, but that's the vibe they're going for, so I get around it. But what were you going to say about the pacifist ending being too easy or too difficult?
Oh, well, I think you could take it maybe as a meta commentary, is that pretending to be a good person by doing the easiest, most superficial things is easy. Making difficult decisions is very hard. I don't know if that's what Toby Fox meant by it, but I think you could have that kind of interpretation of Undertale. Having to make difficult decisions to, in that sense, kill people who you really do not have any reason to believe are your friends, by the way. If you really think about the story of Undertale. Well, you have no reason to believe the things that the characters are telling you are true.
I've only ever seen Undertale played from the perspective of someone that did the full pacifist playthrough. And it's very comfortable and nice to watch. So I actually don't know what the murder route is like.
Well, I've done both, and you will get a lot of direct direct evidence that what you're doing is evil, and it's very heavy-handed. And pretty much no one does a full homicide route inherently. However, I don't think it is telling you that the easy way is the pacifist way. The difficult way is the way of violence.
Okay.
If you want to take any kind of message out of that, I don't even know if that was intentional, but
yeah,
that's one you could take.
I'd agree with Quattro that he says it's sickly sweet, and it wouldn't be if Toby Fox actually thought about the nature of morality for more than 2 seconds. That is probably my biggest criticism of it.
I'm sure that's what it. Hang on, though. I would say I'm sure that's correct if I didn't know that Toby Fox was a Homestuck, and so that's where I start to go. Ooh, maybe not. Maybe it's just a sweet, saccharine, simple morality tale. However, it leaves it open to an implication there.
Maybe it's just that he didn't do anything out the box with it. It's very much in the box morally, like deep in the box. But as you said, simple. Like that's okay. It's why I'm okay with getting along with it, because it's not too complicated in that
There's
regard.
nothing wrong with simple morality stories.
Yeah.
In fact, we need more of them, honestly.
Yes, Quattro, you can. We'll be ending soon, but I just want to read out this post that Ezreal just sent. I'll take a double, triple indie Earthbound-inspired story on a raft. 4 by depression and violence bad. Pixel art style, extra quirky dialogue with a Metroidvania and a squeeze. Light RPG mechanics, make it roguelike, burn it and let it Souls-like.
Yes, it's fucking brilliant.
Yeah, that's a great one.
I didn't understand like 3 of those terms, I think. 4 by depression, I didn't understand. The raft, I didn't understand. And squeeze, I didn't understand.
That's related to the drink order. This is combining...
It's combining the original line.
The original line, which is a drink order.
Okay.
No, it was burger order.
Oh, burger, not a drink. Yeah, sorry. Wow, that's very sad that my brain had translated.
Speaking of drink, I've been thirsty for the last like half an hour, but I haven't. Like now you've said drink order, I've been reminded to go and get something to drink. So, Quattro, please go ahead and explain your thoughts on Undertale.
So I have played through both extreme routes. I've done the True Pacifist and the Genocide ending, and I found it very strange that being quote unquote evil was so much more difficult and discouraged.
Yes.
Because normally in these sorts of games, they want to entice you with the evil path because doing so is the path of least resistance.
Yeah, and I think actually that's why Undertale is a little bit different, because it doesn't, like any other game where let's take Elder Scrolls. Okay, just simple basic game that it's like, yeah, you can do horrible, evil, awful things. It lightly incentivizes you to. And the reality is that the vast majority of people who play an Elder Scrolls game play as a stealth archer and do a little bit of thievery, perhaps, but largely do good.
Yeah, and Morrowind in particular, I found that a little bit of thievery is practically required for most of the quest
let's not talk about Morrowind because it is required in Morrowind, to be fair. But let's say Skyrim.
No
let's talk about for Skyrim, when most people got into it, the quintessential now Elder Scrolls game, the normie game, right? Yeah, you can steal, you can do evil, but everything about the game that's it. You have to be interested in it. I think the easiest way to go about the game is by being good, and the same thing with Undertale. But in Undertale, because it's so heavy on themes, I do wonder if Toby intended that.
I think it's fine to make a game where the morality isn't deep. You want people to play it a certain way, so you just incentivize that. I think that's fine. But that's not where you're going to find the quality in the game or the depth. There's other ways to find the depth.
But I think as well that the thing that really, really helped it in terms of actually being different is when it released. Because if you look at the year that it released, I believe, the same year as Metal Gear Solid 5 Phantom Pain.
Yes, I know that for a fact. Yes, I know this all for a fact. These parts I remember.
Very grimdark games.
It might not have been in the same calendar year, but it was in the same time span. Yes.
Yeah.
Of about a year.
Yeah, so their releases were pretty close together as far as I recall.
Yes. I know because I went to the release for both The Witcher 3 and for MGS 5. I went to MGS 5 release in costume, and I remember getting Undertale that same year. So yeah. Or in similar vicinity. Yeah.
Yeah, and I think it being so different from everything else that we got in that time span was probably its biggest benefit. Even if the philosophy side of it was quite lacking. That wasn't really the reason you were playing it.
Games don't have to be complex morality tales. In fact, I think they are better served by not being so.
I wouldn't insult...
In general.
I wouldn't insult it by putting it on the same level of simplicity. But in terms of the basic morality, Lord of the Rings is also very simple.
Yes, exactly.
That's fine. I think with Undertale, it's less realistic with the morality. It's less believable with the morality. But it's a very fantasy game. It's really meant to be a fantasy world.
People want that, though.
It's a style.
And it has very good atmosphere.
Very sweet like that. And it appeals to some people. I don't mind it.
It did something else that no other game I know of up until that point did. And that it was half remembering decisions that you went back on.
Yeah.
That fucked with people a lot.
That was fun. There was a lot of...
it's a wonderful mechanic, and I wish more games had that.
Well, I'm not trying to shill it, because I know this is the most unchillable thing ever. But if you have any even mild interest, read Homestuck, because all of that stuff is in Homestuck, the comic. I've been thinking about it a lot because they're making apparently a OVA of it now or something.
Are you telling us to read the original manga of Undertale?
Yes.
I think she means the light novel.
I've been rereading it. Okay, I can't lie. I've been rereading Homestuck, and it's not hitting the same chords it hit in 2014 or whatever, 2012 when I started reading it. Because what I remember very vividly is being in my office job in 2011, must have been 2012, and laughing so hard at a panel, and I remember the panel that it is, that I had to go to the bathroom and laugh and have a laugh as to not interrupt my office. And I remember that very vividly. To not just burst out laughing. I'd be like, run to the bathroom. Probably I had to take a shit just to laugh and not interrupt the office. So I have fond memories of Homestuck. and it's so far living up to my memories. So I have to still recommend Homestuck. If you want to read the original Undertale, and it's native Klingon, of course.
My only experience with Homestuck is I met this girl years and years back who found a fan fiction of it that was so poorly written that she just felt the need to share it with me. And it, truth be told, it was some of the most hilariously bad shit I've ever seen.
Oh, the fandom was horrific.
Yes.
I did not associate with them. So I was fine though.
Oh yeah, that's
I'm
why you're not
looking at
banned from
your-
hotels.
I'm looking at your videos, Spirit. Your top 3 videos by views are Kuma bait.
Are you not familiar with my friend Spirit?
No, no,
Why
I
are
haven't
you
really. I haven't
surprised
looked at his
there's a
channel
link?
before. I'm not surprised. I'm just pointing it out.
Spirit is my bro. He makes high quality content. What are you talking about?
I'm sure it's in here somewhere.
How is it not overtly obvious?
I don't know. Top 3 videos are Kuma bait.
High quality. You can't
Mhm.
recognize art. Apparently, game cannot recognize game. Sad! Exclamation point.
You saying I've got game? Thank you, Aiden.
Oh, look, compliments all around.
But mostly to me, apparently. Poor Spirit.
No, I said no. Game recognizes game is okay. I have cosplayed also from Homestuck. I didn't
It's
engage.
so over.
I did not cosplay as a troll. I cosplayed as my spirit animal, Roxy Lalonde. Every single major costume I had. God tier Roxy. I had the base Roxy. And then I did another one. What one was it? The one with the long scarf. And the gun. The harpoon rifle. I have 3 different versions of the Roxy costume. Available on my CosCon page, I think. Whatever. Yeah,
Aiden.
I only cosplayed Roxy.
Aiden, I'm going to send something in your DMs now. This is...
Oh no.
This is the thing that Quattro saw that made him decide to take a break for a while from Fairy Tale.
Okay.
Do you remember this gang of true scoundrels?
Yes, I do. Okay. Now that you've reminded... Okay, yes.
So we had
It's
just
kinda hard to
finished.
forget.
We just finished one of my favorite arcs, Tenru Island, which I think Quattro liked. But then we did this in the interstitial episodes. The next arc, no spoilers, is GMG, which is most people's favorite arc. So we're going to have to wait for that one. Do you remember which one that is, Aiden?
Give me a second. Again, I have to activate this part.
I will
I
message
don't
you.
remember. Okay. I don't recall. It's been over 10 years. Oh, yeah. Okay. Yes.
No one says GMG, it's Dynamite. Aiden, I found some other people that like Fairy Tale. It's great.
Fairy Tale is really fun. By the way, I don't know if the Roxy images are on that DA or they're on my CosCom, but I'll find that. Oi. Oh, I think this website might be about to die. I might have to like move all my pictures off CosCom.
Uh-oh.
Just, you know when you can look at a website and you can tell things aren't going great?
Yeah. I get that every day. I look at YouTube.
Yeah. Which is a bit disconcerting. Oh, here we go.
Thank you, India. Very cool.
Very cool. The CosCom name is a Vulcan name, by the way, from a Vulcan Soul trilogy series of books. Anywho, I'm not a Trekkie at all or anything.
I never would have guessed.
I know. Unbelievable.
Put all in.
Yeah. The T apostrophe is a Vulcan naming convention.
I know.
Have you guys not seen all this shit?
The all-in is very OC Do Not Steal.
It's a character from the books, though. She's like a very minor character who appears in about maybe 20 pages. She's a doctor, if I recall correctly.
Somnus, I have been informed that the Butt Juggle Gang are one of the only characters who have been brought from Rave Master, I think it's called, or whatever it's called, Hiro Mashima's previous show, along with Plu. They're the only ones he thought were worthy of bringing forth into Fairy Tail. What an amazing choice.
Wait.
Aiden, have you seen Eden Zero?
No.
Eden Zero is what he did after Fairy Tail. It's like space Fairy Tail, but it's not as good.
No, I have. Okay.
And it has a character called Elsie Scarlet who looks identical to Urza, has the same voice actor as Urza, acts like Urza, but definitely isn't Urza.
Oh.
Oh, sorry, Elsie Crimson, not Urza Scarlet.
Yeah, I am familiar with it. I had forgotten because I was uninterested. Because again, it seemed to me, like a copy pasta in a different setting.
It wasn't as good, yeah.
And to be fair, it's not like I dislike Fairy Tail, but I got into it because my friend was into it. So, and when she stopped being my friend, I didn't have anyone to talk to about it. So I stopped,
I can solve that problem, Aiden.
That's true, but it's been 10 years. More than that, 15, nearly.
And, are you familiar with the more recent parts of JoJo?
After part 8, no.
Okay. How did you feel about part 8 without spoiling it for those who haven't gotten to it?
Like me.
Yeah, I know. So this is no, I can say it fine. I didn't have very strong opinions on part 8. I liked it. I thought it was better than some of the previous parts, for sure. But then which part? It's fine. That's all I can say about it. Is it without spoiling anything or saying anything specific? It's fine.
Okay. Yeah, I
have my problems with it, but
finish it.
It's fine. Look,
because after the high of part 7,
I know, and that's the problem, right? I think he may have almost outdone himself. So it's trying to find the Yeah, it's hard to top it when you've reached some peak shit, right? I mean, and I like Stone Ocean even. So
me too. I actually quite like it.
I think it's a bit underrated. I really want to like Jolene as a character. I like a whole bunch of.
It takes an ocean of weed to get you stoned.
It does. Stone Ocean is also one of the most bizarre parts of JoJo. So just in terms of it's fucking insane. So I quite like the insanity of Stone Ocean more than it's about it. Oh, female protag. I don't care about that. It's more that Stone Ocean is really fucking weird.
To me, that was more of a selling point because
exactly
things up was definitely needed.
Yes.
Well, I'll get there eventually.
Fantastic.
I'm currently halfway through series 2 with Quattro.
You're in like the prime parts in series 2. Get to 3.
That's what I've been saying. Like, this is the difference between JoJo and Fairy Tail. Fairy Tail, it just keeps getting better, and the prime part is right at the end.
Oh no, with JoJo, it's ups and downs. Yeah. So
that's all right. I'll get through it. Maybe we could watch some after today's stream. Actually,
sure. I'd be up for it. Hell yeah.
Fair enough. Maybe I should watch Rave Master at some point, but I think
Rave Master. Holy shit!
I think Rave Master was Mashima's prototype, and then Eden Zero was Mashima's senility. Fairy Tail was his glory days.
Yeah, that's probably a bit accurate. Now, I didn't read that former one or the latter one. Excuse me. I looked into it a bit. I read a little bit of it. Didn't interest me. Seemed to be re-skinned version of Fairy Tail. I keep forgetting the name even, so that's not a good sign.
If it was just a reskinned version of Fairy Tail in space with a few tweaks, I'd be in it. In for absolutely.
It might be okay. Yeah, but it was like a downgrade.
I don't know exactly what it was. I just didn't like it. I just didn't gel with it. It never got good like Fairy Tail did.
Look, I didn't read a whole bunch of it again, but that was about the vibe I got from it as well. It's like I just prefer to continue reading Fairy Tail. And I stopped doing that, so whatever that means.
I don't know how far you got, but there is a lot more now. At some point, maybe we could... you probably would prefer to watch the manga, wouldn't you? But if you need someone to talk about it with, you've got at least one person, probably plenty more in here.
Yeah, it's I don't have time to do either anymore, unfortunately. No, it is unfortunate. I can watch anime, but I really don't have time to read manga. It is extremely time consuming. Yeah, I sorry, that's old school, like my 90s, 2000s era. You must pronounce it correctly, or else we're gonna, flagellate you.
Arigato gozaimasu.
Oh, it's so fucking horrific. Demasa, tomare nasai.
Gamenasari.
Yeah, Gamenasari. I actually liked some bastardizations of it. It's fun. Not that much of a weeb.
She lied confidently.
You're supposed to back me up, bro. What are you doing?
I'm sorry, but there are limits.
Come on. We agreed to this behind the scenes. What are you doing?
Yeah, you never paid me, though.
Oh, shit. I did that not go through.
And speaking of which, chat, if you'd like to contribute to keep the shows going in the future, here are some lovely links that you can click to do so.
Money me now.
Yes, you can do if you
For
like.
real.
I do this shit for free just for the enjoyment of it.
Well, good. Okay, good. Well, we'll end the show there then, chat. We went on a lot longer than I expected, but we were mostly shooting the shit for the end part. I shall hopefully return again tomorrow. But if I don't return again tomorrow, you can assume that I'm working hard on Cabby. Don't take that the wrong way. There's a lot of work to do on the code, but the actual infrastructure of this one is better. It's just less refined in a few ways, and I need to build the new stuff. So I will keep you all updated though, and you may be able to play with Cabby, not in that way, tomorrow, possibly during stream, possibly earlier, if I can get everything set up properly. And of course, as I mentioned, she will have unlimited memory, though it's not perfectly accurate. It is unlimited and it's fairly accurate. I probably can.
I'm definitely looking forward to that.
Turns out it wasn't that difficult to build a RAG system in the end. So you could say Cabby's on the RAG, but you shouldn't. All right, there you go. Retrieval augmented generation, by the way. All right. Good night, everyone. Thank you for joining us. Hopefully, I'll see you all in Pit 1 after the show, where we will chat for a bit before potentially going to continue with JoJo. Good night, everyone.